There we go.
All right, everybody. We are all the way live, I cannot believe this. We did it. We are all the way live here at the Break the Rules stream, sowing discourse.
Finally.
With the great and powerful Noah Hugbox, extraordinaire young person who is as wise as the biblical/historical Noah of the Noah's Ark fame. And I believe that there is something to that. I believe that you are going to be leading people into the next level. And this is why you are put here on this planet. And I love your videos. You talk about video games. You talk about life. You talked about my Russian Yuri Bezmenov fella. So I'm really happy about that. And in general, you're just a big inspiration. So what I wanted to start this conversation from is, first of all, everybody subscribe. Everybody hit that subscribe button like you mean it. And first, I want to talk about
Patreon.
I have some gamer words for people that don't subscribe.
Exactly, and you don't want that to happen.
Outside your house.
So let's start. Okay, so
with
let's start
gamer
with
words.
We do have gamer words. So
gamer weapons.
Let's start with high school. Noah, you dropped out of high school, and I personally, without knowing anything else, think that that's incredible, and that more kids should drop out of high school. But tell me your experience, why you did that, and what the high school experience was in general.
I would totally agree that more people should drop out of high school. I got like 3 different factors here for why I dropped out of high school. One was I couldn't sleep. I've still got insomnia kind of shit going on, but doesn't everybody? But my main issue was that I wanted to pursue a career actually in mathematics originally. I was going to go to school for physics. And my guidance counselor just decided that I wasn't, even though I took a bunch of math classes at the same time to make my standard and everything. She was like, I just don't think that you're ready. So I'm going to put you in the lower class. And I was like, fuck that. So I dropped out of school and I was like, I went to an online program for a little while. And I was like, this doesn't give me anything. It's like, I can already just do whatever I wanted to do without this in the first place. I got accepted to college and everything. So I was like, I've got a whatever indefinite acceptance to the university I applied to. So like, I'm pretty much, I think that that's the method is what I'm saying personally was if I were to give anybody advice, I'd be like, you can just go and take your tests. Honestly, you can probably get a GED, go and take your standardized tests, and you can probably just go to whatever college you want. So it's like, what is the point of wasting that time?
With homeschooling, I was homeschooled from 5th grade onward, so it was a similar thing. They just sent you over tests, you did the test, but even if you didn't do those, it would have been probably good anyway, just go and take the SATs and whatever. So yeah. Do you think that that's the future for a lot of, like, I know you have a very, from what I was able to tell, a very young audience, and do you notice that there are patterns in their life, like things that they're experiencing right now in school, where, I don't know, would you say it's indoctrinating them more than, you know, maybe you were indoctrinated, or it's the same thing? Like, what was the impression you get? I've got
a great, one of the prime moments where I was sitting at school and I was like, I'm definitely going to drop out of school was when my my AP US history teacher said to me, looked me in the eyes when he said this. He said that because he didn't like one of my essays that I wrote, he was like, well, you have to understand that America is a socialist country and was founded on the values of socialism. And I was like, I was just sitting there and I was like, weren't we just talking about when like everybody starved? Like, you know, when it was like when original colonies were like, yeah, you know, you just don't have to work. We're just going to provide everything for everybody. Then he was like, yeah, you see, America was founded on socialism. And I was like, this is just a little bit ridiculous. It's like, I'm sitting here and I was like, this guy is doing this shit to me. I got sidetracked there, but yeah, that was one of the most prime times of indoctrination I've ever seen in my life. You're in front.
Did they use, there's a secret person over there. I wonder if we're going to find out more as the stream goes on.
Maybe.
And we got Jules Hamilton joining us with the mask right now, making sure not to infect people with the Rona. How are you doing, buddy? Okay.
Oh, he's gone.
He's dead.
He's gone.
He's out of here. He's gone.
He killed himself
no, it depends.
on stream.
Well, it depends what you mean by socialism. If you mean like the Oswald Spengler Prussian socialism, like as a collective thing, but that's a stretch. I mean, the average AP history teacher probably doesn't read the yeoman farmer ideal. So, yeah. And someone who went to grad school, I could say that the vast majority of people that go to university nowadays do not belong in university.
Exactly.
So I agree with you, man.
Yeah, you know,
What
It's
did
elite
they use to back it up
overproduction.
with? But what did they say to back it up with? Did they just say that it was founded on socialism? That's it.
yeah, pretty much. The dude was a big, but, like,
Communitarianism would be a
I don't mean to dig right now, but the dude was a big Colbert fan. He made us watch Colbert every
like,
single
there you go.
day.
Yeah,
was
this is
like-
the
I was like-
problem.
The red
I was
flag.
like, I was sitting there and I was like, 7 hours of my day are spent here, and this guy's making me watch Colbert in the middle. Like, I was like, dude, I could be doing anything else. And then I
think that
dropped out of
counts
school
as
and I got
child
2
abuse,
jobs.
man.
So
I think that counts as child abuse.
honestly,
Well, it's
I just
funny
wanted to go to
because-
sleep every time. I just wanted to go to sleep.
You know what's funny in your videos? I've been fastidiously binging your videos. I'm not even that much of a gamer at all, but you talk a lot about, to tie into the Colbert thing, you talk a lot about parasocial relationships and how that Stephen Colbert, Jon Stewart model, it's almost like nowadays you can see that with streamers and influencers of the political bent. So
Absolutely.
do you think like the plague of us millennials, like watching the Daily Show, now Zoomers have to suffer for our sins? Like, so
That's I genuinely feel like Twitch has become kind of like the Daily Show for kids at this point, where it's just, you know what I mean, where it's like,
oh,
sometimes I see this shit that's like, I go to the homepage of Twitch, I'm like, dude, I wouldn't have even been interested in that when I was like 15 or 16. I would have been watching gun videos. You know what I mean? Like, I would have not been. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just
Well, that's one of the
I
things you
totally
talk
think that
about.
kind of trickles down like that though.
Well, that's one of the things you talk about in your videos, how there are these personalities today that try to gear very young kids into adopting these political notions that they haven't really researched themselves and kind of tested it against the opposite. And I don't know, like, it seems like every generation has had its own problems to deal with when it comes to what happens to young people. You know, like we had all the hippies who were all drugged up in the 60s, you know, completely getting out of society. But then eventually a lot of them who were not in the madhouses, they ended up working on Wall Street. They ended up working in cubicles. So
Work
they
in
got
the
back
media.
into, yeah, working in the media. So they got back into society. But as far as today, like when we're all disconnected and connected at the same time with the internet, like, do you notice a change from the people that you're encountering online, especially again like Gen Z people? And you are Gen Z. Like, how old are you?
Technically,
You're
yeah.
like
I'm 21.
21.
Oh,
Holy
wow.
shit.
you sound like you're 30.
Yeah,
I know.
you
So
are
we're
way-
like
there
close
you
at
go.
our age.
You know what
Yeah.
that is?
Oh, wow.
I genuinely attribute that to the not being in high school thing. I just because it's
There
you
you
end
go.
up being in real life and you actually understand how real people work when they're not treating you like a child, which I feel like is horrible for your development. But I'm sorry to bring it back to what you just said. I definitely think that there is a difference in Gen Z people, especially the ones that have been exposed to a lot of media. And it was really interesting. The other day I was actually talking to somebody and they were talking to actually one of their other friends that's like the same age as me, and they're the same age as me. And we were all talking about this sort of thing. And they were like, yeah, you know, like my anxiety has always been so bad because I've been exposed to so much media. And I was like, it was amazing that some just like person that worked at a random ass place just turn around and hit me with that right away. They were like, oh yeah, so much of the things with my psychology that are fucked up are because of my exposure to media when I was growing up and stuff like that. And I was like, I totally see that. I think that the whole fad of like everybody online having to put out their political idea is something that, like, even in my generation, when I was like 15, honestly, when I was like 16, it was always taught to me, like from my parents and just like from everybody, it was almost like rude to bring that stuff up just randomly. Like, you don't just hit people with a political conversation when you're just, unless like there's kind of like a lead up to it. But I feel like all of a sudden that, honestly, I think it was probably around the time of the 2016 election, that totally changed and it became like unacceptable to not talk politics with people. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, could
yeah.
could
I mean,
there be
that's
a contra-
definitely. I think when I first started to see things really change was like 2014. And when did Gamergate happen? What year was that?
it was like 2013, 14.
2013, so yeah.
2014 was your initial raid.
So
2015, yeah.
So that makes sense because I remember 2014. I said I'm to a gamer word, which I'm only not saying them because Lev doesn't want to get banned off of YouTube. But the F slur I said when I was at Cannes that year in 2014, and like the table of like other film people I was with all just like was like stunned. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, everyone talks like this. And that was like the first true culture shock for me when I started to notice like the culture was super shifting into this PC territory. And then when 2016 came, then everything got really ramped the fuck up.
It's very interesting that you brought that up, because I've always had this thing that I've been saying for the longest time, which is that the whole Gamergate situation was absolutely just people committing like internet seppuku. They just like, they absolutely just like, they were like, we've got problems with all these sort of things. And I'm like, you normally don't want to tell people that. And it was just immediately everything like closed in even more, because everyone doubled down. And it was like, oh, we could have had like another 3 good years of everyone just fucking around the internet. But then everyone had to get pissed and bring the whole fucking temple down.
The thing with Gamergate is that the problem is, well, I mean, the problem is obviously the grifters at the top. Obviously, that was the biggest one. But it's the narrative of, do you want to fight the culture war, the culture Kampf, as they said in Weimar Germany, or do you want to say this ethics and game journalism? Like in your work, you talk about this with video games, how it's the narrative was, okay, video games was a safe, neutral space for like, I don't know, men or somewhat to like experience reality on a different level. But then like these SJWs came. It's a bit more nuanced than that sort of narrative of that early, like mid 2000s YouTube, This Week in Stupid type of content. There's something more going on when it comes to, in my opinion, video games ascending to the top production in what, you know, the Frankfurt School would call the culture industry. So now the video games have even eclipsed Hollywood, but at the same time, the Hollywood machine, as you've pointed out, in like a lot of these games, like I was watching a review for the latest Fallout game, or I mean, that abomination of the remake of Castle Wolfenstein. We could get to that, but oh my god, just hitting you in the face. It's like take any Kotaku journalist, who's that one video guy really pop, Jacob Geller. It's like if Jacob Geller did, but really what happened was, as video games eclipse the mainstream of the culture industry, it becomes the thing that young people interact with in the world. It's almost as if now Hollywood is owning video games in terms of narrative creation. So maybe you could speak a bit about that. And I feel sorry, we haven't gotten into introduction. Maybe you could speak a bit about your start with YouTube and the online world and how you got
Lunch Club and all that.
We totally forgot. We got rid of it.
This is actually a perfect time to talk about this. When I got into YouTube way back in the day, actually, I was making just lore videos for a game called Stalker, which some of you may be familiar with.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Based on the Russian movie.
Yes. And I made lore videos in that game for a while. And that was mainly just to like sharpen my skills and like get good at making videos. And then I started making game reviews to actually just get better at making videos, because they were more like I'm putting my opinion into it. And it's like presenting something, right? And then they just kind of like like the first one I put up got like 1 million views. And I was like, I guess I'm going to do this for a little while. And my issue with like the games industry has always been, well, I've always been fascinated by propaganda, of course, but like my issue with the games industry as a whole has always been, I think that Charles Carroll actually said this like perfectly, where he was basically like, every game that has come out after 1993 has been suffering.
Yeah.
I was like, exactly. He was like, any game that could have been considered art came out in the 90s. And I was like, yeah. Where it's just like, I feel like there's been this like backslide in games where it's exactly what you said. It's become like Hollywood, and it isn't like games anymore, where it's like every time I play a game, I'm just like, yeah, it feels like a roller coaster. Every single time I'm like, oh, now we're gonna go. This is okay, great.
I think
so that's always been my I think it's the Hollywood thing, honestly. Yeah,
and it's also because of the nature of games being so reliant on technology. It's almost as if, like what Walter Benjamin said about the aura, like every artwork has an aura it's original creativity, right? But video games by definition need, like Hollywood movies, needs larger studios. And so now the fact that we're at a stage where the technology has progressed, it's like that OG, and Lev could speak to this being like an original Newgrounds person, because you also had a video about Flash games. Now that sort of reality of like the individual creator in video games, it's almost no more in some sense. Right? It's
all, I made a video about this, I think a while ago, where I just called it creativity by committee, which is where it's just like, it's everybody has like a little piece of the minute. So it's this disjointed mess.
Mechanical reproduction. Yeah.
And that's what to bring it back to what I was saying before, that's kind of been my main issue with games for the longest time is just that sort of thing. And the politics to me is not a like primary concern. My concern has always been with games being good. And like the thing is also people always bring back to like they think that I don't want politics in games at all. And I'm like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the whole point of the game should not be suffer and watch modern politics be in like this allegory every single time. It's like I just want to have fun, man. Like I just want to have a memorable, fun experience that makes you go, afterward, or it makes you go, oh wow, that really was. I'm glad that I enjoyed that piece of art.
Well, no matter what, we'll always have Japanese games who
yes
are always based.
They always are.
It's like Japanese wrestling. It'll always be there when WWE is shit. So they
I can't think of a single Japanese game off the top of my head that had like ham-fisted politics in such like a cringe or like bad way. Like when a Japanese game handles politics, we get Metal Gear Solid 2.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say I feel like people think that I'm a hypocrite when I talk about this. Like, but you like Metal Gear? I'm like, that's totally different.
Yeah,
like you play Metal Gear the entire time.
Okay.
You're just like, you're like, what is he going to do next? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
was Stalker actually based off of the Tarkovsky film?
No.
Yep. Well, it's indirectly, yeah.
Oh, okay. It has the same aesthetic.
The book. Yeah, the book, Roadside Picnic.
Oh, okay. That's right. Yeah. Because
the
extreme lengths they had to do to create Stalker. That's how that's how he died of cancer as well, because of the places he's filmed it. And also, but it seems that like post-apocalyptic genre, it's like, is it coming, like, what do you feel? Is it coming to an end? Is it just oversaturated? Like, what's going on with that?
Yeah, I definitely think that it's gotten to the point where I feel like there's so much that can still be done with it, but I definitely think that things have gotten into this rut of being like the same sort of post-apocalyptic game where like even like Fallout 4, the way that it took stuff from Stalker in a certain way, like I was really there for it, but they didn't go far enough where I genuinely think that games like Stalker, even if they're not like 100% post-apocalyptic, that kind of exploration where like there are things that are friendly and hostile in the world, and the open world and like the ambient AI, or what do they call the radiant AI in Stalker, is just so much better than like any other game that I've ever played. So it's like I feel like that's kind of like the future of those sort of games, where it almost feels like, have you ever played DayZ?
I've heard of DayZ. Yeah,
it's like it's hard to explain quickly, but DayZ is kind of like this open map. It's like an Arma mod originally, and like you go around, you spawn with like a Makarov with one mag, and you go and you try and find guns, and people like try and loot and everything, and you try and survive. And like I feel like it's that sort of thing in a single player, or even like Dark Souls style, have people drop in, drop out. I don't know. I feel like that's the future of post-apocalyptic games, which is why shit like Fallout 76 was so weird to me. Whereas like you almost had it, then you went the exact opposite direction. You know, it's like, I don't know. That's my personal.
And virtual reality as well. You had a great video about VR, how that's the future, and how eventually with Neuralink we're going to be able to connect. And I don't know. I'm not one of these people who thinks that this is a simulation, but I think that there may be something to. And I can't really
Big Foster Ancestor simulation.
Well, sort of, but not really, because I think that
metaphysics for nerds, Lev. Metaphysics for nerds.
Like this? No. I don't believe that. What I believe is that this reality that we're in right now, it's not a simulation, as in there's some dweeb that's sitting behind a keyboard writing in ones and zeros to program us. What I think is that we are imagination. This is all a thought. We are inside of a thought right now, and my one apprehension to all the good things you were talking about in relation to a future with VR is that eventually we're going to be stuck inside of a closed loop system that would be directed by others, as opposed to having access to the Akasha, having access to like all this stuff that contains inside of it an infinite imagination that we can then grasp, and even more, and just as importantly, we're not working our own willpower, because it's like we're depending on other tech to assist us instead of actually working out the muscles of our own willpower in creating our reality.
That was actually exactly my entire point in that video, where like it ends with this really like almost happy, almost seeming bit where it's like really optimistic for the future. That was all sarcasm. Because I was like, I absolutely despise the idea of this technology existing in any way, shape, or form. Where like I've been talking about this for a long fucking time in my life because I've always been fascinated by this. And like I've got friends that I've been friends with since like preschool, right? And as soon as the Neuralink thing happened, they were texting it to me and they were like, Noah, what the fuck? And then like I was looking into it and I got like don't get me wrong, the Index is honestly absolutely amazing. I love VR games, like especially like VR shooters when you play those with people you know, absolutely amazing, right? But the prospect of that Neuralink shit being right on the horizon is fucking awful to me. I was reading, there was a headline I read the other day. It was humans to set their own moods with brain chips. I was like, I think I'm good. It was like, I like self-determining personally. I don't like the idea of putting some sort of artificial machine into my head. I'm all right.
Like equilibrium.
You're telling me that
Already
Metal
done
Gear
it.
Solid 4 didn't convince you to fill your body with nanomachines, bro?
Exactly. I was like, wait,
Oh.
haven't we spent like the last like 40 years telling ourselves how bad this technology would be if we ever found a way to do it? And here we are now. Like, all right.
I mean, I don't know if it's intentional or not, because again, I don't have the documents. I don't have the resources having to do with exactly. I don't have any of those documents. But the only thing that I have is just seeing how on rails, not just video games are like the AAA games, but how people are becoming very on rails too. And
Exactly.
I know that like they say about every generation that it's like getting worse, but maybe they're not wrong this time. I don't know. Like, is there something within connecting to the internet that has robbed people of individuality more so than before when we had like newspapers or 17 magazine, or imagine like when the Beatles came in, how crazy all the girls went for these four, like there were like mass, or Hitler. Like I was watching a World War II documentary where they were talking about how crazy people got for him, like the girl who got to hold Hitler's hand like during one of his rallies. She became like a saint among the people in her village. This mass hypnosis has been around for a long time, so why is it different now?
Exactly. And that's what the way I see it is it's just innovation on expediting that process. It's literally just the same exact concept, just longer execution. That's kind of my 0-0 videos, which are like my advice videos, that I definitely target those toward like a younger audience. One of the main things that I always try and like get at is that like to have your entire perspective on everything shaped and controlled by somebody else is not nearly as difficult as you think that it is. Where it's like people have been doing it literally forever. And I think that the whole Neuralink thing and everything is just expediting that process. It's going from, like it's an exponential jump in how easy it is to do that. Where like the idea of people like mood control alone, it's like then you just become pacified. It's like, okay, I mean, you can even talk about plenty of other things that are that way. I mean, you can we can even talk about weed. You know what I mean? We can talk about all that sort of stuff. It's all things. It's very easy for your brain chemistry and the way that you view the world to be shaped by outside things, or even inside things if it's a brain chip, I guess.
Back in my day, people used drugs to change their mood.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Look, what's the Keemstar thing? 3 sips of beer.
3 sips of beer. But that's the thing, right? Like that's it reminds me of that line from the Cronenberg film Existence. They are the enemies of reality. And it's funny because the real is now being swallowed by the virtual. And I feel that in some ways, like us millennials, we were grounded by the fact that we had our mythical childhoods that was pre-internet, that before it consumed everything that we could go back on. But I don't know, from the perspective of Zoomers, it seems that being born into total simulacra, I don't know, that's created some weird pathologies of being terminally online. And of course, now that the world is terminally online, it's always crazy to see these different mental constructs that have, it's almost like the symbolic is now becoming more important than the real.
Yes, that's a perfect way to put it. And I think that, I don't mean to just talk about myself so much, but I feel like part of the reason that I have this.
That's why you're here.
Yeah, you're the guest.
No, but part of the reason I feel like I have this perspective is I really did have like a normal childhood until I didn't really get on the internet until I was like, to be fair, this is earlier than most people. I didn't really get on the internet until I was like 9 or 10, really. Yeah. Like before that, I had plenty of time where I was just like a kid that was playing sports, and like that was it. So like I had that like normal foundation to then I got on the internet and I was like, what the fuck is going on here? You know what I mean? Like
I
Oh,
love
yeah.
how you say 9 like that's like late in life.
That's what I'm saying. Is that I know that's,
Online.
but I mean now like kids are on the iPad when they're like 4, so it's
Yeah.
like, you know,
Oh
like,
my god.
I can't
I
even
know those
imagine how you
Elsagate
view the world
videos.
that way. Like, yeah,
It's just
Like-
weird because, like, you know, I was exposed to like 4chan at like 12, and that
Yeah.
seems early
Single
as
site
fuck.
shock
Yeah.
videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
E-fucked and all that.
Rotten.com.
Yeah. But as far as Elsagate, though, that's another weird thing where there were all these brightly colored videos that were coming out. Little kids were looking at them, and yes, they were shut down later. But what effect did that have? Why were there needles and pregnancies with needles? And like, what did anybody get to the
It's
bottom
either
of that?
some
I'm gonna be
weird
honest with you.
New Order thing or some avant-garde art piece. Who knows?
it'll be like 3 a.m. and I'll have a little bit to drink, and I'll just sit there, and whoever I'm talking to, I'm just like, I just don't know why that happened. Like, I'll just bring that up sometimes where I'm like, did you know why that was going on? Because I sure as hell don't. Like, what the fuck was that? Why were people, who was uploading those? Nobody knows. Like, what the hell was the fucking deal behind that?
And there were like
Because
real
it's like you said,
actors
they're
there.
gone now, but I mean, what effect did that have on the fucking people that were watching them? Like,
There was like a
Jesus.
Joker with a Joker was suntanning, and this little girl was like putting
Oh,
goo
God.
on his stomach. You know, like that's the extent. And like, well, what is that? Is that sexual? Is that perverted? Like,
Yeah, it's
just
probably like what Freud called polymorphous perversity, where like there's undifferentiated, like everything becomes like an erogenous, like textual sexual act. That's probably like some weird, crazy, like almost you could say ritualistic thing that some kind of elite glow in the dark psychological operation. Who knows, right? I mean,
and also I was like, why is this so like in the algorithm too? Or I'm like, why is this getting
Yeah.
so many views? I remember when that first came out, I was in a call with like a bunch of people that I was working with. Like, I mean, I even still like the guys that I live with, and we were all sitting there and we were like, what the fuck is that? I still, like I said, it keeps me up at night, and I'm like, I just don't know. And because like it was like you said, it was like some avant-garde shit. Is this some like weird like alphabet agency like propaganda thing going on? Like, what is going on here? I don't understand.
well, that's
speaking,
the thing.
Speaking of
It's-
propaganda, by the way, we are taking
Yeah.
super chats. So guys, send us super chats right now. We are going to take them. We are going to answer all the questions that you have.
I
for
will
Noah.
read them because because Lev does not. I'm the only
No,
one.
I will.
The
No,
super
I will.
chat.
What are you talking about? No. I have.
And
access
don't
to the
forget
streams and everything.
Patreon, different tiers.
I
Yes.
keep the Zoom and the Discord on the stream half and half. That way I can
Well,
read.
Good
and,
for you. I'm using my poor workhorse laptop to do all this because my computer's in repairs. But anyway,
We need Patreon money so Lev can upgrade and actually get some real equipment, guys. Come on.
what Noah? What is life like for you now, being this famous YouTube personality figure? Like, if you look back at your life before that and now, I mean, again, you're 21, your life's just beginning. But what are some of the biggest changes you've noticed, just as far as how you're able to go about every day?
What's really funny is I don't feel like I'm famous at all, honestly. I feel like nobody, like, I've been recognized like a few times, you know what I mean? I feel like I think it's also just the nature of the stuff that I make being not particularly associated with me as a person. I really don't feel that much from that, but I've definitely seen it with like other people that I've met and things that it's
Super
definitely
chat,
altered their situation.
$5 from Josh. Noah's
based. We said it at
It's
the
true.
same time.
I said it first. Lev.
Most based man on Twitch. That's what I like to say.
There you go. You're still on Twitch and you haven't been banned yet? Oh
I've
my
actually
God.
I haven't streamed on Twitch in 2 months because I honestly have no idea how I'm not banned off Twitch because I
Man.
don't know.
Gotta start
I've done some
gotta start
streams
getting
where I
that
was like-
Team live following so you can just switch right over.
I was gonna use restream and just stream on everything all at the same time.
There you
and just
go.
be like,
Yeah,
fuck
Yeah,
it.
that's what we're doing here. And
We're
are
on D Live
D-Live.
as well.
Yes,
so
we
much.
are on D Live.
We always
now.
neglect to like say
Poor
that we're on
D-Live.
D Live.
Yes,
Live
I
is
know.
great. You can say slurs on there for now.
For
Well,
now.
it doesn't
For
matter
now.
because we're multi-streaming, so nothing we can do about
But
that.
yeah, it seems that's another topic. I feel that. Well, I don't know. I think we should before we like get into like the like greater depth of video games. I feel like the YouTube landscape is a
Oh
perennial
yeah.
topic that we really should address between what YouTube was and what YouTube is now. And the people that were supposed to champion the creator on YouTube, who shall remain nameless, but you've alluded to some of them in your videos. H3H3, people like that were supposed to lead creators into a new renaissance. Now
Massive
that they've
gamer
sold out
word.
to the
Massive
machines-
gamer word.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry if we mention their names, we might get banned. So it's but no, I feel that even just okay, we could talk about specific personalities or specific moments, but it feels that the whole broadcast yourself thing is gone. That's the thing of the past.
I totally agree with that. Yep. That was I can talk about one of the biggest red pills that I've had to swallow in my internet career, which was that I want to talk about the lunch club thing, if you don't mind if I just segue into that real quick, right? Was I moved out from I was from New Jersey originally. I moved out.
Jersey.
Yes.
Oh, and $10 US dollars from Conscious Moss to my fave boys. Cheers. Thank you so much, Conscious
Thank
Moss.
you,
You love
See,
to
now
say
that
it.
I'm bullying Lev, he's actually on it. You guys are welcome.
That's
That
how
you
it
get to
works.
see.
That's how it works. Yes. So anyway, Noah.
Okay, so I moved out from New Jersey to Southern California, just to.
I'm
I was
sorry.
just moving in with a few YouTube people that I knew. No, you're good. I was just moving in
I was
with
making a
few
joke.
YouTube
It's
people that I knew.
California.
Yeah, no, it's miserable. We moved out here, and I was just moving in here because I didn't really have any other place lined up to live, and my lease was ending. I moved out, and we come in, and then they're just kind of like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do this YouTube group thing," and I didn't really have a choice, right? I say they, I mean, really, it was one of them. We'll talk about it later. But they're like, "Oh, we're gonna do this YouTube group thing." I'm like, "Oh, okay, I guess. Like, I'm here for it." And that was when I actually started getting a younger audience, which is why it was so strange to me. I guess I just didn't grasp what the initial vision of this was. I never had any interest in having a like super young audience, because originally when I was making my game reviews, my audience was like whatever, like 25 plus or like 21 plus, whatever, wherever that demographic starts was like my biggest demographic. And I think that my like under like 19 or whatever demographic was something that like, it was like 5% of my audience.
Hold
or
on.
something like that.
Super chat from Super Iron Bod, $10. Bullying work bring back bullying. Fuck yeah.
Unironically.
The
We're
one,
gonna
one
bully
moment
Lev
when
every
I look away
fucking
from the
stream.
screen. The one moment when I look away from the screen.
Get
Okay,
fucked.
fine.
Get fucked, Lev.
You can have that one. You can have that
Continue,
one.
Hugbox.
Where was I?
Sorry.
I was
So,
no,
so
no,
yeah,
you're good, you're good,
lunchbox. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So then whatever, this whole thing starts happening, and I'm just sitting here and I'm like, dude, I don't want to have kids watching me. I was like, I don't want that kind of responsibility. I was like, dude, come on. And then so I just kind of laid low for a long time, whatever. I don't know if you guys saw what came of that later down the road, where I was just kind of like, I was like, why would you want kids to watch you? That's kind of weird. I mean, are you like come on, like you're grown man. And then that happened, and I was like, oh.
Well, look what
Super
happened
chat,
with
$5. Reagan Lodge, loving the show.
Ooh, Reagan Lodge.
Keep up the great work, excellent guest. Here's $5 for Geo's Gabagool and gold
Nice.
funds.
Gabagool.
Yes,
Nice.
Golden Chain Gang.
Throw gold chains on this fucking stream.
By the way, I think what we're gonna do, because here's the thing. I'm expecting a lot of super chats today. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take all of them, ignore them while Noah speaks, and then we're just gonna say all of them at the same chunk. Okay?
Okay.
Let's do that. Because I'm
So
expecting a lot.
who is that streamer that recently got semi-canceled for saying he doesn't want the responsibility of kids being lectured about racism? Who's that streamer? The one with the crazy hair. Oh, not Ace Poseidon. No, that fucking guy. No.
Pretty sure that was Ninja.
Ninja. There you go. Yeah.
Oh, and we got Remus here. Remus
Hello.
Ventalis. And by the way, something you both have in common. Noah, you have the Emperor as your avatar on Twitter, and you can see what Remus has.
Glorious.
I don't
Yes,
blame you though
that-
for not wanting a younger audience. Like
I wouldn't.
that just seems
Yeah.
like way just a whole other bag of worms. That's just not
Well,
worth
it
dealing.
it was also like, and I don't mean to be a dick, but I was like, they're not gonna get what the fuck I'm saying. Like, they're not gonna
That's
understand my
ageism.
jokes. Like, but yeah, that was an interesting little span of time, and that was when it kind of became apparent to me that a lot of people do YouTube not for the whole whatever, like the broadcast yourself thing, like you were saying. They do it to get to the top and slam the fucking door behind them as quickly as they possibly can. And
Yeah.
I mean, I got all kinds of people I can talk about like that. I mean, I don't. Obviously, you guys are probably not into this, but I mean, I don't know if you know about this situation with I only know about this by proxy. I've never, or not never. I'm sorry. I haven't watched a Minecraft video willingly
Oh
since
my
I was
God.
probably about like 15 years old.
I have not
honestly
played
probably
or
before
touched
that.
Minecraft since it was in fucking alpha. That is the last time
Yeah.
I
So
played
what
Minecraft.
is this Minecraft situation going on?
Okay. So there's this dude that came out of nowhere, right? He's called Dream. And he was like a speed runner or whatever. He doesn't show his face and shit, right? I
Oh,
think he's
God.
even talked about how he figured out how to like precisely game the YouTube algorithm to end up at the top. So the dude's got like 15 million kids watching him or something, and he calls his fans kittens. And he's,
Oh,
he's
no!
like, I love every
Oh!
last one of you, and stuff like that. And I'm just sitting here, and I was
Terrible.
like, dude. And I do this thing called the Great Purging, where I just tweet things that are like just not acceptable to,
Based.
and I'll just like all
I
of
have,
a sudden,
I have a friend that does that. Yeah.
like all of a sudden, I'll just go on like an 8-tweet tirade about something. And I did this about Dream, where I just all of a sudden started all capsing it. Oh, so I was like a quarter of the way through a bottle of tequila, so. And I was just immediately like, I was like, Dream's a fucking pussy. And I started like making video tweets. And I was just making fun of Minecraft people. And I got like not all, I got a lot of his fans to come at me and basically just start writing gay fan fiction about me and him, which is something that he encourages.
Maintain
so-
the kayfabe. Maintain
Yeah.
the kayfabe.
And
Oh.
so right at the very end, I just ended this tirade with might as well bend over and let me fuck you in the ass, Minecraft boy. And they didn't get that I was making fun of him for that. It was great. But
Oh,
what I was gonna
boy.
say is like that was the slamming the door behind you thing, where like I'm sure that guy was plenty edgy before he had 50 million kids watching him and just
But
completely
before-
changed because of it.
When I was a kid, the Wiggles had 50 million kids watching them. Now it's like Minecraft Let's Players, speedrunners that
Yeah.
are like, oh my God.
Yeah, now
That's what freaks me out
it's
about it
Tyler
too. Oh, sorry, what was that?
Now it's Tyler 1. Now it's, you know what I mean? It's the kids are getting raised by streamers more than they
Yeah.
are their parents and their friends.
I
And
can't
that's what
imagine
I'm
what-
getting at. Where like if
Because they
if
can't-
I had a kid
it's
and they were
pandemic.
watching some random dude speedrunning Minecraft and they're like, my political ideology is now based
Yeah.
on this guy.
A
I'd be
whole
like,
Well,
generation.
no, you do have
I'd be like,
kids.
you're not watching YouTube
You have
anymore.
kids all over town now. You have like 100,000 kids that are
That's how it
watching
feels.
you at all
That's how it feels.
times. So
The
you
only
have a
kids I would
responsibility.
want watching or like listening to my content are the kids that were like me when I was that age.
Oh,
Other than that,
the
stay
bottle
the fuck
kids.
away.
The
Oh,
kids
my.
that would go out to like the side of the woods on the side of the school and like smoke grass weed. As those type of kids.
By the way, we have Jessix here, aka Vegeta Stan of Jessix TV. Welcome, Jessix. Thank you so much for coming in. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
All right, I think
Hello?
it'll take. Hello.
Hi. Couldn't get my
Hi.
audio to work.
It is working perfectly now.
That
Welcome.
icon
And-
is so small.
and everybody,
I mean-
yours was just as small when we first started. Noah, don't judge. And
Thank you.
when okay, everybody subscribe right now since we have a gap of time. I'm saying subscribe, fucking subscribe. Anyway, Jessix,
I can turn this
there we
bottle
go.
into a weapon if you don't subscribe. Just know that.
In
Jessix,
Minecraft.
are you a fan of women's posting their L's?
Somewhat, yeah. Some of the tweets are really funny. It depends, okay? Because I don't know. Sometimes it's like I'll see a tweet and I'm like, okay, yeah, like she had it coming. But then sometimes I'm like, oof, like it's an L, obviously, but like I do still have like empathy and feel bad. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Well, I don't know
Although
if-
to my friend James's defense, there was some stuff that his rival account was posting that he denounced as being just terrible. So that's
Wait,
What's the rival
to
account?
James's credit.
Wait, do you know? Just to be clear, do you know that James, who is right in the center here in the Zoom call, that he is the creator of women's posting
Yes,
their L's?
yes, yeah. I follow
Okay.
his account and the woman posting their L's account.
Oh, by the way, Jessica, please just ignore the chat if something comes up. We have to
Yeah.
say that every time.
I've been doing this for 6 years. I know how to ignore a chat.
Oh,
Don't worry
yeah.
about it.
Come on,
That's
Gio,
the
respect
attitude.
women. They
That's
know
the
how to
attitude that
filter
we
a chat.
need. That's
Fuck yeah.
I have selective hearing.
but since you're new to
base.
the stream, Jessica, maybe give yourself just a quick introduction. Like, what are you about? What do you do?
I just kind of turn on my camera and do whatever, you know? I mean, I don't do anything specific, I guess. I mean, I kind of do whatever. Lately, I've just been like shit posting about like stocks because that's been funny. But,
Nice.
but I mean, I don't know. I do like sewing, I do art, I do video games. I kind of just do whatever.
Nice.
Yeah. And then here's
Speaking
my
of
cat.
art and politics, I just completed this painting for a Twitter friend. I call it the decrepitude of power. I don't know if you could it's up. Is it upside down?
It's upside
there
down.
you go. It's in the style of Francis Bacon, but I don't know if you could recognize. I was gonna post it on the inauguration if you give you a little hint, but that's yeah, in the style of Frank Arbach, Francis Bacon. So there you go.
At first, I thought that was
Better
that
than
painting
mine.
of the guy eating his son.
Saturn by Goya. I mean, it
Saturn
could be. I
devouring
mean,
his child. Yeah.
imagine if this particular person is sniffing his. Well,
Yeah, that
that's.
I thought that was intentional. That it was to bring that to mind a little bit.
Well, I
sort
think
of very
I
evocative.
think it
Eating
it
one
really
another.
shows the scaloric nature of our Alzheimer's scaloric nature of our political order that is crumbling before our eyes. So
Well, that's why somebody like Noah is so important, because Noah, I see you, whether you like it or not, as somebody who should be kind of dragged kicking and screaming into a position of leadership, because you are not one of those moralists who talk about how good they are, and it's something that's very refreshing, and I think that we need more people like you. And unfortunately, I think like the elite today, both like the old and decrepit ones, as well as the younger ones, like I don't know which one is worse, honestly, because the younger ones, again, like my hope, which I always talk about in the stream.
well, the younger
being
ones
from-
are streaming on Twitch, Lev. That's
Yes.
Well, not to cut you off, but first off, actually, I was about to go on a
Pixel
point. But,
Ghost,
super
5
chat
GPP.
from Pixel
Noah,
Ghost.
you gotta
Yeah,
admit
yeah,
to
you-
everyone. Noah, you gotta admit to everyone that you're not the king, and the crown, and the real king in the chat, me. That was from Pixel
Honestly,
Ghost.
Well,
Pixel's my boy. We play Halo together a lot.
Base.
Pixel's
Oh, there you
absolutely
go.
fucking hilarious. Shout out Pixel Ghost, absolute legend. But, yeah, we're co-kings. We're kings together, I would say.
love that for you guys, honestly.
He honestly, he'd be a good guest on the show. He would have a lot to say.
I would love to have him
But
on.
But anyway,
Oh,
so
what were we on?
what
Yeah.
I was about to say was, before I read the super chat and then got caught up by Lev trying to read the super chat, was that I have honestly quite a few mutuals, specifically women on Twitter that are Zoomers or younger millennials, and they used to be part of like the SJW cult, and they turned on it, and they're now normal, they're cool, they're funny, they're just awesome people, and some of my favorite posters on Twitter. So I would definitely say the older people are way worse, because there's still hope for the younger generation.
I
that
think
was
that a
the
lot of
narrative.
younger people grow out of it, honestly. Like that's kind of
Yeah.
like I don't mean to just keep blabbing, but I will. So
Hey,
like,
man, it's your stream.
I'm sure that you guys, of course, are familiar with Charles Carroll, but his streams that he did where he was just talking about basically not being a fucking awful person and just living your life and realizing that you can only control yourself. I feel like that's a lot of like what people need to hear, regardless. Like I feel like you know what I mean. Where I feel like that is kind of the solution to a lot of people fucking falling down holes like that. Is it's like, have you ever just considered like living your life for you and not for what other people tell you should be pissed at? I think that there's a lot of hope for people that are still growing up. I think that they grow out of it pretty quickly and realize that the world isn't going to change because they're angry.
Yeah.
But
By the
that's
way,
a
to the chat, by the way, after this stream, go and check out our stream with Charles Carroll. That was one of the best episodes we
Yeah.
did. And his wife, Athena Hyatt, she is a regular on our show. She is one of the most based women alive. So our stream with Charles Carroll was quite one of my favorites. It was a dream come true.
I'm gonna post it
So,
in the link. In
As
the,
this stream is a
Discord chat
dream
as well.
come true, of course.
And by the way, guys, join our Discord. You will see it in the description. There is a link to our Discord, so join it. And if we know you enough to trust you not to post pornography in the BTR chat, then eventually we'll let you in there. But that takes time. That takes trust. And we also have Captain Wonder joining us here. Does your sound
Hello
work?
there.
Hello.
It should, fellow.
Now there is
How are
no
you this fine
avatar.
evening?
There is no avatar this time. So
Oh
if
my!
you-
Here,
if
let
you
me
want to-
change that real quick.
Yes, if you want to add one, that will be even better.
There's also Wonderstruck. There's a little humming when you unmute yourself.
That
I
might
don't
be
know.
because I rock a Yeti.
Oh,
Oh,
there
that's
you
just
go.
how it
That's what
goes
I did.
then.
Oops.
Yeah, no, whatever, that's fine. So when it comes to people who you are able to influence Noah in a good way, that is incredible. But then when it comes to still like the leadership class, like people who go to Yale or Harvard and then end up in big positions, like since I come from the Soviet Union, my hope is that a lot of them are just hypocrites and they pretend to be something that they're not, and that at the end of the day, it's just going to be for better or for worse, business as usual, instead of actually starting to send people with wrong thing into the gulags. And I don't know, like, I'm still conflicted, but what is the energy that you are sensing in here? And I would love to open it up to everybody as well.
Look,
That's
there's definitely some people who need
huge.
sent to the gulag, so there's no hope for them. But
Oh.
and it's all 1,500 people I have blocked on Twitter.
I think that's a really interesting way to put it, honestly. I think that's honestly dead on. But to me, the way that I see it is it remains to be seen. Where I feel like there's still very much a back and forth between, I think especially young people, where like there's a lot of people are like I talked about a little bit before. I really think that they are sort of indoctrinated. And like I said, I see people like I grew up with even growing out of it all the time. So I wouldn't say that things are hopeless. I wouldn't be looking for any gulags anytime soon, personally. I don't think that we'll see those popping up. But I think it honestly, like it totally, it is a risk, is what I mean. Like I think that things are in a very weird place right now. But I think that there is still a lot of hope. I feel like a lot of people still have a lot of sense. But I mean, maybe I'm just being optimistic, which is
Gulags don't
uncharacteristic
even-
of me. But
It doesn't even need to be a physical gulag. I would argue that
yes,
in some ways,
no, absolutely.
social
Gulag of the
gulag.
mind.
it's more of an
Social
exclusionary
gulag.
model that
Yeah.
the woke capital has inflicted upon us. So.
That's what I was gonna say, is that you can't exclude like 50% of people at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Where I feel like things will probably shake down to a point. There'll be enough pushback and the pendulum will swing back, and then everyone will be like, oh yeah, what are we gonna do? Exclude half? That's just gonna be everyone splits each other in half down the whatever their ideologies are. So it's like I don't see it happening,
Well,
honestly.
this is something Michael Malice is in favor of. He wants people to split away. He wants there to be secessions, like
some
multiple
kind of
secessions.
balkanization.
Yeah.
I'm down for that. I've said this
Uh,
before. I'm down for that. Look, if people want to go leave and do their own thing, hey man, I'm down for it. Just as long as everyone shuts the fuck up and leaves each other alone.
I mean, the military, that's a bit of a problem, though, because, again, America, policemen of the world, I get it, but at the same time, like I always say, Russia, China, we have these big actors on the world stage that are going to fuck shit up if the United States big dick energy is not going to be around there. Now, I don't know if we'll be able to keep up the big dick energy for long. That's another question. I don't even know how the military's doing right now in comparison to how it was before, but I don't know. That's another thing that kind of concerns me.
Can we go around? I want to get everybody's over under on a war in the next 5 years.
Over.
I want to see odds for, odds against. 80-20.
I think
what
now
counts
that
as a war? Does drone
Yeah.
bombing count as a war?
Well, just
or-
so-
No,
Yeah.
drone bombing
Wait.
doesn't count as a war. I'm talking about course shifting
hot
war.
conflict.
Yes.
You
hot
mean like
conflict.
rolling
hot
up on tanks and like Normandy?
I have no idea
I
what it
don't know
would
how to
look
phrase
like. I
that.
don't think it would look like that now with modern technology. I don't think anybody knows what it would look like.
We need to
but
bring it back. That'd be epic.
it would be kind of sick though, right?
Rolling up in our boats.
I don't know about all that. I
Think
would
about the
prefer to
movies
not
we
have a
would get.
war.
Think about the
Like-
movie. No, I'm just kidding.
Ah.
That was a
That's what
media joke.
matters
That was a
Make a
media joke.
movie
What will
about
get
a
us
war
good
if you
movies?
want
That was
to.
a media joke.
You could just
I thi-
make a war movie. You don't have to start a war for that. You know?
Yes, you do.
I'm out of
Yes,
ideas.
Because
I
yes, you
feel-
do. You have to start a war so that way you can make a war movie. So that way you can have the selling point based on a true story.
no, but again,
Method
that's the
acting on a
nature of
mass scale.
hyperreality, though.
Yo,
That's
This is
The-
esoterically. Do not research what they're saying. Do not research what they're talking about.
yeah,
Please.
but that's like if you watch the original Star Trek episode, Private Little War. That's like almost before Baudrillard. That's like hyperreality right there, because you are creating a war that is in virtuality, but in actuality, people actually die. So I don't know. I feel that now that we've had the Biden administration, I said it. I feel that people are sensing a return to order, and maybe that I don't think it will maybe manifest in terms of like the Iraq or Afghanistan war, but definitely there will be bombing campaigns, and they will start this thing with Iran. We've been saying that Iran has had nukes since the 80s, literally. I mean, so now that that's sort of like
there we go.
neocon to neoliberal politics are becoming like reinstantiated. And we have
I feel like
James.
yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
didn't mean to cut you
Hugbox.
off. No, you can go. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I feel that the return to the order of things is gonna like really suck for a lot of people that it didn't really think it through. But you know.
By the way, we have 2 new people here. So we have Captain Wonder, and we have my buddy James Cunningham, who I met back in 2016. You look exactly the same, except for your hair is longer. So I think we both have this anti-aging.
Lockdown will do that.
Yes. So welcome, James, and welcome, Captain Wonder. By the way, Captain Wonder, can you tell us a little bit about yourself for the people who do not know about you?
About myself. Well, you see, I do really creative stuff. I read Reddit as a creator, never done before on the platform. And pretty much I just do voiceover stuff. I hope you can like entirely detect the amount of sarcasm coming off of me. So yeah, that's pretty much me. My whole life has just been pretty much this computer for the past 6 months. If you were expecting something extremely interesting, I apologize, as I have disappointed you this fine evening.
No, not at all. You are a very interesting dude, and I am so grateful to have you here. And James Cunningham, you are an animator extraordinaire. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I make cartoons, and then people steal them, and they go viral.
Amazing.
Got him.
Also, we have a super chat from Pixel Ghost for 2 fake dollars. Just get Dream to tell the kids to enlist, easy wins. And again, you give us fake money. It is not US dollars.
It would work.
Use
I
it.
feel like Dream could do better propaganda than the actual government of the United States.
There has to be kill streaks and like there's got to be care package drops. So
If Joe Biden got up there tomorrow and he said, "Hey kittens, I need you to join the Marine Corps," I'd be at my enlistment station. I'd be at MEPS. I'd be at MEPS the day after.
It'll be like
so
cringy,
exciting.
like pro enlist propaganda, but it'll be like streamers telling you to go off and fight a war for the neoliberal establishment.
You want to catch that epic victory royale? Go to Beijing. That's what they're gonna start saying.
Yeah.
We have a super
$5
chat
US
from
dollars
It's Sphinx for
from
$5.
It's Sphinx.
Most spacemen alive.
alive.
Heart emoji.
Oh boy.
This stream is war between me and Lev.
But speaking of war, I wanted to maybe get back to the video game thing.
War never changes.
War never changes. Why do you? Okay, so there's a thing that you've alluded to, Hugbox, where, and then like I want to get everyone's take on this. Why do you think that with such a emphasis on things like technical ability and graphics and the immersive experience of games, why in terms of the playability of them, why do corporations keep, like specifically Activision, EA, why do they keep pumping out just utter soulless crap? Is it just the phenomenon of like, you know, total late capitalism, like just pumping out commodity, you know, to quote the eminent scholar of our time, Paul Scholes, commodity capitalism has fucked our brains out. The only thing that's real, nothing is real anymore. The only thing that's real are people you interact with on Twitter. But why do you think that video games are in the state where gamers are just going to accept like playing these legacy titles, no matter how shitty they are? Like, it seems that gamers themselves, I mean, that's ostensibly what Gamergate somewhat promised but failed at, which is gamers like taking control and command over what they want to play. But it seems that it's not panned out so far. I don't know.
I think this might be a crackhead conspiracy theory right now, but
Hell yeah, let's fucking go.
I genuinely think the reason that this ended up happening is because of YouTube. I think it's because of I think it's because of the whole like online content creator marketing infrastructure that has developed around that, where it's like they could make a game that was about shitting on the floor, and you'd have
My kind of game.
and you'd have 550,000 streamers immediately being paid to play it and say that it's good, and everyone would buy it anyway. What I'm saying is, I think that it is gamers' own fault that games suck shit now, and it's because people will just keep fucking buying them, and they'll watch like a fucking 15-minute video that somebody was paid an insane amount of money to make, where they're just like, "Oh yeah, look at the new Battlefield game, isn't it great?" When it looks like dog shit, and they're like, "Oh, it must be great," and then they buy
Because
it.
in music, that was illegal. That was the payola scandal.
Yeah.
But in video game
Yeah.
journalism,
You know,
Well,
that's
that's
what I
just how it
felt
is,
about
yeah.
Valorant.
I
That's
would
how
say
I felt
that-
about Valorant. The game was so ugly. It's
was
it's a
so
rip-off of like
shit. I
4
loved
different
it.
games. Everybody's like, oh, Valorant, it's so good. I'm like, this is the worst Chinese rip-off of any game I've ever seen.
Yes.
And everybody's hyping it up. I'm like, it's hideous. It looked like it was still an alpha when it was almost a full release. It's like, what is this? It
It
was
still
trash.
sucks dick
It
now.
looks so ugly. I'm like,
Can I-
how
can
much
I
did they
feel-
pay you?
Oh,
I will say
I
this.
was yelling about that game for the longest time. I was like, "This is so objectively shit, and you're all stupid for thinking this would be good." And
Oh,
it is
ugly.
objectively shit.
But
Sorry, go ahead.
James then
I-
Remus.
I will say this
yeah.
though. A lot of the stuff that's shilled and played by streamers is shit, but I still say so many amazing games are being made and released every year. I mean, look, we have
Yes.
stuff like Death Stranding. We have Resident
Mhm.
Evil 2 remake. Those are 2 games from 2019 that I want to skip last year just because last year's the pandemic and stuff. But from the year before that, we had 2 games that are 2 of the greatest pieces of fucking art and video games I've ever fucking played.
Well, art, yes, but don't you think that Death Stranding was just a delivery simulator and it got boring after a while?
Not at all.
I entirely
But that's
lost
also
interest
why
in following that
I
game.
bring up Resident Evil 2 as well, because that is like one of the most fun fucking games ever, and it's just pure gameplay.
No, I think James is trying to say something and it's not coming through.
Oh.
James, can
Oh,
you speak,
shit.
buddy?
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, we got to make sure
No, I
James is
heard-
able to speak. Look at your
His
audio
microphone
settings.
isn't-
Yes, I can.
heard him.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. There we go. That
There
should
we
be, that should
go.
be fine, right?
Perfect.
Good.
Oh,
Okay,
Everybody
good.
subscribe
Can you
hear
for
me?
Yes, everybody subscribe
Okay.
for James Cunningham. He is a coming.
He's
Cunningham.
coming. He's coming.
James
Oh, no,
Cunningham,
you
he's
told
coming.
me. Subscribe, he's busting
Secondary
a fat
school all over
one.
again.
All right, James, you have the floor.
Okay, wait,
Um,
me or the other one?
I'm
Cunningham.
Oh. There can't be more than one James. You gotta call him
I'm
something
changing my name, dude. I'm changing it. But I'm such a huge fucking Kojima fanboy, and yet I have yet to finish Death Stranding, and I bought
Oh
that shit on
man.
launch. Like I just can't finish it. Like I think I got about like 16 hours in, and I was just like, you know what, I can't play this anymore. And I love the concept of Death Stranding. I just think that it's just not fun at all.
Somehow
Which
you
is-
just saying that convinced me to play it. I haven't played it yet. You for some
Well,
reason
then-
you
well,
just
then
saying that. I was like,
fucking
I'm
play
gonna
it,
go
mate.
play it
Look at
right
the
after
baby.
this. Like,
Look at the baby.
Are those a
Horrifying.
part of
You're
the
right.
game? I
You're
remember
right.
seeing the trailer of the game, and it's like Norman Reedus crying on a beach, and he picks up like a baby, and I was like, "What
Yeah,
the
doesn't he
actual
carry it
fuck
on
is
his
this?"
back?
he puts it on like
It's
his
a- it's like a
chest. Like, he
artificial-
like
Oh,
flips that shit in.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
He starts
Look,
feeding
I
off
mean,
that
I'll
child.
give you guys this regarding Death Stranding, that yes, it is not quote unquote as fun as the Metal Gear games. Fine.
I get
Um,
it. It's artsy. It's intellectual.
Yeah, I still think
understand.
it's
movie.
fun, especially
be
towards
fair, you
the
have to have a
later
very
end of the
high IQ.
game. And I do think the challenge of like having to get over certain terrain is kind of fun in its own way. And
It's
the bosses,
rewarding.
yeah.
I'll give. It's a very rewarding game. But it's
super
just,
rewarding. And I get that it's
I
not
don't
for
have-
everyone, but like
Yeah.
anyone that's like a Kojima stan, especially if you love, the writing of stuff like Metal Gear Solid 2, owes it to at least watch the game on YouTube, just because
I
it's
will
just-
not watch it. I will finish the game. I
Well,
will
as long as
finish
you
it.
finish it
Yeah, but it's
in
just
some way or
I,
form, whether
Yeah.
playing it or streaming it or whatever. But yes,
I'm not
I
gonna
agree
lie. I'm
that-
not gonna lie. As far as I got, I did really enjoy it because it also came out at like the perfect time, because in the UK we were in like a full national lockdown at the time. So seeing people just like, I don't know, just building bridges and like placing ladders and having people thank you for it was like really fucking cool and everything. It was weirdly relevant. It's kind of strange how it came out when it did.
and it keeps
But it
becoming
really
even
makes you
more and
think.
more relevant
Mm.
as the days go on.
Yeah,
Really
the guy's
yeah.
a fucking shaman. Like the ability
Yeah,
to.
Kojima knows what's up.
Yeah, like he had the president
Yeah.
wearing a mask, and now we have Biden wearing that mask. Like I don't know, man. Like it does feel again like this is all just an act. This is all just a play. But Noah, as far as what you see happening with this lockdown, with the future of interaction, even before we get to VR, do you imagine that there's going to be a time, if we finally get out, that there's going to be like this mass, I don't know, this mass sexual energy, and everybody's just going to be like this
Orgone
more-
How did I
energy
know?
left.
I have
Yeah.
wondered about that.
Mass
Here's the-
sexual energy.
I've got a couple different branching paths that I see this going down, right? Which is that One, either people become shut in for a generation almost. Honestly, like I think that could have a massive
enforced neatdom
culture. Exactly. I feel like there definitely will be some of that. There's no way that it won't. I feel like a lot of people are just not going to be as extroverted or as outdoorsy as perhaps they used to be. But at the same, and like I said, I wonder long term if people are going to be more shut in than they were before. But I also wonder if it'll have the opposite effect. And I can't tell. I think that either people are going to be fucking like crazy, or people are just going to be, the streets are still going to be empty in like a year.
Did you guys see that video of that fucking that 3-year-old who was mistaking everything for a hand sanitizing station?
Yeah.
No,
that was so fucking creepy, man.
Oh.
Literally, it was like a 3-year-old. They'd go up to a lamppost and just like start acting like they were sanitizing themselves.
You know what I was
so
wondering?
weird.
That's really weird. My cousin had a baby just before COVID, so like 2019. And I was wondering, because babies, when they're developing, start learning social skills from people around them, their parents, their family, whatever. So if everybody's wearing masks and the baby can't see your facial expressions, that could hypothetically severely affect their social development.
That's true.
Yeah.
Because
so
that same neurological grafting, it's not there.
Yeah. So like normally, like if I see a baby in like the grocery store, I'll be like, I smile at it, because I'm weird and I love babies. But I'll like just smile at like random babies, and they smile back because I know what I'm doing. But now I'm just like staring at this child, and it doesn't know what face I'm making. It doesn't know how to interpret like my interaction with it. So I feel like these kids are gonna grow up like very socially confused.
Whenever I'm talking to a clerk, I will always I'll have to like squint my eyes to show that I'm smiling. It's really fucking weird.
Yes.
Now, Jessica, now that you've said you love babies, the chat is absolutely exploding right now. So just want oh god.
I've had baby fever since I was a baby. So
what's your favorite kind of baby?
But no, that's a good point though.
The baby kind.
I totally fucking derailed that good point.
Wait, Noah, do you like babies?
Oh yeah. Not like some people do, but
oh my god.
By the way, we did have Mr. Girl on our.
Don't bring it up!
Please.
Don't bring it up!
Hugbox, do you know what I'm talking about?
no, I do not.
The only time I fed posted on air.
So,
yeah,
amazing.
Mr. Girl, he had a video defending that Cuties movie,
Oh.
and apparently
Was
he's
that
into some
ironic?
stuff.
I was thinking that was a troll. He wasn't trolling.
No,
right?
no,
he's
he's actually a
legit.
pedophile. He's going to hell.
So disgusting, dude.
Jesus
not-
Christ.
It wasn't
Apparently, in
ironic.
his there
It
was
was a
some
real
leaks
joke.
about him and his girlfriend doing, I forget, age play or something. I don't know.
I
This
don't wanna
Age
know.
play.
I don't
Yeah.
want to know. Oh.
So I mean, it's kind of like, is it ironic or? But I feel like even like the edginess, like it's like the edginess that we're finding nowadays has to have some kind of like tacit consent by the, what would you call it, the empire, the tech companies. No longer is edginess this free floating expression nowadays. I don't know. I feel like those days
it's
are
allowed
over.
to be there. It's not just what it is. That's how it used to be. Things just used to be that way. Now it's like, all right, here's your little smoking area over
Hot
here.
Topic.
You know what I mean?
It's no longer
you
like
bypass-
the edge trash culture of the 90s. Like there was quite some
Exactly.
like Bizarro magazine type stuff. Like it's
Well, it kind of
it's gone.
started
early
it started-
Vice, even early Vice, right? Like Vice magazine was
Yeah,
like
dude,
the edgy.
Gavin.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Well, physically
Like,
it
Gavin
started
fucked
with the
Oh
you
my
guys remember
god,
the
that guy.
you guys remember the free speech zones during the George W. Bush
yeah,
administration?
yeah.
That was
I was
set up.
old enough to remember that. Yeah.
No, don't.
I do
don't
remember that actually vaguely, yeah.
There
Yeah.
we go.
No
Yeah.
idea.
They had this argument
No
where
clue.
protesters, like during the national conventions, they would go into free speech zones, and then under which was it 2016 or was it where like Alex Jones went and did that thing with Cenk Uygur? Was that, or was that the Obama?
Oh, that was amazing.
That was
That was
2016. That was in
Yeah.
the free speech zone where Cenk was trying to do a show, and then Alex came up and just trolled the hell out of him.
Oh my god,
So
so
like
bad.
that idea of free speech zones, I feel that even that nowadays is totally anathema to like a lot of online discourse, because now if you support any sort of genuine expression of edginess, then you're akin to like some, I don't know, evil Nazi monster or something.
Well, what's
or
your
nowadays
definition
you're
of edginess?
yeah, exactly. But even that exactly the definition itself of what is edgy has also experienced a lot of what would you say, evolutions or a lot of changes over
Corruption.
time.
Well, I want to get Metaphor Man into that as well. We have Metaphor Man
Oh.
joining us.
Speaking of
legend.
edgy ship
Yeah.
posters,
So
good
is your
friend Metaphor Man.
good friend of the show, is your mic working? Also, subscribe, everybody. Fucking subscribe right now for this. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I love you all. Metaphor Man, can we hear something from you, buddy?
Yeah, I
we
remember last week I forgot a metaphor, so I owe you one tonight.
Nice.
Oh,
Also,
there we
happy
go.
birthday to your dog again.
Thank you, dude. It
Yeah,
was
happy
like-
birthday to Misha.
Misha is so fucking cute, man.
That
Holy
dog
shit.
is gorgeous. That is ridiculous.
Can we
I
get
see that
a
on my
picture of the
timeline,
canine
and I
companion
smile.
Picture of
this
Misha in the
day.
chat, someone.
I'll have to post some more
I'm
tonight,
gonna do
dude.
it.
Yeah, so I don't know. We've already talked stocks to death, but trying to get ahead in the stock market right now is like trying to clean your fine china with steel wool. That's what it feels like.
Just hold strong.
By
brother.
design. When you think
Like-
about
You
it.
just
not
buy
sell.
and hold
No
it
one
forever.
sell.
Hold
Yeah.
it forever.
you're
Never
supposed-
sell.
you're supposed to-
Diamond hands, baby.
Yeah, you buy high, you buy GameStop when it's like $350, you hold it till it's zero, and then you're poor.
That's
the
right.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
That's how it works.
Listen, dude, Q predicted.
That's how you stick it to the
Yeah,
Wall Street, guys.
that's the plan.
You lose all of
That's-
your money.
Plan.
Thankfully, at least with AMC, the movies are going to bounce back, and we did actually help AMC a lot. So we're helping save the movies, folks. So hold on to your AMC stock. This is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor, but hold because it
But
will
you
bounce
are
back.
you are a
Hold
great
for
podcaster,
forever.
though. You have a
That's
bad,
true.
formerly known as Bad Filmcast, and what is it called now for all the multitudes
MK
of people
Ultra
watching?
Money.
MK Ultra Money, baby, season 2. We have artwork coming from the Great Fod Corp. We're hopefully
Friend of the
premiering
show.
on February 17th. If you subscribe to the Patreon, you get access to the first 2 episodes already for season 2. And if you don't want to give me your money, then you can listen to all of season 1 on Spotify, Apple, Google, and most of it's on YouTube. But Terrence is lazy and never uploaded it also.
And here is a link to it in the chat as well. Everybody go into our Discord chat and you can check it out there. So when it comes to the shit posting culture, I don't know if it's going to be prevented a lot more. If people are going to go into hiding, but eventually I can't imagine, like you said, Noah, I can't imagine there's going to be a point where half, if not more than half of the population of the United States is just going to be completely excluded from all buying and selling. You know, like during Revelations, there's supposed to be, you know, like a minority of people that gets persecuted. Everybody else goes for the mark of the beast. But it just seems like there are many, many people, and I could be wrong, but there seems to be at least many people who maybe they'll pretend, but at a certain point, it just gets to be too much, doesn't it? Unless you're like a urban professional that needs to put on a certain face for
You
your...
have an MBA?
Yeah, like, I don't know. What do you think is going to happen there? Like, are people going to resist this forced, steady indoctrination when they know, you know, that, you know, just in the bottom of their stomach, something's fucked up about it?
Is this for me?
This is for you.
Okay. Yes, I was gonna say the way that I see it is that I feel like it's kind of like the same way that water seeks its own level. People always will just congregate around people that they can actually speak to, and barring any sort of like catastrophic event that leads to mass death or the need to control people on a large scale, I think there's no way that as things sit right now, people would not just move. You know what I mean? I don't think there's any way that shit posting is going to be stamped out. There's no way. Like what I'm saying is it's one of the great joys of being a human. Come on. There's no
It'll
fucking
become
way.
more sophisticated in some ways.
Exactly. We may find better ways to veil the shit posting, but the shit posting will always be there. This is what I'm saying is shit posting will never die. Is all I'm gonna say.
MD
Amen,
never
brother.
dies.
But I'm trying to imagine a version of humanity even beyond what it is right now, because like your show, it's called Noah Hugbox, or as I called it on YouTube, Noah's Hugbox, because this is a hugbox for you right now.
That's the
You
point.
know, like we are all here to support you and to hug you. There are communities though out there like the furries, and I know I brought up before, but
Oh,
Noah, he's new
God.
to the stream, so he must know. He must know the truth. We had a furry stream. We had furries on, and
He
one
must
guy-
know the truth.
Yeah.
I was gonna be like,
I
I'm outta
also
here.
killed them all after the
Furry
stream
stream.
was over in a mass shooting.
You might as well just
Minecraft.
bring up the Thelema stream again.
No, well,
No.
we're gonna say that for
Oh.
later. But with the furries, though, like we had my friend Joe Strike, who is a furry, but he's a gray muzzle, as they're called. Like he's an
They
old
call
school
it gray
boomer
muzzle.
furry.
What is a
So-
gray
Oh.
muzzle?
Gray
if you mind
muzzle?
enlightening?
Gray muzzle? Yeah, that's
Oh.
what in the furry community.
An
That's what they
old
call.
furry.
Yeah, an old furry. Yeah.
An
So
old
he-
fat
Oh,
furry.
man.
No, he wasn't fat. In fact, he's not even a furry. He is a scale.
No, I was gonna say F, so you know, like on 4chan, old. Never mind. Old.
Oh no,
FAG.
so he does like the dragon stuff, like the lizards.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
stuff.
I'll show you. I'll show you a
No.
picture. I'll post a pic of it. It's
No.
actually pretty cool.
Bad dragon dildo.
No, Joe Strike was
Oh,
pretty good. He was a good sport.
Say that.
Dragon.
Question for the one female in the chat: do you own any bad
Man.
dragons?
Oh man.
Are you
But
talking
anyway,
to me?
I was making
But-
a joke.
but anyway,
I'm
when
a
it
good
comes,
Catholic woman, okay?
It was
Oh
a
my,
joke.
Jessica! Now that you've said that the chat's going to go wild, I've already seen several marriage
she knows what
proposals.
she's doing,
So
Gio.
it's.
Sorry,
knows
I'm
what she's
engaged
doing.
already.
Oh no!
Block
Oh,
and
Well,
report it.
It's the old carrot on the stick.
just
and then-
destroyed the kayfabe right there. She exposed the business.
Getting
Yes,
married in
It's all her
June,
potential
sorry.
followers she was gonna get today.
So when it came to the furry stream, we had another person there who, you know, in the beginning, like, seemed very friendly, very outgoing. He
Hello,
had the
baby kitty.
disembodied head
Hi.
on the table next to him, and as the
Normal
conversation
stuff.
went on, I, like, Gio, you saw it. Like, I was with kid gloves approaching
And then
the
he just,
conversation.
it was the chat, I think, and then he just checked out and blocked everyone on Twitter and started saying that we're trying to grift off of his audience like nobody fucking
Base?
base.
By the way, this is Joe.
I
and
will
Joe's
find a
cool.
center
Again,
in you.
much respect to Joe Strike. Joe's great. This
No,
is his
Joe,
costume
it was a
over
great
here.
conversation. We did cover a more serious conversation about the furry fandom. I
It's
guess
weird to think of a person that old as a furry, honestly.
I was
That's
just going to
weird.
say that looks like a He-Man character.
it looks like the Gorn.
It looks like the Gorn, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. That's exactly what it looks like.
Here's another one.
I'll be merciful, Kirk.
Here's the full-sized version.
Oh my God! It does
Oh
look like the
boy,
Gorn.
is he not wearing pants? That makes me
Whoa.
uncomfortable.
He looks like a
Yeah, my
favorite
Teenage
part
Mutant
of
Ninja
clothes.
Turtle villain. It's pretty ballin', I guess.
Oh my God, this is gonna be such a
Pantsless
specific
makes it
reference.
worse.
There was a Spider-Man game for the Wii that came out in like 2005, and you have to fight a dude who looks exactly like that. That's all I remember.
Oh man.
That must have been a very easy boss battle. You know, just one, and then the hip is broken.
Oh, that's
He
so
was called the
cool.
Gray Muzzle.
That was like the Grey Wolf thing where they said the Too Sweet was part of the. Nah, no, never mind.
Oh my God.
Oh man! But
But
another thing,
it's crazy,
yeah.
like this exploration. It seems that enough people have existed on the internet for so long now that even though the internet, in some ways, it's in its infancy, it seems that. Well, I mean, 20 years being like in the scope of human history is an infancy, but like it seems that the more people exist online. Sorry, I'm just like getting totally destroyed by the OG horse head.
The
in the-
horse mask?
well, that's the Italian in Yu-Gi-Oh that remembers back to that Godfather
Oh,
scene with
yeah.
the horse's head.
The capital.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's sending
Oh,
a
can I-
message to all the furry haters. Yes.
That picture literally looks like it's like backstage imagery of like a children's show.
Yeah.
It does. That's Barney
Like,
right there.
he's
I don't
Barney
know
with
if that
the
makes it
head.
better or worse.
Wait,
Dressed
no. What
as
were we gonna
the
say?
gray muzzle.
I was gonna say I want to hit on something real quick, then I gotta go fucking drain my bladder because the white claws are going right through me.
Hell yeah, brother.
Oh.
But if furries can still exist in the way that they do now, in that insular culture that they have, that'll be shit posting. That's gonna be people like us in like a year. Honestly, we're gonna be like the furries now, where it'll just be like, oh yeah, here's
Yeah,
my
but
meme.
I mean, there's no reason that
Blocked.
furry shouldn't exist now because it's part of like kinks and you can't kink shame and you
No, I
can't,
know.
you know, so like, of course they're going to survive.
No,
But
but I'm
like,
saying is
God
if you're
forbid
out
you
in
have
the
a different
public like that-
opinion.
God
I'm saying is
forbid
if
them
you're out in the
indeed.
public like
God
that-
is forbidding them. They're going to hell.
God hath given them over
Posting
to a
for me-
reprobate mind.
This is what I'm saying is like, look, I'm not trying to kink shame anybody, but what I'm just saying is
I
like
am.
for me,
It's
shit
weird.
posting is like a biological function. Like you can't stop me from doing that. So like if they can keep doing it, so can I. That's my take. I'm gonna pee.
And
I'll be right
while Noah's peeing, I want to remind everybody again to subscribe right fucking now. We are bringing people together. We are going to have for Thursday stream all 3 creators of Cyanide and Happiness. So that webcomic Cyanide and Happiness, we are having all 3 creators there. Then we're going to have another stream about whether what is that medieval system of government called? Gio?
Feudalism, from feudalism to the modern state.
Yes,
we're gonna have
exactly.
a stream about that. Then
that's
Thursday, I don't know if we're gonna have a free for all Friday this week. or-
No, because at the National Arts Club, I am going to be hosting a virtual reality summit, and that's happening this Friday at the National Arts Club YouTube channel. You could go there, but please behave yourself. don't
It's
just
not
start-
BTR. Let me tell you.
No, it's not. But anyway, patreon.com/break the rules. Now is the time for me to shill Patreon. So listen, guys, I know that there are many new people here who don't know who the fuck are these people. Why is Noah on their show? Let me tell you something. We are building something very special here by combining different people together from different industries. So we have had on high-ranking members of NASA. We have had on Charles Carroll. We have had on, the godfather of psychedelia. We have had on Dennis McKenna, who was Terrence McKenna's brother. So we have had on people from all kinds of different worlds coming in here and talking, and I think those are some of our best streams, where we do have people who completely disagree with each other. Like, we had on a professor from the University of Chicago who wasn't even following, the University of Chicago's whole system with, anyway, I'm not going to get into now, but the point is that I want to bring central bankers together with some of the Redditors who are doing what they're doing right now. This is the destiny of BTR, to bring all these different people together, and we're not going to be able to do it without your support. So go to patreon.com/break the rules. I'm going to post the link right now in the chat, and here's what you get. By becoming a $5 patron, you get special access to our secret Percolator Discord channel, as well as being able to post images and GIFs and just text inside of our BTR chat. You notice that for the YouTubers, they can only post it on YouTube, but there are some special privileged people who get to post inside of BTR chat. Anyway, $20 is going to get you exquisitely beautiful magnets created by my father, Alexander Polyakov. He is a genius artist. Look at the quality of these magnets. It is ooh la la.
Well, we
superb.
can't see it in the chat, but you guys
you
can
cannot.
see it.
Yes, but you guys
Just
can see
imagine a really nice magnet.
it. Exactly.
There you go.
Made of wood.
There
Give
you
him
go.
some money, please.
Yes.
Do it.
And when you become a $30 patron, you are going to get an exquisite print from my main man, Giovanni Penacchietti, from the TFW No GF series. Watch him
One
go.
of 5 prints that I select
Yes.
at random, made in the traditional Japanese ukiyo style.
And
But
also don't
That means
forget
Bukkake.
Real incel culture, OG art creation right there. So that's
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And when you become a $50 patron, not only are you going to get all of that, but you are also going to get a custom wooden magnet in addition to the first one, and both of those recur every year. So every year you remain a patron, you are going to get 2 wooden magnets, one of which is completely custom, whatever design you want. Do you want a Noah's Hugbox magnet? Do you want a magnet of Noah sitting in that cum jar and it's made out of wood instead of made out of glass? This can be done. We can make it happen. This is the
We have the
guarantee of
technology.
BTR. We do.
we have.
And
You
you're
will also get at the $50 tier.
My dick in your ass.
No,
Jesus
that could be
Christ.
arranged.
That could be, yeah.
2 more things. You will get.
I'll stick to the $20.
You will get a Warhammer 40K figurette painted by Jules, and you will get one of my smaller Bob Ross tribute paintings done in his style, modified slightly. I've gotten down to the point where I could do one in 15 minutes, but you will get one of, maybe Lev, you could put some figures up on the screen and one of my paintings. So that's what you get at $50. So please give me money or a manual typewriter. So that was a Francis Deck reference right there. For those of you who know Francis E. Deck. Yeah, so what were we talking about, Lev? Before we started chilling?
Yes, before we started chilling, we were talking about...
Then Noah went to take a piss?
Yes, we were talking about online culture.
Maybe that could be a
talking
Patreon
about
tier. You get half of it, Noah's piss, Noah's bath.
Yes, we were
It was
talking about...
like that, like Sopranos, where Paulie says to Vito, he's like, "Hey, I got a piss. You want half of that too?" So
E-boys selling their piss online.
E-boys selling their piss online.
This is a good segue. I want to get back to the furries though. But did I ever talk about? I don't know if you know this. The origin of why I have the cum jar.
Wait, what is the cum
tell
jar?
us.
I don't think I want to know, but I'm asking anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to know.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab it. I gotta shill
No,
it.
wait.
Oh,
Are
is
y'all
this an
so
actual
excited
cum
to
jar?
see live come on YouTube?
I'm not.
So epic. Bro, let's go. Full send.
Space
Yes,
Jam
guys,
boys,
subscribe.
y'all ready for this?
That was like back in the day, the
Subscribe
Lita and
for
Edge live
cum.
sex show. Now it's live cum show. So
Yeah,
there
I
you
mean,
go.
we are very thankful for everybody
All right.
coming to our stream. Here we go.
So when
We're
I
gonna
was
make this full
when I
screen.
was still in the midst of my deep cover operation, right? When I was in the children's group, I had this thing made, which is a figurine of me climbing out of a cum jar. And at the time, I think I just smashed it actually, which is really funny. But at the time, nobody knew what I was doing. But the whole point was I was making fun of the way that content creators encourage themselves. But yeah, I took my hand off. I was making fun of the way that content creators encourage themselves to be sexualized because it makes them money, and that even if their fans are underage.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yep.
And so I was making fun of that, and everyone was like, "What are you doing?" And then like everything happened after that, and I was like, "Oh, that's funny." So yeah, it was symbolizing that. It was just the bukkake of the fan base, but nobody got that at the time.
So they were just like, "Hey, come man."
They just bought it. They were just like, "Hey, come man," and then I was like, "Yeah, I'm making fun of you," and they were like,
2GBP from
Come
Pixel Ghost.
together in my ass.
Piss. Okay,
Fuck
Pixel
me.
Ghost. 2GBP. Piss with force. Shart with grace.
Thank you for the Monopoly money, Pixel Ghost.
Do you feel though that this culture of not just a sexualization, but also is there this pretense that if you are of a certain demographic online, that it's almost like in order to shill, you have to like if you're a woman streamer, let's say, then you're gonna have to have like the OnlyFans, and you're gonna have to like go for it all the way. Like I know women who are popular on the internet that don't do those things, and they have like really creepy, like, 4chan threads about them where they're like, oh man, there should be nudes of them. Where are the nudes? And I don't know. It's like,
It's
I don't
the same
mean to,
thing from
like-
the other side. That's what I'm saying. Is if you got fucking 16-year-old girls watching you, they do the same thing where they fucking they take the easy road and they just like sexualize it. Like I said, I keep bringing up Dream, but like the whole like, oh yeah, it's fine to write fan fiction of my friend fucking me in the ass and shit like that, where
God.
it's like you're doing the same shit. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's just the easy route to establishing the most parasocial relationship possible. I
think some people think it's like comedic or something, but like I got sent literal fanfic of me and another creator, and I was like, this is fucking disturbing.
To be fair, one time I got sent fanfic of my friend and I falling in love with each other, and I thought that shit was fucking hilarious because they nailed the personalities, and I was like, I read that with my girlfriend at the time, and she was dying too. She was like, they nailed your personality. I was like, that one was pretty funny, but aside from that, not usually very comedic.
Thankfully, I
Yeah,
have
usually it's
yet
kinda
to get to the
fucking
point
creepy.
where someone has made fanfic of me. So
They've made
there's
fanfic
still
of you,
time.
James. It's just in the negative. They've
Look,
fantasized about doing all sorts of things to you, James.
the people I brought to this stream, I'd be looking out, James.
what?
I said the people that I brought to this stream when I tweeted it out, I'd be looking out.
You know
Yeah.
what?
Get ready.
As long as they subscribe to the Patreon, they can write any fanfic they want about.
I'll write some
And
fanfic
you
about you
are
right
on your
now.
way to being a Minecraft YouTuber.
Well, I definitely send threats to people in Minecraft, so I'm partly
Oh,
there, I guess.
But I feel that it is true. Like, not to, like, OG like Radfem post, but there is, I don't know, in the cloak of liberation, it seems that there is this pretense that if you are a person online, like if you were like a boob streamer, like you have like, for example, like anti-boob streamers like she was yet to be on the show, Brittany Venti. You have people like that who make a joke
I can
out
ask
of it.
her if you want.
Oh, okay, that'd be great.
I know
My
her
friend,
about it.
my friend
Smiling.
Sheepdog is friends with her in real life, so maybe we could get.
I love her, dude.
I was
I
gonna
love
DM her
her.
and say
I
follow
love
me
her.
on Twitter. Then I saw that she got banned, and I was like, ah, fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Yes, she
DM'd her
did.
because she follows me on or followed me on Els before she got banned, and she was like, "All right, they have to contact my manager though." I'm like, "Really,
man?"
Yeah, she does everything through her manager, but I'll pass the message along to her manager and her.
That'd be great because I think like when it comes down to it, there is this discourse that sex work is real work, OnlyFans is normalized, but at the same time, I feel like now that there's that expectation for like women streamers to do that, or even like, I don't know, just like the weird culture that's cropped up around streamers in general. It's just that I don't know, it's this really weird moment that we're in culturally, and you can't really put a finger on it unless you're like, I don't know, like what do these kids do? They just like watch streamers all day. It's just, it's surreal, right? I don't know. I don't mean to sound like an old fogey,
and they
30-year-old
spend their
boomer, but
parents' allowance on.
But it's a
these
double,
streamers.
it's like a double order of like, now you're not playing a game, you're watching someone play a game.
Yeah, can I try to put a finger on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I try to do that? All right. So as a person who's been sort of watching all of these environments develop in real time, like, dude, I remember the first Hutch quickscope fucking video, man. Like I was.
By the way,
subscribed
Hutch
to
is a
Blank
fucking
Truth.
pussy. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm gonna
yes.
cast aspersions.
But just
That's a retweet.
That's a quote right there.
I was subscribed to Blame Truth. I've been around for a while. You know what I mean? Like I really literally watched the guy who created the YouTube, commentary. So the idea here is these kids. One, you have to remember that when we were watching YouTube, we were normal to a degree. We were watching it as a source of entertainment. I didn't give a fuck about Blame Truth. He was just on Voice. These kids now, these people are like their parents or their siblings and shit. It's we've talked about it on the stream before. It's parasocial relationships, right? These people are forming relationships with people they don't know, that don't know them, that don't care about them, and like they care about them in the abstract, maybe, right? But don't know them. But they treat them as though they do. That's where all of this fucking weird fan fiction shit comes. They think they like know you. You know what I mean? And I think part of the fan fiction thing is partly I'm going to jump around a little bit here, but all of these things kind of play together. You guys know what Homestuck is?
Yes.
I only know from my Twitch chat.
Okay, so Homestuck is interesting in that it was a really cool idea at first. The idea was Andrew Hussey wrote comics in MS Paint, right? And the way that they were functioning was that the forum would give commands to the quote-unquote player character that is the main character of the story. And therefore the story is written by Hussey having to sort of improvise to, it's like D&D, but it's a comic, right?
It's like those chain stories back in the day.
Exactly. So Homestuck was started in that vein. It's sort of about being stuck at home as a kid and your only communication is with a bunch of people who you know through the internet. Sounds familiar? Right?
Oh,
yeah.
All of that.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's about the current condition, right? But it's also a video gamified. So the whole thing is designed around a game that is real life. Right. The point of this, however, is that Hussey went from being an interesting and based creator. He made a hilarious white joke in his he made fun of the fact that Tumblr hates when characters have white skin in the comic canonically. He changed it later, but it was hilarious when it happened because it was just a giant middle finger. But the problem was that he kowtowed. He bent the knee to the Tumblr audience, which is, when I say Tumblr audience, what I mean is the people that want you to change your story in real time while they're reading it. That type of person. The person that doesn't actually care about what you're creating. They just want it to be what they want it to be, which is retarded because when you think about it, they like it because you made it. They like it because of what you created. But then they're like, no, but make them all gay or make them all whatever stupid other dumb thing that they care about. And
Make 'em all
that's what
Chinese.
happened with Homestuck. Yeah, make them all Chinese, make them all whatever thing, right? Make them all e-girls, right?
Make them all
it-
inflate.
You're Chinese.
Make them all
Exactly.
inflate. Jesus.
Make them
Oh,
all e-girls. Oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah. Well, Gio, you know what's coming now because Noah is new here. You know what I'm about to do. So,
Don't do it, Lev. I swear to God. Do
Yeah.
not post. Do
Oh,
not
wait,
fucking
wait,
post
Noah,
Fat
Noah.
No.
let me
We're
ask
getting
you a
pictures
question.
of e-girls now.
Let me
Let's
ask you a
go.
question. Noah, are you a fan of Disney's The Lion King?
Don't.
Wouldn't call myself a fan.
Don't.
I
him
mean,
with the
you
fat
grew
right
up
now.
with. I mean, I know
I've
that I
definitely
grew up with
seen it.
Lion. Yeah, like I grew up with Lion King, 1995. It was a big fucking deal, you know. But anyway, it had.
Lev,
a
I'm gonna
character in
stop
there.
you right here.
It had a character
Lev,
in there named Nala.
Concern.
And Nala was,
Concern.
yeah. I mean, Forever Young did it already, but I'm gonna do a larger version of
So
it.
to
I
change
know.
the subject, Ethereum's hitting all-time highs right now, so I
Is
hope
it?
you guys are
Fuck!
holding.
Wait, really?
Yep, we're
Okay,
we're
good.
over 1,500 for Ethereum.
Are
so-
you
Really?
fucking kidding me?
Okay,
Moon mission,
all right,
guys?
I'm down.
Let's fucking
The
go!
moon, yeah, let's fucking
Oh
go.
no,
Well,
Lev.
Ethereum
Oh my
is
god.
Look, the
Ethereum
show's
is
been
as big
great.
as Nala.
I'm
This
so
is
happy
cycle.
because I
Don't
had
fucking
Ethereum, I was
screen it.
gonna convert
Don't
the
put it
other
on the
day and
fucking
never
main
did.
screen.
I didn't
No.
want to see that.
This is
Oh my
psychological
God, Jesus.
warfare.
Make it the full
Hold on, I'm
screen.
gonna
We
make
need
it
to we
better.
need to fully analyze and just like let it soak in.
I'm gonna make
What?
it better by posting something else.
You're
I'm
gonna make
post...
it worse.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna make it better. I'm gonna, because I have the need for Sneed. So this is.
Oh.
What in the
Oh,
goddamn
no.
fuck is that,
Here.
dog?
Here you
Sneed
go.
Nala.
Get it out
Yeah.
of my face.
Holy.
Welcome
Yeah,
to
this is-
BTR.
This is
Welcome
Lev
to
being
right
gooned
now.
out.
Look at
Holy
Peter
shit.
Faust, Neko Sneed. Oh my
Oh yeah. By the
God.
way, we did have a request, Noah. We had a request from Peter Faust for you to say Neko. No, for you to say Nya.
Oh, I've done that on stream before.
Important.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Well,
There you
what
go.
is
That's all I got for you.
okay? Can
He's a
someone explain
$50
this?
patron. He's a very important person. $50 patron.
Oh, he deserves
Can
it. then.
someone would someone
You
explain
have to
this
stroke
Nya
his
thing
cock
for me?
because he.
It is
gives us
simply the
$50
noise a
a
cat
month.
makes.
I mean, that's
it.
fair.
So.
Good
A
for
noise-
service.
Noise
okay,
One
I have
stroke
to-
is fine. So like a little quick like. And you're good.
It's Japan.
You don't have to make him come or anything.
Can
Nothing
I-
gay.
Can I rapidly segue into something real quick before
Yes,
my brain
please do,
collapses?
for the
I
love
lose
of
it?
God.
I
Please.
think that the origin for all of the toxic YouTube culture, I think that the origin for all this weird parasocial shit, I think the origin for all this indoctrination stuff, I think it can be traced to one root point. I think it can be traced to dare I even say, not the tree of life, but the tree of death, right?
Mm.
Do you know the Vlog Brothers?
Oh my God.
Oh yeah,
yes.
John Green. John Green.
You
I
can
was actually
trace
going- that's where I was going.
everything back
That's where I was going. You're right.
to the Vlog Brothers.
Who are the
Please.
Vlog brothers?
Yeah, John. It's literally John Green.
Hank
Henry's
Green and
fault.
John Green. Yeah.
They
Mm,
created the Tumblr people. They
They
created
did.
that.
They
Oh.
made them.
unlucky.
I
Yeah,
remember
that's-
back
that
when
is-
I was writing
Broke
for
going back in time to kill Hitler. Woke going back in time to kill these guys.
Oh,
in Minecraft. In Minecraft.
Crap.
in
So,
Minecraft.
In real life this time,
Wait,
Jesse.
who
I'm
is
serious.
John
serious.
Green?
Mhm.
Isn't John Green the guy who wrote "Men are from Mars, Women are from Venus"? Or am I thinking of another
No,
John
No,
Green?
no,
No,
that's-
he
that's-
wrote a
You were
bunch of
looking for
young adult
Alaska.
novels about people like dying of cancer and shit like that.
I
listened to one of
remember
them on audiobook
this-
and I was like, that was shit.
This one
There's sadness
YouTuber.
porn.
Yeah.
This one YouTuber I remember
Yeah.
who left. I shouldn't name his name. Just say let's call him CF. He said like what is like The Fault in Our Stars about? Isn't about like cancer patients fucking each other. So,
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
yeah.
But
It's
they, dude,
Lovely.
cancer patients falling
when
in
I
love.
was when I was writing for Thermidor magazine, I wrote this like I only published it on my blog because it was like unhinged, but I wrote this like scathing review of Paper Towns, and you can still find it on my blog if you go to my Twitter. It's on link of my blog post in the PDF section. But I fucking skewered this thing because my mother like forced me to watch this film with her because like she wants me to
Oh
watch
my
it with her.
God.
And I just like, oh my God, like, okay, I gotta admit, for Conscious Moss in the chat, some of the stuff that my mother forced me to watch, I kind of do enjoy it. Like 90 Day Fiance, I kind of do like watching 90 Day Fiance with my mom. But no, I know it's terrible. But no, Paper Towns really, what to me, it signifies that culture that you were speaking of, Hugbox, that it's about like, think of what's her name? Claire Davigna's character, Margot. Is that her name, Margot?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's literally Manic Pixie Dream Girl. But
She's okay, but she's Manic Pixie Dream Girl, but she is the most popular girl in school that is yet the social outcast, like interesting goth girl or whatever. So she is the best of both. She is a postmodern literary entity because she is literally what every girl on Tumblr wants to be. The total outcast that just so happens to be the most popular fucking girl in school. Okay.
She's Daria.
She's Daria.
But
Daria. Okay.
She's Daria,
No,
but
that's
hot.
literally
But
me
hot.
though. Literally.
But Daria
killed
had
Daria.
a depth to her though. That's the
But this is-
until they ruined
no,
her.
She's
But
Daria,
that's...
but a Stacy.
she's
Stacy.
Daria, but a Stacy.
Yes.
Oh my
but,
god.
dude, this is what you need to understand. All of John Green's books, they're all like this. They're all the girls are the same. They're all the same. They're all enigmas wrapped in mysteries. And when you get to the center, it's
There's
just
nothing. There's
a
literally
girl. It's just
nothing.
it's less than nothing.
It's like the J.J. Abrams monster version of a
The
character.
J-
Like,
And what the
It's
fuck
the
is
M.
on
Night
my
Shyamalan
screen?
twist of a person.
It's
I'm just not gonna
What
look
the
at the
fuck
Zoom
is
call
that?
anymore. I'm just
Lev,
not gonna
Why do you
please
do
just
this
don't
to us,
do
Lev?
this.
minimizing it. I'm
I'm
just gonna
so
pretend
glad
I'm in a
It wasn't just
that I
me.
can't-
call.
It was Conscious Moss. Conscious Moss reinvigorated me by posting another inflated Nala. So
Okay,
I had
please
to.
don't, Lev. This is serious business
Listen,
right
the
now.
Nalas are canon. They're Lindy for the stream. It's okay.
I
This
just
is a fat
realized,
Nala,
guys, I have
respect
mod
their
powers.
stream.
I forgot I have that.
Oh boy.
Please
Mods the
exercise
mod.
them.
But yeah, I think what it like. Yeah, the Green Bros. They really. There was
It's
a unique
people like
cultural
them.
moment within.
It's shit like Avatar fucking Korra. Like every time a company was like, oh yeah, we'll just make him gay and fucking trans or whatever the stupid thing you want us to make the dumb character be, and then all these people are like, yes, they will all bend the knee, and that's
Well,
what
But
they do.
but there's
now.
an
Well, this is what's
inability to
really funny
write a
too,
good
is-
character.
I
And it
want to wrap
cascades
around.
across
Noah.
everything.
Yeah.
Noah, go for it.
I want to wrap around real quick. Is I remember this being during the height of like the whole games issue, and I'm gonna come back to this with the whole that character thing where they're like, I can't relate to this character because they're not like me. And I'm like, listen, my favorite character to play as in a video game is like a 9-foot tall scaly alien from a theocracy. So like, I don't fucking give a shit, dude. The Arbiter's cool. You know what I mean? Like, why does every character have to be you? Why are you trying to insert yourself in every fucking
It's
story?
frustrating
You know
too
what I'm
because
saying?
there's
They're
movies,
losers.
there's books, there's so many instances of media that I can think of that I can look back to where there was a male protagonist and there was plenty of things I could relate to in the protagonist. Now, of
Yeah.
course, there's certain things that men and women experience different. So of course there's gonna have to be media out there where there's a female protagonist.
Well,
but
of
it's-
course,
It
yeah.
doesn't have to be a female. It doesn't have to be
There,
a person, a Cuban. It doesn't have to be an Italian or a black person.
Well, I mean, in
or
my
like,
personal opinion, like,
I think
you
they
can
all have
relate
to
to
be
anyone.
Italian.
yes,
Well, I
I
mean-
agree.
Wait, Wonder.
They all have to be
Every
Italian.
And
cat in
Marco
every
Italian.
game, no matter what their fucking gender,
I
it has to be
posted-
Italian. I
Yeah,
don't want representation
Hold
of
on,
any
hold
other
on,
race
everybody,
other
everybody.
than Italian.
Shh. Everybody. Shh. Okay, Captain Wonder, you wanted to say something. I want to make
How
sure.
kind
say
of
it.
you. I'll kiss you on the cheek. All right. I mean, like, I'm like totally down for like inclusion and stuff like that. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you know, but it's the fact I think some companies they'll go and they'll use that as their only selling point. And holy shit, what is that?
That wasn't
They'll
me. That
pretty much
was
just
Last of Us 2.
they'll pretty much just be like, well, like we'll think of like for example, like Overwatch, right? It's like was
Exactly.
a pretty fun game when it started out, and then they just let the entire game die. And when their fan base started to dwindle, they were like, "Guess what? Soldier had a boyfriend," and it's like crazy.
And
This is what I was-
and
Add
the
a
game still
fucking
dies.
DLC
It
or
still
something.
Is
dies.
it true?
It's
that
like so.
they
Like I'm
spent,
entirely
like,
down for it.
It's
Is
a
it
shame
true
they
that they
closed the
spent,
servers
like,
for
millions?
They'll make
Overwatch
it the only
in
selling point.
2017.
Wait,
But what-
James,
well,
what did
what
you
else-
say, James Cunningham?
Is it
James.
true that that Blizzard spent millions on researching how to make each Overwatch character as fuckable as possible to different demographics and fetishes
Yeah,
and
they
shit.
went
To
to, like,
actually
the
trigger.
manga.
No, I
yeah.
would believe it because I've played as Roadhog before. That
I'll
is the
show you
pe-
a
that is the
Roadhog,
peak
all
sex
right.
icon.
But
that's
I
true.
feel
you ever
like-
played 12 Roadhogs one hole? That was a good.
Oh
that
my
was-
god. The
Gio, what do you
saddest
feel
thing
like?
you will ever find are
I
those.
feel
are those
like
surgeons.
I'm
Okay.
going insane. No, I feel like you could like. There's a lot of indie media I feel that does, not that like again my own religious beliefs aside, there's a lot of indie media that does the LGBT thing quite well. I mean, when I was younger, I watched what's that one with Hilary Swank? Boys Don't Cry. That was a great film. I must say, Boys Don't Cry was Kino. And I think that even in video games, there could be a potential if you wanted to do the trans character that isn't like Last of Us 2 or like the recent controversy with the cyberpunk thing. It's just there
It doesn't
isn't.
have to be cringe.
Yeah, I feel like there's
Doesn't
a way
have
to
to be
do it without
cringe.
making it feel shoehorned. Because the
I-
more
yeah.
shoehorned in it feels, the more inauthentic it feels. And if I was somebody who you claim to be representing, and I found this
Yeah.
character that just felt like a token, I would be
Yeah,
offended.
It
Yeah,
feels
I will
disrespectful.
say right
yeah,
now-
it feels so disrespectful to me when I see that.
Yeah,
I will say right
Yeah.
now that there are two visual novels that I can't name because it's like major spoilers in it. But there are two visual novels I've played, Japanese obviously, where the twist has to deal with trans, or one of the twists.
Yeah, but the
And-
Japanese in mangas have been having trans and women and lesbian and yaoi characters for like since the
difference is
80s.
Japan-
But what I'm saying is
They
do
don't
it
give a
from-
shit
they
about
do
it.
it
Like, that's the
so
difference.
well compared
Yeah.
to everything
sincere.
that I've seen in like American games and media and stuff, where it's just like cringe alert, bye.
Well, because again, I
Because
think
the
the
difference is
biggest issue.
sincerity.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
sincerity
that's
is a
sincerity.
big
Yeah.
part
They
of it.
actually
Yeah.
they actually are like they're doing it because they want the character to be that, not because they think it's good for fucking.
But
Yeah,
Remus,
it's like
you-
PR
It's not
almost.
because
They're
they're
not-
trying to tell a story. It's because they just feel like they have to. It's gonna make
Yeah.
it sell better. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's for
But
metrics.
The lack of integrity. Yeah.
Exactly.
But Remus, like we've talked about this about like what is the deal with like on like the extremely online like right wing cinephilia. I think it's because the Japan and other Asian countries manages to escape like Western political categories, but there's something more there that I think that's like when you envision like a futurist society. I guess Japan is like the closest on earth. Like Tokyo is the closest city on earth we could come to like a futurist city. But even when it comes to art and entertainment, it's just there's a certain like je ne sais quoi that they do. I don't know. It's like not to go into it because there's problems obviously with transporting
Yeah, obviously.
Japanese context media into
What
America.
I would say,
Well,
what I'd say is watch any Western cartoon, right? Like a cartoon designed for kids that's designed to teach them sort of like life is awesome and it's an adventure and go make friends and like be cool and have fun. Go watch it.
See,
an
that's the
American
problem. They need
version,
more
a
King of the
Western
Hills.
version, and
that
then
Let's say
teaches
watch
them
that and
and
then
then
watch
watch-
Evangelion.
yeah, no, and then watch One Piece. Watch One Piece.
Mhm.
Watch Dragon Ball. Watch
Yeah.
something like that. And the difference is that
Dragon Ball.
One Piece isn't Dragon Ball is more about punching each other, but that
Do I need to switch to my phone to show my my detolfs next to me in my whole Dragon Ball collection?
yes.
I have
But
Yes.
I have too much.
The idea here is that it's like they don't insult your intelligence. They're gonna talk to you about shit that's heavy and real. Like there's fucking like intense slavery in One Piece, and it's addressed like barefaced. They don't hide it.
You know,
Yeah,
And-
Naruto
and
too.
there's-
I watched
that unless
Naruto
it's,
when I
like,
was very young. There's
super-
like death and
Yeah.
child abuse.
but-
and-
no,
on the-
but the
on-
only let's look at one of the shows that does okay, you know that rule, like, you never want to write about child abuse, you never want to write about rape, right? Okay, let's look at Courage the Cowardly Dog, one of the only
Oh, yeah.
shows to
Oh, yeah.
wow, that's a lot of Dragon Ball.
That
Oh
is
my
so
God.
sick.
That's awesome.
But anyways, yeah, Courage the Cowardly Dog was one of the only Western animation shows, in my opinion, that managed to actually do the plot lines of rape and child abuse actually like correctly. That was like, wow, I can't believe it's a children's show, but it has like a lasting impact, even like the audience that's well into their 20s and 30s now, right? So I don't know. I feel like this whole like laziness around writing itself, even like in video games, for instance, it's just like, what was the controversy with Mass Effect? There was some kind of like consent thing going on. Like, I don't know. It's just like, there's a lot of these.
Mass Effect was just having random, like Mass Effect just had random conversations about being non-binary happening, like as like background chatter.
Yeah, like
just to have it there.
That's the other
It's
thing.
French Canadian.
They all looked kind of ugly. And look, I'll be honest with you, Noah. I know you're a big fan of the what's that series, the Elder Scrolls series. I don't know.
I hate them.
You hate? Oh, okay. I thought you really liked.
Based.
I thought you really liked Oblivion.
I like
back when you were
everything.
growing up.
I kind of like Oblivion, and I like the shit before that. But I hate Skyrim, dude. Pretty shit.
I
Oblivion.
like how Oblivion is
shit.
basically just like unintentionally the funniest game to ever be made.
Yeah, it really is.
But isn't the
Morrowind-
consensus that
Morrowind comes
Skyrim is
close.
like the best game ever?
Stop
something
right there,
to people?
criminal.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
by,
That's
like,
the
retard
YouTube
normies.
streamer thing. That's what.
I
Even
still
going back to what I
haven't
said
played-
before.
Finished playing
Hey.
Skyrim.
The real
when-
Skyrim is Dwarf Fortress.
There you go.
But when it comes to Japan,
Nice.
okay, like you have the following in Japan. You have like some engineer who's designing a highway connector, like I don't know what you call it, but like on the highway where like one highway goes into another one, and they design it to
median.
be like a piece of fucking art, you know, that you could look at this
Yeah.
thing from far away and admire it. And that's because like they want to put in everything they can into this, while here it's the opposite. Like we have this very much let your free flag fly type of culture, where I don't think we have a necessary amount of pressure to actually get that whole kundalini activated, to get that whole fire of the gods, this Promethean energy activated like the Japanese have. And this is why I think a lot of people are depressed today. This is why I think a lot of Americans are in the deep shitter, because they feel like, you know, like life's passing them by, they're doing drugs, and they're not really doing something that can lift them the fuck up. They didn't have the right influences, maybe. And what else do they have left? Like, I don't blame the people who do just like put the hashtags of whatever political causes or their pronouns in their bio. What else do they fucking have? They weren't given anything else. So like now it is up to.
But even the media,
Yeah.
like even the media that they were given, now the people in charge of that media, and we could argue like, okay, are video games art? Do they possess like a certain aesthetic quality that is beyond art?
Yes.
Or
Yes,
like-
they do. They are.
Oh,
and
well,
more so
Remus, we
than
could argue
any
about this,
film ever
but
could be.
no, but what I mean is like even the media, the media itself, like from like the people that create these games or these franchises, like Disney, for instance, is, in my opinion, one of the most evil corporations, because they're
That's right.
actively alienating their audience base, and they're actively going against, it's like they're trying to shed or trying to create a subject within their audience that is, you know, totally disciplined and like docile bodied towards their own like view of what a perfect consumer is, right? So it's like, I don't know, what is that? Like, it seems that media has such an omnipresent nature to like common existence nowadays, that Disney like is in a position where they could literally own half of all entertainment and media production in the world. So it's like, think of it that way, right? Like because what gets sold in, like, for example, in the developing world, what gets passed on is the most mainstream shit. You know what I mean? Like, apart from their own native media. So it's like when the fucking Marvel universe is being sold for like a rupee in like this some shore bazaar in Calcutta, right? Like, it's like, what does that say about the colonialization of the West and towards the rest of the world, right? Sorry, I'm just screeding right now. So it's...
well, Disney did have, for those who don't know about it, Roadside Romeo, which was this production, this Bollywood / Disney animation production with these animated dogs that did like all the Bollywood dances, and there was like a hot dog there
really?
too. Yeah, she was like a literal. She was a hot dog, you know, like she was voiced by Kareena Kapoor. Here she is. Here's the image. So I know we're doing a lot of furry stuff today, but this is important. This is education. So this is the cover of Roadside
Jesus
Romeo.
Christ.
This looks like something you would find in the dollar store.
I'm gonna have something to say about this. I have to pee again. I'll be right back.
All right,
Bye-bye.
go for it. Empty the bladder. But no, what do
dollar
you
store movies. I found that that Ratatouille movie that everybody and their mother was reviewing on YouTube. You know what I mean? That really bad Ratatouille ripoff. I found it at a Goodwill and I bought it. So that's fun.
Oh my.
Well,
Well,
my,
this
my
is-
favorite is the old Atlantis ripoff, like the Atlantis, the animated version where they had this musical score with these little animals that were living
Yes.
under, and the rapping dog. That was great. So.
Yes.
We need a lot more of that, at least, because it's not just generic AAA slop. It's like there were
It's
some
generic single A slop.
yeah, but
Yeah.
like at least that slop has some weird like
There's charm.
Eastern European animators who probably like are not paid really well, but they just like insert their own shit in there. Like they don't follow the traditional rules that are set up by the animation orthodoxy. Gio, you have a cat. Look at this cat.
My cat Patchy, she recently,
Aw.
yeah, she has a bit of an issue lately. We have to give her antibiotics for some like respiratory thing, but she's better now.
That's
So
good.
yeah,
Good
she's
girl.
old. She's fucking 15 years old. I can't believe it. She's still
Well,
going.
that's-
But you can't tell because she's a run to the litter when we got her. So pure calico. So, yeah,
Oh,
that is so-
Well, this has been an
Oh, that's an
interesting
adorable cat.
experience for me personally. I have to bounce because I have to go somewhere at 6:30. I have to make myself look beautiful.
Oh,
Yeah, I was, I might shower. I don't know. I've thought about it. I'm like a 5-month streak of like not showering, so that'd be pretty epic.
Is she-
Go
is
to
she
her
into
right
that?
there.
Is she into
the
that?
notch- Yeah.
It's actually a cow across the street.
Oh,
I was
there
gonna,
you go.
mix it up with some bestiality. I thought that'd be epic.
Mm.
Well, I
Fun.
hope we've
Hands.
inspired you by the posting of the fat nollas and all that. Get you in the mood.
That
I
has
figured somebody was going to
inspired
tap
me.
out soon after that. I was like, somebody to go take care of something.
Yeah. That
I don't know who it's gonna be,
inspired me to definitely go.
Well,
Alright, no.
let me plug your wonderful YouTube channel. Here it is.
Oh,
Wonderstuck Guy.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's wonderful, but
Yes,
thank
it
you,
is.
sir.
Yes, it is. Everybody follow Wonderstuck Guy
Oh
right
my.
now. Follow him
Look-
on
look-
Twitter.
look at
and,
that.
thank you so much
Isn't
for
that
coming in.
something?
Be like me, I'm following right now.
There
Oh
we
my.
go. That's how
Oh,
we
and
That is
follow
a-
my YouTube
That
channel
is a
as well.
tragedy.
Yes,
Shiner
let me plug
Production.
Yeah, I'm
Gio's-
trying
Gio's
to
YouTube
branch
channel.
away from the stuff I make because I feel like a circus clown with the stuff I have to make now. But all right, it was super interesting talking with y'all, and y'all take care. Have a beautiful night, and make sure to wash your feet at any given time.
Take care.
Oh,
have,
there we
have
go.
have a great night.
Thank
I
you for coming
shall.
on.
This is Gio's link over here. I don't know why the fuck it's not creating a thumbnail for
Tomorrow
you.
I'm coming out with a new video. I'm reading a
Coming out.
thread by Egg Report from Twitter about the WQ woman question. No, it's gonna be
What's
great.
the woman question?
Well, I mean, find out. No, it's a great thread he made, my friend Egg Report on Twitter, and I'm just doing a commentary video. But
There we go.
I also will have a rant about in the coming week. I'm gonna have another painting video, hopefully, and I will have a rant about psychopolitics and how our the empire is now going to emotionally manipulate you into I don't know. Totally alienating yourself. So,
But this is kind of the thing that we're fighting against here on this stream, again, by bringing people together, yada yada, but also having somebody as amazing as Noah Hugbox here on the BTR stream. Like, what I would love to do is to be able to recreate some kind of a renaissance within the internet community when it comes to, like, high quality art. And I don't mean that in the art of, being like, well drawn, because furry art, a lot of it is well drawn, but a lot of it is the same. What I mean here is,
But it's all
create-
gross.
Well, no, there's some good stuff. But anyway, I understand what you're saying. When it comes to, when it comes to taking like all these people who are out there who are into video game content, who are into Minecraft or Skyrim or whatever, and getting them into the mindset of how can we rebuild this fucking thing, and how do we not become these thought zombies that are brain implanted, and this is the biggest challenge, but I think it's well worth it because we're more connected now than we ever were before. So maybe it can, just like that, maybe it can really rapidly start to increase. Because like Noah, I don't know if you like to follow history or like read old novels. Like right now I'm reading The Count of Monte Cristo and I'm really enjoying it. And I'm thinking like, fuck, like people were so, and again, I don't want to be one of these people who looks at life in rose-colored glasses into the past and says like, oh, they had it so much better than we do here. But they dress nice. They had a sense
Yeah.
of fashion, you know, and they had a sense of class, and at least it appears that they had a sense of honor, you know, like there just seems to be all these principles that they had, and now it seems, and again, every single fucking
They got to
generation
duel
says the
each
same
other.
thing, but that's right, they got to duel each other. So, like, I don't know, how do we get back to there being this Faustian sense of growth? Because right now, I'll be honest, man, like, I think it feels for a lot of people today, and I'm kind of 50-50 on it, but it feels like a lot of people have this sense that we are in a prison planet, that we fucked up.
Oh, nice
we're,
reference.
We're under the lockdown, and you know, everybody, like, you know, all the smart people have already escaped. They're either living inside of the earth, they're either living in Agartha, you know, or they're living in some other dimension right now. And we're just like stuck here. We can't go into Antarctica. That's off limits, you know. Like,
They shoot you. Yeah.
Well, I contacted a friend of mine and asked her to send a satellite up there because she was going to send the satellite to take pictures. And she was like, oh, of course we can do it. We got permission from yada, yada, yada. No word from her right now. I'm messaging her and I don't get a reply. And she is somebody who's like always messaging back with me. So it's like, what the fuck happened? Did they tell her something? You know, like, because Antarctica, I mean, fucking Antarctica, like, Operation High Jump, Admiral Byrd, you know, going
You're speaking
there
my
with
language right
yeah,
now.
like a scientific exploration with all these fucking warships and, you know, no scientists, just like soldiers there. And then all this, you know, all these stories that come out about like that magazine article that he had, I believe, like in this South American magazine, talking about how, you know, we didn't actually win World War II and how like they're gonna overpower us through being able to just like zip from one part of the earth to another. And then we have this whole Jacques Vallée, I don't know if you're familiar with that guy, but he's a writer who also talks about the psychological effect of UFOs that have had on people. And one interpretation of Roswell was that Roswell was the Nazis fucking with us. It was basically them putting some deformed being inside of inside of this weird craft, landing it there for them to be like, oh my god, is it aliens? Is it little green men from outer space? It's like, no, at least according to this theory, it's just this fucked up human being who's like all weird, and they're just playing a joke on us. They're like, you know,
I've never once
Fucked up human
believed.
being.
Let me hit on a couple things real quick.
Yes.
I've never once believed that UFOs were ever aliens. I was like, nah, it's fucking people, dude. That's just people.
No, they're
in
demons.
fucking
I don't
new
know.
aircraft.
They're-
Or
they
not-
could either
I'll
be
hit on the demons
demons
thing in
or-
a second too.
Yeah, okay.
Number two, right? The whole MK Ultra thing, right?
MK Ultra money.
Did you? I'm sure that you are aware of during MK Ultra they fuck with the whole brain chip thing extensively.
Oh yes, that's right.
And in
yeah.
like 1973, they were like, we can do all these things. Then you see the Neuralink conference, and you're like, huh, these are the same. You're like, it's almost like this is the same technology being released to the public. That's weird.
I think they even came
Interesting.
up with memory, like they didn't come up with, but they had a thing to do with memory castle concept as well.
Yeah.
That they were playing with. Yeah.
Can
Then
I float
Stargate
an
came
idea
along.
here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead,
Can I
Renus.
float an idea here for Noah? Considering you have the beautiful emperor on your as your icon.
Oh, of course.
So I've always thought I've had an idea here for a while that's it's like things like Warhammer 40,000, right? If you think about them, especially from a metaphysical standpoint, like the way the chaos works, the way the orc hive mind works,
Yep.
even the Tyranid hive mind, but all of that, right? It's like these are almost. It's like they're giving you hints and clues as to how this shit really operates, right?
Dude, this is the
even
thing.
The concept of Astartes, right? Like the genetic modification, like these things wouldn't be. You wouldn't make. I wouldn't want to make robots. I'd want to make super people. That's
Get in the
exactly
robot.
correct. Like,
Exactly.
yeah, make super people. To
What I'm
kill
saying is
the
we
robots,
already
you
know
what I
how to
mean?
do it. We already know how it's going to
Yeah,
shake down.
exactly.
You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
But there's another level to
exactly.
it in which we are the super people, but we are degraded super people. Meaning that if you believe this whole thing about there being giants that were destroyed by the Smithsonian, then it may be that our human form that we have right now is but a lesser fragment of what existed before. And
You
like
have
I said
to-
before,
yeah.
well, we are imagination. I really believe that. We are imagination that has been given form. We are made in the image of God. By God, I mean like this universal conscious energy.
Like
that
Vedanta,
wants
you
to
just have to
experience-
realize.
this is something that
Moksha.
I talk about this honestly constantly, where I talk about where I'm like, has anybody never noticed that like pretty much all of media kind of points to the same truth about ourselves? You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
everybody,
yeah.
like I feel like we are constantly telling ourselves the same story about
Everyone's saying this-
ourselves. And
telling the same. Yeah. Everyone's
Yeah.
telling the same story and has been for thousands of years.
Yep.
He's like, hey,
Dead on.
just wake up.
Well,
Wake
like
up.
for
Right
example,
back
like
from to the Vedas to the
Yep.
yeah,
Old Testament
Just
to
Mhm.
the Flower Garland Sutra. It tends to, yeah, there is. I mean, not to get too much into the perennial philosophy because there's obvious complications there, but it is true. We do have a universal story that maybe we're in the process of realizing, and you know, that could go with what you will. I mean, the whole UFO thing. There is a fascinating debate whether it is demons or whether it's a some machine elf psychic manifestation, or if they are actual material entities or from the future or whatnot. I mean, there's the possibilities are endless, I guess. Like,
But
Personally,
that's-
I think-
it
I
was
think,
fascinating.
but a
to me
lot
that
of
you guys-
demonic
oh, you can
possession
go
does
ahead,
come off as demonic, in my opinion. But anyways, go. Who's talking?
Oh,
Noah?
yeah, I think it was
uh,
Remus.
Oh, Remus, go ahead.
Yeah, give me a sec here. I think personally the best language. See, part of the problem here is that the words don't. These words all mean different things to everybody, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I think the best way to do this is the way that the Muslims do this, which is they don't give a shit about the distinction between Fae or Bigfoot or fucking
Mhm.
demons or whatever stupid. Like fuck you. You're all jinn. You're all just jinn.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They're all jinns, yeah.
You're beings. You are all beings of, and the way that they describe it in the Quran. Okay, this is, and I mean proper translation from a man, a guy who speaks Arabic and English and can properly translate this. They are beings of smokeless fire. What does that sound like to you?
Archons
That's
and
energy. That's
Gnosticism,
like,
right.
Mhm.
that's
Yeah, that's
electricity.
exactly what that
That's
is. Yeah.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
energy. It's electricity. There's smokeless flame. So they're all of these energy beings. They're all of these things that don't have a physical presence, whether it's a demon or an elf or Bigfoot or whatever. They're all jinn. They may not be demons per se. Like think about it this way.
Well, they have
Not every
different
jinn is a
qualifications,
demon.
each of them.
Yeah.
Not
By
every
the way,
jinn is
who's
a
that
demon,
purple
but
hair
every-
anime girl, by the
Every
way?
demon is a jinn.
That's Misato.
Masato.
He's
Misato.
From what?
That's from
Evangelion.
Evangelion. That's my queen.
Oh, shit. Okay. There you
That's
go.
your girl.
I'm gonna
Sorry.
fucking ban Forever Jung for that.
I just
meme they
got.
posted.
I just actually. I've never watched that, but I just got. My uncle sells like comics, like Marvel and DC comics and stuff. But he got actually a few anime comics, and I got to like original, like comics, like weekly
Dude,
release
you
comics
need to,
of
you
Neon
need to watch the
Genesis.
show. You need to watch the show.
Evangelion is very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we have
got
the,
it.
the
It
final
hits on
rebuild
some
movie
shit that
coming
we've
out
been
in 20
talking
years.
about right now.
So
We
we
could
gotta
actually-
get
well,
on it.
we could
fast.
It's on the
actually-
Gnostic shit.
Yeah, well, we could
It-
actually
Yes,
relate
it-
the
it-
angels from Evangelion.
It also hits
to
on modernity.
The,
Yeah.
like
Absolutely.
So
these
sorry, I cut
DMT
you off,
elves.
Remus. So with the
Yeah.
Evangelion.
Well,
Very,
all of
very
this,
much. No, but they are.
well,
It's
like
the same
all-
thing. Like if you think about the angels in Evangelion, they are jinn. That's what a fucking jinn is.
That's
When
exactly what they are.
You see something when you see something doing some shit. Look, listen, Muslim bros, they will tell you this. When you see something doing some jinn shit, it's probably a jinn. Just fucking walk away. Alhamdulillah, bismillah, bismillah, and walk the fuck away. Don't look. Don't
You ever
talk.
see
Don't
those
do
Arab
nothing.
ghost hunting
Don't do,
videos?
don't do nothing. Just walk the fuck away. Bismillah.
it's
That's
like
it.
how-
Don't. It's a jinn. Let it be jinn. Let it do jinn shit. It's not for you.
But
Just
okay,
fuck off. Let God
here's the
deal with it.
counter argument to that.
Love a good
Since
gin and tonic.
since we tend to be artists, you know, there are people who, let's say, could be elevated to a demigod status in world culture, like
Yes.
Shakespeare and Cervantes and all these
Healy.
fucking
Best
Asuka.
girl is
all,
passing the booth right
all
now.
these great artists. Like, I feel like they are associated with the muses, as they talk about, you know, like all these artistic genius inspirations that come into you, in the way you become the jinn. You become somebody who represents the world through the way that they see it, and there is a power in that I think connects one to the astral realm, just like
That was
Nikola
like that
Tesla.
Owen Cyclops comic about the difference between a demon and daemon. And it's like a daemon's like a muse just
Exactly.
inspiring you. By the way, what do you say? By the way, tuck in your shirt or something. I forget. It was, if someone could find the Owen Cyclops daemon comic, that'd be great. But no, it's true. I mean, that's why a lot of the old school perennialists, they converted to Islam, because they said that it had
Yes.
aspects of each religion within it. It was in some ways, especially Sufi Islam, was almost like the universal mystical school, and according
Yes,
to like Rene Guignon
it's
and
the
other
old.
ones.
It's like the old perennialist religion. Like that's where if you once you take a dabble in everybody's, you go there because
It has enough
they're
of
cool with that.
Abrahamism. It has enough of of more
Exactly.
mystical Eastern pagan schools that were involved in the creation of Islam.
But one thing that I don't know if it has that much of is this. Although I'm sure it has it to a certain
no, it
extent.
does. It has the Sufism has quite a bit of the
Yeah, like
Kabbalah.
breathing techniques, that kind of stuff.
Yes,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
it does.
yeah, they do.
But
The
what
reason that
some-
my buddy is so let me just say
Sure,
this
sure.
real quick and I'll
Mhm.
stop. The reason that my buddy says to be wary of Sufi is because Sufis tend to do this thing. I can't remember the Arabic word. It's essentially it's a contract. It's a contract between you and your teacher, your basically your priest or your monks, because it's
Your
Sufism, it's a
imam.
little bit different. Yeah, your imam's khadim. Now, the khadim is like your every human has a khadim. It's not your soul. It's more like your spirit, but it's not you either. Like it's like a being that's tied to you, like the traditional Greek idea of the demon, right? Is
Mhm.
that thing.
It's almost like karmic
so-
debt in some ways. Like
Exactly.
it's-
So the
yeah.
idea of a Sufi is you make a contract with their khadim, and that's not kosher. That's not halal. That's a reason that Sufis are a little bit. There's an internal thing with Sufis is because at that point you're making a deal with a jinn. You're no longer dealing with just
yeah, they've been
Allah.
on like
You're
around
talking to a
the
jinn now. Yes.
around the Iranian Peninsula. There's been periods where the Sufis had to go into hiding in various places because of like different
Exactly.
persecutions.
Exactly
yeah.
that.
Then they got
Yeah,
pushed
yeah.
into Turkey.
They're
and all
basically
that.
they're basically the Masons of Islam. Like that's the way you can
Yeah,
think about it.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's
But
true.
when you take that aspect away, though, the Masons, or if we're talking about like the Mithraic cults, if we take all these aspects out of the equation, what we basically have, I'm sorry, but it's a little bit boring. It's basically just people going about their day, praying, and then that's it, and nothing really gets like. It seems like there's a stagnation that would happen when you don't shake things up, when you don't include things that try to be
Okay.
the Faustian
Okay,
rebel
there,
against-
Jason Reza Giorgiani.
You need an antagonist. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And I think that is something like, otherwise we'd already be there. Otherwise we would already be one with God. So I think that there is something to this game of being able to discover what exactly all this is about. And I think Kundalini plays a big role in it. So Noah, you don't know this, but for all the people who do know this, I know I'm saying it again.
Mhm.
I started doing the Wim Hof method a couple of years ago, and from there I started to develop Kundalini in my back. So Kundalini is this energy that I showed some pictures earlier of it. It's basically like this. It's like this snake-like energy that goes through your spine, and it feels like, I even feel it right now. Honestly, it's like an electric fluid, snake-like thing that whenever you breathe slowly in and out, you feel it going up and down. Sometimes it does swirls around your back. Sometimes it like cuts from one side to another. So it's basically prana, the energy that animates the entire universe, going through you, and the end goal is supposed to be that it goes through the central nadi, the Shushunma nadi as it's referred to, goes up into your brain, and you are supposed to experience a feeling of oneness, but that's not the end either. That is basically a way that I guess you could say that people would level up and would gain certain higher insight. And again, I think that this is something that's inside of us. It's something that is a human birthright. It's something that we are capable of. I do not think it's something that people should ignore, but at the same time, people should proceed with caution because it is kind of dangerous as well.
No, that's really interesting actually, because I've always been interested in the Wim Hof stuff, just mainly because of the whole being able to be in cold water, because I surf and I swim a lot.
Nice.
And I've just been, I mean, it's interesting that you said, I mean, I've only gotten to the point of being able to exercise the diaphragm to keep myself warm, but that's absolutely fucking fascinating.
And you get
Absolutely.
visions too. Like you get the third eye, you get like that spark in the center of your vision, and it manifests into other shapes. So when you were talking about drugs, and you were talking about cannabis, a big problem that I had was that I loved working out and getting high on vaporized cannabis and working out. Although again, it was a fucking crutch, because afterwards it was so hard for me to get back to working out because it didn't have this feeling of being one with my body and all that shit.
Yep.
But another thing that happened was I got really concrete fucking visions. Like I saw geometric shapes and colors and these very, very juicy, and very detailed, like LSD. I never took LSD. I took mushrooms, but it was very close to mushrooms, that kind of experience. And in the way it traps you because you're not working out your own willpower to get that same level. So now that I started with the Wim Hof method, I kind of, go from square one, but it's like slowly coming back, which again, like when people talk about seeing the apple, you've heard about that, right? Like people talk about like some people can, some people can't. Well, with the level that I want to get to, and I think this is everybody is capable of getting to this level, is being able to, when you close your eyes, actually see the apple. Meaning it's not like you're imagining it. It's like there is an actual, like there is electricity that's generating an apple when you close your eyes. So you're not seeing dark. You're not seeing like the blue and purple vortexes that I'm seeing right now. You're able to see an apple just like when you dream, you're able to see dream imagery. And that would be the ultimate fucking internet right there. This is the counterattack against this demonic control system that people want to implement over everybody else through VR. This is the antithesis. This is the answer. The answer is basically meditate the fuck out of yourself and get to a level where you can go into your own internet through your mind.
Buy
and
gold,
be able to
guns,
contact
and
people.
ammunition.
Master
Yes.
yourself.
Exactly.
Master yourself. Exactly.
Well, to quote Carl Jung about his book on Kundalini Yoga, he studied for a few years. When you succeed in awakening the Kundalini so that it starts to move out of its mere potentiality, you necessarily start a world and discover a world which is totally different from our world. It is the world of eternity. Now, there is quite a few pieces of literature that connect the sort of the spiritual awakening of people to a sort of like, what would you say, radical anti-politics, or what Julius Evola called apolitia, where you are in the world, but you are not of the world. And I feel that it is missing in a lot of people who are totally gripped by the auspices of politics nowadays, where now it becomes, in a weird way, a religious phenomenon to a lot of people that must be affirmed in every avenue of life, from the video games you play to the media that you watch to the even like they're literally the brand of toilet paper you buy, or you're if you buy a certain pillow brand, you're a Nazi nowadays. So I guess although that one cartoon of the My Pillow guy was kind of interesting, where My Pillow I'm gonna throw it up in the chat. It's so crazy, this My Pillow cartoon. I'm gonna find it. But anyways, go ahead. Yeah, where My Pillow overthrows the U.S. government.
I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I'm not gonna lie, all of that, whatever that talk was about, that I didn't understand a word of what was going on. I'm just
real simple. There's
Absolute.
There's a snake in your spine. Do a breathing technique, and you're going to be able to generate something that feels very interesting in the base of your spine, and then you're going to see all kinds of crazy visions.
Am I gonna go Super Saiyan?
You're gonna go Super Saiyan.
Yes.
I think that's what Super Saiyan is. When you think about it, it's a good representation.
Yeah,
of
that's
it.
unironically that's
Unironically,
I'm gonna go Super Saiyan.
There's a reason that the
Super Saiyan.
I've been told that I don't
hair
look good as a
turns-
blonde, so I don't know how that'll go.
So
maybe
if I may, just two things, right? One, the first one is a very simple way to put all of this is the old kind of Hindu thing that they say is God is in the breath, right? This is the idea. You breathe in energy, and you can store it and use it in many ways that you have been in a material society told are, one, impossible, and two, don't make any sense anyway. So that's the idea here, is literally it's as simple as breathing. I did want to just really quick, if I may read quickly from Bronze Age Mindset. I was reading this today.
Oh, here we go.
It was,
Noah,
it was about.
Have you read Bronze Age Privilege?
I have not, but I've been told to read it a few times. I've meant to get around to it.
So I'm gonna be very honest. When I first read this passage, I wept. It's a very powerful sentiment, what he's trying to get at here, and it's something that we were just talking about, and it's, I think, at the heart of so much of what we are discussing today, with the way the media culture is, and the reasons why people are doing what they're doing, and the reasons why people seem to be so easily broken. So I'm just gonna, it's one little chapter, it's maybe a page and a half. No kind of distress is worse than the feeling you are trapped. My worst nightmares are about opening a door only to find myself in the same aluminum cell over and over. The exhaustion that sets in after a long night of chess, when you sleep and your mind dreams repeat nonsense moves. I know a few worse forms of torment. And this is self-imposed through exhaustion. But even worse is when an outside force or being restrains you, yet you are in full control of your spirits and power, at least to begin with. That condition is intolerable for the most noble animals, who choose death if necessary, or at least any way to escape, no matter how painful. Many Caribs, trapped in slavery, died because they couldn't endure this. Some bit through their arms to escape their chains and endured any pain to escape captivity. Germanic mothers would kill infants when the Roman legions closed in. Tacitus described life of Germanic warrior, who lived his whole life dedicated to war and fame, never became domestic. At Masada, and at other times the Jews killed their own children to escape subjugation when they were still a noble people. Ha! Xenophon describes in Anabasis how mother with infant would jump off a cliff in the highlands of Urartu to escape the advance of the Greek army. We see same videos in Japan, in Okinawa, mother jump off cliff. Buddhist monks Vietnam self-immolated and brought great shame on the West. For this reason, Nietzsche say, noble peoples do not endure slavery. They're either free or they die out. There is no adaptation to slavery for some types of life. What is that people who has chosen survival at any price? The price they paid was monstrous, and such a people becomes monstrous and distorted if it accepts this. The distinction between master races and the rest is simple and true. Hegel said it, copying Heraclitus. Those peoples who choose death rather than slavery or submission in a confrontation, that is a people of masters. There are many such in the world, not only among the Aryans, but also the Comanche, many of the Polynesians, the Japanese, and many others. But animal of this kind refuses entrapment and subjugation. It is very sad to witness those times when such animal can neither escape nor kill itself. I saw once a jaguar in zoo, behind a glass, so that all the bugs in human form could gawk at it and humiliate it. This animal felt a noble and persistent sadness, being observed everywhere by the obsequious monkeys, not even monkeys, that were taunting it with stares. He could tell, I saw this, he could tell he was living in a simulated environment and that he had no power to move or live. His sadness crushed me, and I will always remember this animal. I never want to see life in this condition. That's what we're fighting. That's the idea here. That's the whole point, is when you don't have anywhere to go, when you don't have anywhere that expresses what you are, when you feel as though there's nothing left for you, what do? You break. You break. So breaking sometimes takes the manifestation of furries, or it takes the manifestation of people who become coomers,
or the bugman, the last man as well. Or
the bugman, or the consumer, or the people who are obsessed with e-girls, or whatever fucking thing. We see myriad of these types of people. The idea here is were not given even a shot. They never had anything to begin with. That's part of this GameStop shit to make it relevant, right? They don't give a fuck. They're willing to burn the whole thing down because they never had anything to begin with. That's the point. It makes people desperate, and it turns them into coomers or whatever the fuck, or it turns them into school shooters or whatever the fuck.
That's what I've always said throughout my life, is I fear nothing more than somebody with nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because
that's the most dangerous sort of person, a cornered animal. Yeah.
Exactly. And we are clearly witnessing all of man becoming the cornered animal. That is what's going on. That's why this age feels this way, is because we're all, especially with lockdown, dog, this was the fucking most red pilling shit.
But we can feel it though
with
the hyperconnectivity of media. We can now feel the presence of spirit looking at itself. Yeah.
Exactly.
We can feel the zeitgeist uniquely. Yeah.
You were forced to look in the mirror, and you had nothing to do but look into the void of everybody else's opinions and thoughts. So you are realizing, holy shit, we have nothing. I can't even go outside, and not only that, I have no culture to hide in. I have no culture to sit back into. There's nothing but Netflix and porn, and that's
OnlyFans.
And now people are starting to break. That's why it's getting a little bit dicey out there. That's my input.
That's why I think times are
drink water.
changing.
You're right.
There's
People need.
there-
I
there
think that
was-
people
By the way,
are gonna
I really
hope that people are going to get back to being more, or not even more, just being in generally more self-determining and not even self-interested necessarily, but realize that you got one life to live, and
exactly.
go do it. Go
Will to
actually
power.
use your
By
time.
the way,
Yeah.
Noah, I really like your content. You got really good shit, man. I
appreciate it,
sifted
man.
through it when Lev invited me. I was like, wow, this guy's actually got his shit together. This is cool. It's good to see somebody.
Hopefully,
on
we've
YouTube
introduced new people to Bronze Age mindset. So there you go.
Yes, that as well. That is just one small chapter in this amazing book.
I will
We got a
definitely-
super
I gotta
chat from
read.
Super Iron
I've
Bob
been
for
reading this
$5. You heard of
Oh.
FU money, but have you noticed of FU poverty yet?
Ew.
Fu poverty. That's
I
another.
felt
That's
it.
what book are you reading, Noah?
I've been reading good old Ted. I've been reading Technological Slavery.
Oh,
by good old Ted
nice.
X.
Based in Redfield.
Amazing.
Based in Redfield.
There's too many words. I'm not trying to use my brain.
But I
Nice.
feel the nature of captivity, especially in the like mutual, like participatory, like panopticism of like you viewing other people viewing you, and it's just this really weird phenomenon where now you're implicitly consenting to your own like caged being because there's no other option. Like it's not like the internet was back in the day where you had a million little islands and for good or for worse, whatever, but it's sort of a model that was high key for certain outsider people to come in. And now that like the internet has been colonized by the normie, it's like, I feel that in some ways we're almost having to be forced to go back to that older model. There's this great article in Medium. I forget the author, but if you look up the internet dark foresting, that's a great article. It talks about how people are going to retreat because of censorship and various other phenomenon. They're going to retreat into smaller interactive groups and websites and forums, and like we're going to see a renaissance with Telegram and other places. I'm not going to say Discord because Discord's an absolute fucking cesspool, but except for
we have
BTR
a good-
Discord,
Yes.
Except
people
for
are going to be
ours is
forced
based.
to retreat into like one-on-one interaction again because the giant social media companies are no longer serving humanity, in which I will include YouTube as well. They're not going to serve people. Oh, sorry, Jessica, I cut you off.
Yeah, it's so funny because we've been talking about the internet a lot, and like I just thinking back, like I remember when I was first. I'm almost 25. I'm turning 25 next month. But I've been on the internet like from what I can remember my whole life. Granted, like when I was younger, it was a family computer, so things were like a little bit limited on what websites I can go on and stuff. But like especially back then, parents didn't know what 4chan was. They didn't know what any of these websites were, right? So none of them were blocked.
No
Like you
idea
come
what the
across
fuck I was
anything.
doing.
And the internet was like the Wild West back then. Like you could try to look up an Usher music video and you'd come across an ISIS beheading. Like things were very
Yeah, it's
chaotic.
true.
They're very
Yeah.
chaotic, and it's not like that anymore. And I'm not gonna sit here and say that I miss it, right? Because I'm not
Oh,
trying to
I'm
have
gonna say I
children.
miss it.
I'm
You
not
don't
gonna, I
miss
don't want
Mr.
my
Hands?
children to accidentally come
miss it,
across an
dog.
ISIS beheading, right? Like as
That's
a
true,
future
yeah.
parent, you know. But at the same time, the chaos was like fun
I don't
and
mind because I'll be able to
enjoyable.
talk to them about it.
Wait,
It's
sorry,
different.
hold on, not to cut you off, but hot take: it is way better for them to watch an ISIS beheading than a majority of the streamers right
And Nicki
now.
Minaj.
I agree with that completely.
Oh, my God.
These are facts.
That's,
That's
I mean,
amazing.
you're unfortunately you're not wrong.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but that is that's a fire take. Right
Unfortunately.
there.
The ISIS beheadings are not going to encourage them to behead other people. So
I feel like
That's
one
true.
point.
It'll just score
Okay,
them for life.
just
Yeah, exactly.
brought
Who
up a
cares?
great
Be
point.
right back.
we've all seen it. We've all grew up on.
No, what?
4chan
Do you want to
here.
maybe get your prostate checked out? How many times has he gone to pee today?
Seriously.
I'm genuinely concerned for his health. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, look, I have the smallest bladder in the world, so I can relate to Noah here. So
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to
Although
make
I
a
do
point
remember
about
that
noise,
commercial.
but I'll wait till he comes back.
I remember that commercial, but that was like with the old man that said like, if you have a going problem, you may have a growing problem. And I like the way that they made that rhyme. Yeah, you remember that, right, Gio? But
I think I remember that.
but when it comes to something like, I don't know, even this well, okay, first of all, Noah's not here, so subscribe right fucking now. That's right.
Patreon.
Yeah.
And
Patreon.com/breaktherules.
like the stream as well. Liking the
Yes.
video is also
Yeah, so
comment
the reason
on it.
YouTubers say like and subscribe is one, they want you to
can't
subscribe so you
comment
see
yet,
the content. They
just
want
wait
you
till
to
the
like
stream
it
is over,
because it
and
works
then
with the
comment.
algorithm.
And comment, yeah.
Yes.
Even just shitpost in the
Also-
Yeah.
comments.
Or you
Hit
know
the-
what else you can
hit
do
the
with the
bell.
comments? You can go into our community tab and you will see where I have laid out all these different keywords. Just paste those keywords in because that's going to drive the algorithm up.
Oh, we also have if you're extra generous, now that Ethereum has shot through the roof along with Dogecoin, we have the ability to take crypto.
Yes,
Lev,
we
if you
do.
could put up the link there. It's in the
Yes.
description.
Some-
We always forget to shill the crypto.
Some quick non-financial advice from a
Did
non-financial
you just
advisor
mock my bladder
is,
capacity?
Yes.
is to buy
I didn't even
Phantom
know
right
that. I
now.
just guessed it. Go ahead.
Buy Phantom, hold your Ethereum. Dogecoin, don't buy for anything less than
It's a
3
meme
cents.
coin.
Only
Chainlink.
buy Doge if you're trying to get a quick ×2. So only buy under 3 cents. I'm not a
Chainlink
financial
and
advisor.
look into Rubik as well. That's going to be the new Uniswap.
Wait, what is Chainlink? I keep seeing it on 4chan's
Chainlink
Biz.
is, I don't know anything about crypto. I just know that number go burr, and the number for Chainlink has gone burr. So, you know
Oh,
what I
there
mean?
you
All I know
go.
is that I've been told to buy Chainlink for the last 3 years, and I
You
finally
should
bought
have
some a
bought it
couple
3
months
years
ago.
ago. You should
I
have
bought
bought
it-
it 3 years ago because it was like $1 3 years ago, and you
I
would have been a
fucking
millionaire.
bought that
by
shit
now.
Holy
for
win.
25
Bought it
cents,
at like
and I
$2.
sold it at
It's like
$1.
$25 right now. Same
What's-
thing with
what's the
Rubik.
link
So
at
Rubik
right
is
now?
trying to be the new Uniswap, which is basically just like you swap one crypto for another using the Ethereum chain, and it was like less than a cent a couple weeks ago when I bought it. It's like 25 cents right now. So I'm not a
Wow.
financial advisor, but look it up. Just look into it.
Can you just send me like all the crypto that you're in right now, and I'll just
Yeah, no, I'll DM you
Yeah.
some stuff as well.
please do.
So I wanted to talk about now that we talked about the internet. One point, several of Noah's videos talks about the nature of like video games influencing kids, and we all know like it's become a point of internet mythology, like the Jack Thompson, like playing like fucking Doom was why, or like listening to Marilyn Manson, who's getting canceled right now. Not that I care, because
Yeah.
Yes,
he's cringe.
He is. He really is.
Well, for that era, I'm more of like people know me as a new metal stan, but Marilyn Manson was never my bag. But no, like people blame playing Doom for fucking Dylan and Eric, right? Like that shit, that stuff has gone by, and Noah, you talk about that in your videos. But one thing I would say is that if video games or just like watching streamers and let's plays has a negative effect, it's not that they're going to I would contend that it's not that it propels action, but rather it's the lack thereof. Like I don't know, I just feel
exactly
that
that.
grinding hours and hours in one video game, I feel like games should be geared towards an experience that
Gold.
yeah, like I don't know, I at one point I don't want to totally say that video games are like not worth it, because if they can create a world and a story, like having spent like most of my life doing things like watching pro fucking wrestling, right? Like it's the same sort of thing where it's creating a world and an experience. But at the same time, I do feel that a lot of video games nowadays are geared towards like just grinding and, like you said, just like living through cutscenes and trying to like blend, which was original back in like maybe like the mid 2000s, where it's like, oh well, a video game can have very good cutscenes and they're very extensive. I
Because
feel
that was new, yeah.
yeah, but I don't feel
Yeah,
that
Half-Life. When Half-Life came out.
yeah, like if you play an FPS, like if you're addicted to them, I don't feel like you're gonna go out and become like a fucking mass shooter, Dylan Eric style. But I do feel that it's detrimental in the sense that the sort of issues that were present with the culture industry, with movie and film and so forth, it's there in video games, and it may be more like extreme because now it's hitting your senses in different ways. But all of the issues with film and television and so forth, I feel like that's the same issue. It's not that video games are uniquely gonna, like, I don't know, cause violence the way that people said like kids watching pro wrestling means they're gonna. Well, actually, that did happen. Kids that watch pro wrestling, they fucking fell off of their like grandma's backyard
Dude.
onto a few tables.
We used to fuck each other up
Yeah, man.
really bad with wrestling.
I
moves.
can't say
It was
that
good,
because
man.
like
Good time.
all like look at the great wrestlers, like even wrestlers who are on top now, like Will Ospreay, they like started off basically beating up their friends in the backyard. Like not to condone it or
Yeah.
anything, but I do
But
feel
it is
like
the gateway.
it is
Yeah.
the yeah, it is.
And it's bad when you combine it with Star Wars Episode 1. When I was a wee lad, that came out, and
Yeah.
I got the lightsaber, and I was over at my friend's house, whose dad was in the Italian mob, and I started to whack
real though, Lev?
with the
For-
yeah, for real. I started to whack with the lightsaber one of his tall Italian cousins. I don't know why. I just had so much rage at that point.
You had to
And it's
whack.
like-
You had to whack Grosso with the fucking lightsaber.
Exactly. No, but it was really cool though because
Oh.
during Christmas time, he would have his godfather come in there, and he was wearing like a Hugh Hefner style robe, purple robe, and yes, I knew that was coming. By the way, and that is a mouth. That is the mouth. That is not any other word. That is the mouth.
Oh my
by
god.
the way, yeah, because the wings
By
are
the
over
way.
here. Yes.
The tail is in the
Yes.
back. You can see the tail back there. Definitely the
Oh my
mouth.
god.
Yeah, that's the mouth. Metaphor Man, you posted that on
Yeah.
Twitter too.
No, you
were
see, you know what
inspired.
that is?
Yeah, where's
that
Shit
is
Biscuit at?
Yeah.
you know what
Metaphor
that
Man.
is? That okay, you can't tell that it's the mouth or the anus. That is the
The cloaca.
Delusian body without organs. That is the plane of imminence where there's different channels crossing on a plane of imminence. There's different functions that are colliding into each other. That right there, that inflation piece is the Delusian body without organs. I know I'm a fucking sued. I know
Well-
I'm a theory cell.
that-
I'm gonna stop now.
That hole is the hole to Agartha. It's the hole to the end.
The hole to a
God damn
god.
it.
Just
Emma,
maybe
no, it's
not
not.
post inflation fetish material and then
Please,
No, that's-
Lev,
that's
Lev,
a-
like,
that's
seriously,
part of
you
the
have to
stream.
stop.
material when I see
Every
it, so.
stream this comes up, you have to
Yeah.
stop, Lev. I'm sorry.
Metaphor Man, what do you have to say for yourself? Because you were the one who posted it.
At least Christian
first.
hasn't come up yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
he's
it's
come up
time.
before, but
It's time. Have you all heard of Christian Weston
Oh, no.
Chandler?
yes.
Well, there's got to be like a BTR bingo with Chris Chan and then also Gooners.
Yeah.
But again, like I say in every stream, I'm going to contact my friend Remzo because he lives around the Charlottesville area. And we're going to see maybe there is a way that we could set up some kind of a caretaker for Christine Chan to help her out in the later years. Because again, it's like, it is a fucked up situation at the end of the day. Because when a person
Yeah, it's
is
not gonna
that...
be good.
Yeah. So
oh,
once again,
especially
like,
when
it doesn't-
when Snorlax dies, that's not gonna.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Gio.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, but again, like I think,
Oh
I
my
think this
God.
could be. I think if we could do this could be a good.
I've
kinda like
I've
karmic
wasted so
cleansing.
much time looking up like chanology lore.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, but this could be a
Listen,
good
I-
karmic cleansing for a lot of his former
I think so.
trolls. If they can
I
get
think so.
together and figure out a way to give him a fucking caretaker
Her.
who can just make sure thank
Her.
you, to make sure that she does not hurt herself or others. That's all I'm saying. It's like I don't want to
Yes.
throw anybody in the loony bin. I'm just saying like just have some professional there to make sure that they're gonna be all right. Because I don't know what the fuck the government's doing. I don't know what the fuck Chris's church group was doing this whole time because they knew about it. Like I always
If
said, like,
Christian's
If
mother's
Christian
still
worked
alive,
into-
I don't keep
walked
up with
into
Yes.
a church, he would
Yeah.
burn alive
Yeah.
at this point.
Barb's alive.
Barb is being used by Christian to grift, by the way, with some videos.
Yeah, that's
so-
what I've heard, but I wasn't
Yeah.
sure if she was still around.
Powerful Christian.
and again, like I don't even fault Christine because again, if you are mentally at a certain lower level as far as mental capacity, figuring things out, like if you could say that there are people out there who are certifiably with problems, then responsibilities at a certain point don't apply to them like it would like Noah. You were talking about the nature of evil. You were talking about evil being like a state with no consequences. But if a person does not comprehend the world the same way, then what? How how
Exactly,
can we
yeah.
apply the same?
Oh, of course. That's what I mean. It's like it's a
Yeah.
totally different ballgame.
And when it comes to like, I don't know, certain serial killers who are loony versus the ones who intentionally know that it's wrong to do, I guess that's the right judgment. But
Dahmer versus Ramirez.
Yeah.
It's literally that.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Dahmer's like a weird, like he didn't even know what the fuck was going on. He's just eating people and shit. Ramirez was like, I'm gonna go out tonight and fucking do a whole bunch of shit. Like that was his MO. It was a
Well,
little bit
Ramirez, he wouldn't go in if the door was locked because he felt he wasn't invited. Did you know about that?
different. He's a vampire.
I've heard about
Yeah,
that.
he's a
That's
vampire.
fascinating, actually. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
he
no,
may be
no,
a vampire.
Richard
you never know.
Ramirez.
That's what I was about to
He's
say. So I was like, is that the
literally-
vampire thing? Wait a second.
That is the
Yeah,
vampire
he's
thing.
literally possessed by a djinn, in my opinion. That's what Richard Ramirez was. That's
The
like
Jin.
you're
the Jin
Never
is in.
heard of him.
you don't know the Night Stalker? You don't know Ramirez?
I'm
No.
surprised
Damn,
you
son.
don't know about that.
Good
Honestly,
for you.
That's a good
for
one.
you. I'm glad.
That's good,
Yeah, no,
yeah.
no. He's a good one, but it's fucking dark, son. It's dark. Ramirez.
Well,
is
you're
nasty.
you're
He's
putting him
evil.
on the same level as Sauce. Is he a serial killer or?
Yes, he's a serial murderer. But
Re-
he was
Richard
like, he would
Ramirez,
just go
but
into your
he-
house and kill you. Yeah,
Another thing too is he was influenced by his older brother who went to Vietnam and
Cousin.
committed like Pinktown level. Was it his cousin or brother?
his cousin. Yeah.
Yeah,
His
that
cousin
committed
used to-
like
came back and just
committed, like,
he had committed a
Pinktown
bunch
level
of
atrocities.
Here he
Yeah.
is. Here's Richard Ramirez.
He looks
looks
like a
like a-
About
mentally
right.
stable, well-rounded
Yeah.
individual.
You know
I'd
how
buy
he
him a
got
beer.
caught? You know how he got caught? People recognized him, and there was a whole like crowd that beat the shit out of him till the
Ooh.
cops came.
Yes.
Yeah,
Amazing.
he
Is that why
looks
he's
cool.
just like
He looks a
teeth?
little off.
Yes,
If I saw him on the
yes.
street, I would avoid. I would
Ramirez
cross the road.
has, if you look at him, physiognomy, he looks like a rictus. He looks like a skull. He has a skull face. He
Yeah.
looks,
Yeah, that's
in my
true.
opinion,
like
like
sunken in.
he
like
literally
death
looks like,
incarnate.
bro, he looks like Aztec, like priest. Like he looks like that guy has been cutting hearts out of people's bodies for 10,000 years. You know what I mean?
I
Don't
feel-
even bring
you
up
know
the
what?
Aztecs in my presence. I'm going to talk for 4 hours.
They're the
I
best,
feel
man.
like Alex
I did a whole
Jones-
thread on Tenochtitlan. not too long ago.
Yes.
Yes.
Before we get
You're
into that,
talking my language right now.
I do feel that
Listen,
Alex
just follow me on
Jones is
Twitter. We're all good.
correct. Like Alex Jones, I remember one time went in this big screed about physiognomy, about the globalists. He's like, you have to realize he was talking about Karl Rove at the time with his like little piggly voice. And he's like, look at guys like Karl Rove. They look like death, and death just clings to their face. And it's true. Like when you look at people that run our world, death sort of does cling to their face. I mean, it's an imperceptible sort of feeling. And I know it sounds totally schizo and out there.
Look at Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell. They look like death incarnate.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the thing is,
Yeah,
both of
I always
them.
feel schizo when I notice shit like that.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I feel like
Are
you
you-
can really just look at somebody and you can just be like,
Well, look, I mean,
all
death
right.
clings to Joe
Listen,
Biden's face.
You're on the right side. You're on the right side of Twitter for this boy. You're on the right
By
side.
the way,
of Twitter.
shout
That's
out
what
to
we
my
talk
boy
about, man.
Lomez, who I'm going to ship this to. So if
Yes.
he's watching
and
Lomez
Hero,
on Twitter-
Hero Alchemy says he looks like Mick Jagger. I don't know. Does he look
Oh,
like
He
I
Mick
does.
don't know.
Jagger?
Mick Jagger has the high cheekbones that are associated, but Ramirez to me has a little bit more of that predatory shark type face. He looks like a wolf,
looks like a
or
wolf.
lion. Like he looks
He's
like he's
got nice hair,
yeah,
though.
he looks like he does a very very nice hair.
Got
Yeah.
nice
This is what I was
hair.
gonna
I'm
say,
jealous.
is
I
you
want
can-
nice thick
you can
hair,
see- There's a difference between the death that is worn by people like Joe Biden and like that. That's to me that's karmic burden.
Yes,
They're wearing
yeah.
the deaths of the people that they've caused. It's different between that and a killer. A killer is somebody that they look like a wild animal. They look like predatory. They look
literally
like
a beast.
when
Yeah.
when they're looking at you, you know that they're looking at you differently than the way that you're looking at them. They're looking at you like food,
It's really funny what you just said. This is the first time I've ever had a conversation with anybody who has said the exact same thing that I have said before, and this is actually surreal. Where like I've met even in like the past 2 years,
Yeah.
I've met some people. I looked at them and I would just immediately turn around and be like, "Yeah, that guy diddles kids."
Nope.
like
Yep,
immediately.
exactly. Yes.
There was a time when I was in
Yes.
Australia, and I met a certain character that shall not be named for the very first time, and I met them. I literally immediately turned around to my one roommate and another person that was there at the time, and I just went, "That guy touches kids." And they were like, "What are you
That's
talking
how I
about?"
feel
I was
when I
like,
see
"You'll
Vouch.
see."
Yeah.
A few months later, I was
Got him.
right. You could you
Ew.
could tell, you could
Wow.
feel it. You could
Sometimes you
look them
can
in the
tell.
eyes.
Sometimes you
You
get
see those
that
little
vibe from
pin-
people.
You see those
Not-
little pinprick pupils and that weird smile. I'm like, this guy touches kids.
And not to
Like-
say like there's a danger in like just having a gut feeling about people. You don't want to like automatically assume, right? There has to be evidence, but there are
Exactly.
some people that do give off a vibe that
Yeah.
has
like
that.
this guy over
yeah.
here. This is Jesse LB Hars. So for those of you guys who remember Maddox back in the day, he had this article called The Pedo Smile. And
I remember that one. I remember that one.
yes, he
It's
had
real.
all
It's a real thing.
all these
pedo smile.
different entities, and there was this Australian guy too, if I could find him. But Jesse Albie Hars, I just like his jolly demeanor. He's just like
Wasn't one of
He
the
looks like that guy looks like Gacy, man. He looks like John Wayne Gacy.
wasn't one of the
He has the same
saints of
Gacy face.
4chan from Australia, Joseph Fritzl,
What's this?
world's greatest dad, Joseph Fritzl.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
Huh.
Oh my god.
What is with pedophiles and not being able to use their mouth appropriately?
Well, that's oh god.
Well, they're okay. Let's talk about it esoterically. Okay, the mouth is the that's one of the chakras, right? You speak through the throat, right? When you live your life in a state of lies, when you live your life preying upon, especially the most innocent, the most carefree, the ones who must be protected above all others. When you live your life telling them lies, telling them untruths, telling them and destroying them internally with your mouth, that's why you can't use your mouth properly. These things are taken from you.
I
Because the
feel
Lord
like
is
there
just
there
in many
is
ways.
something about like even like the most prolific criminals or politicians who have sent millions of people to die. There is always something off. Like if you look at George W. Bush's mouth, there's something there. Like when he smiles, he's got that like
Yes.
twinge to the side of his lips. I don't know. There's
cum.
something.
They smile.
It
They
could be
smile with their
cum.
mouth, but not their eyes.
Yeah.
They smile with their mouth and not their eyes.
Yeah.
It's because they're liars. Yeah.
Like
See,
I
one of the
know
cool parts
people.
about
I know
being a
people.
theater
They
kid-
like. They make a lot of that, but like when people like when they told him about 9/11 when he was reading to the kids, that was kind of a creepy.
That was
fucking-
real.
That was a creepy ass video.
That was
but-
real. That was a
No,
real
it was
moment.
real.
That
It was
a
real,
moment.
but yeah.
He had like a oh fuck, holy shit, I can't believe this is happening right now. What
Yeah.
the fuck do I do?
I
Jesus, do I tell
understand, like
these
you don't
kids?
want to scare, like you don't want to scare the kids. You're reading them a
Oh,
story.
he
as a
knew what was
president. You don't
happening. He orchestrated
wanna-
it.
Yeah, maybe.
Come on.
Could you?
We all know George
Could you
W. is just a solid actor, everyone. Come on.
No man, he just got a call later from his dad. Like, no, that was us.
Mr. CIA.
That was us. Chill, son.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, son. We got
Trust
it
the
all
plan,
under control.
son. Trust the plan.
Trust the plan, George Bush.
George Bush's cue.
By the way,
Cheney calling him up afterwards. He's like, George, trust the plan, George.
I
And
like
then
to I like to
Philip and Jeff
picture I
called
like to
him.
picture
He's like,
W
you know-
sitting there in the bathtub when he was painting and he pulls out his phone and he opens 4chan and he goes and he just starts
I wonder if like
he just starts shit posting.
I wonder if politicians do lurk like the chans. Like I know AOC probably like lurks like
The
like
young
like
ones,
4chan Paul like feet fucking thread. Like do you
maybe.
have
For sure.
post feed of
For
AOC?
sure. She
Not
follows-
sure she
politicians,
does.
but I have confirmation that both the Safdie brothers and William Shatner lurk TV. So
Oh, bro.
Of course.
the
Shatner-
Safdies
Shat-
confirmed it to myself. They actually confirmed it to me. Shatner confirmed it on
Shatner
Twitter.
shit posts.
He
Shatner
probably
posts,
does shit
man.
post
Yeah,
on
Shatner-
TV. Yeah.
No, he literally does. It's not a joke. He literally does. That's actually a thing.
Really?
When you are posting on TV, you may be posting with William Shatner. It's true.
Or the
Yeah.
Safdie brothers.
Shatner's just constantly cunny posting every day.
I was gonna say Shatner's just using the booba a lot.
Yeah.
So when you go on TV and you post about Sneed, that poster of Sneed might be William Shatner may have
Yes.
posted about Sneed.
What really
may
makes
have
me
invented
interested
Sneed,
is
and
that
would never
I used to
know.
be a meme on TV, so I'm curious if either of them actually saw any of the memes about me.
Oh, maybe that could be.
Peter
There-
Faust, our great patron, Peter Faust, $50 patron, patreon.com/break the rules. He says David Lynch is a Peter Faust listener. So David Lynch, I just saw this today because Twitter was talking about it. I saw it in the sidebar. All this time, he's been making these fucking videos where like every day it's like a random number generator and the weather, and that's it. Every single day. And I'm not really sure what is going on there. Is this some kind of like a long game that he's playing with the audience, or is there something more to it? Because he's also like into meditation and all that stuff. So I don't know.
David Lynch knows where Agartha is. Let's put it that way.
He's there right now.
He's
Yeah,
there
that's
right
why
now.
he's so upset. That's why he's so upset all the time, because he knows where it is, but he can't get inside. Him and Werner Herzog, they're both not allowed in, but they're.
You ever see
very
Werner
upset about it,
Herzog's
dude.
thing about the nihilistic penguin?
Oh God,
That's an
yeah.
amazing clip.
Yeah.
Do not
The
get in the way
nihilistic
of the
penguin is an
penguin. Let
amazing-
him go on his way. It's so funny.
Yes, but it's real though. That Werner Herzog filming that penguin is the same thing that Bronze Age mindset chapter was about. It's the same thing that we're all talking about. Sky King.
I feel like
it's
that
all-
penguin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Into
it's
the vast
desire-
continent.
But then what
it's
happens?
The desire for more.
Yeah.
then
I
what
feel like
happens on the
that's
other-
why at the time like Sky King resonated with so many people, like even compelled me to do a number of paintings about Sky King, because there's something about truly being free in the last moments of life that as a person, as a typical, like, you know, he even said it like, I'm just a white dude, I have no chance anymore.
You're Italian, Gio. Get it right.
I'm
Yeah,
not. No, I'm
you're
talking about
POC
Sky King,
now.
not
Oh,
me,
oh.
Rich Russell. I'm not talking. I'm talking about myself. I'm not a white man. I am Italian. Okay, get
That's
it
right.
right. So,
I'm so glad somebody else uses that joke.
yeah,
Because
Oh
I
my
do
god,
too.
I use it all the fucking time.
it's fun, but there is something about the human spirit that Rich Russell captured. If people don't know, this was 3 years ago. This was the Seattle airport. He hijacked a plane and he drove it into the sea. And he, in the last moments of life, he truly was at a moment of liberation that few people can really experience. It's
did a
almost like
flip.
he did a flip. Exactly. It's almost like the Yukio
He did a
Mishima
Barrel
type
roll,
of-
man. It's
Yeah.
literally
Sky
Sky
Mishima.
King was such a
Yeah.
fucking
It's-
huge inspiration to me, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like
Exactly.
you can actually, if you go on my Newgrounds right now, you'll see that's the Sky King is actually my header on Newgrounds.
Oh, nice.
yeah, I fucking love that
Base-
guy.
Base, man. Well,
It's-
because it's
it's-
real. You know that. there's
Yeah,
another
like
part of
I
Bronze Age
connected
mindset
with
where-
him deep down. Like I understood exactly why he felt like he had to do that, even though
Yeah.
he seemed confused at the time. I don't think he
Mhm.
was. I think
No, he wasn't confused.
Wait, for
He knew
for
exactly
those
what
who
he
don't know
was
the story, what happened in short with Sky King?
He's this guy. He worked in baggage handling, and he hijacked a plane, at
Nice.
the Seattle airport. And
Yeah.
he just took it for a fly. He flew it around,
And he had no
Um,
formal
and then
training or
he-
anything.
no formal training. He just had played some Microsoft Flight Simulator.
That's all you need.
He flew the plane for a little while. Yeah, that's all you need. He did a barrel roll,
Nice.
and then he flew off into the sort of sunset and crashed into the water and died.
You know,
And if
Uh,
you
you
if,
gotta
and-
live your life sometimes, and if you're
and
only
if you
harming
read
yourself, who
his
cares?
if you read like his or listen to like the what he's communicating with the what do they call it, the ground
Yeah, the air traffic controllers were
Yeah.
talking to him the entire time, and all of that is recorded, so you can
he was
hear
he
him
was
talking
worried
about
about the air traffic controllers as well. He was like, "Oh, I hope this doesn't
Yeah.
ruin your day." It's like he just,
Yeah, or your
he just
jobs.
wanted to have a good
Oh, that's
time.
nice.
yeah.
He literally there's another part of Bronze's mindset where he talks about a guy who jumps into a volcano to become a god, right? And the idea here is we don't have anything like that anymore.
Well,
There's
it's like
nobody-
Nishima
there's
said, we have no role in society for honorable acts anymore that are selfless.
Exactly.
You jump onto the stream to become a god.
Exactly. We're becoming
Yes.
gods.
That's why
right
I'm
now.
here
So-
right now.
so
I
the-
was a king. I want to be a
so the-
god, and here
You
I
will
am.
But
ascend to
I
godhood,
will-
Noah.
I will
just a
say
matter of
another
time.
thing. I will say that Sky King resonated in that crucial moment a few years ago. I feel it's because it was one of the first like Saints of 4chan that wasn't like shit posters on Paul like celebrating a mass murder, a mass shooter, or like a literal dictator that's killed people, like Pinochet, Elliot Rodger, like you name it, right? Varg Vic.
Exactly.
Well, I
Great
wouldn't
people. Oh,
put Varg Vic. He only killed one person that we know of.
Yeah,
But you
Varg's a
know-
little
That we
different.
know
A little
of.
bit.
Yes,
You just
exactly.
named a
That we
bunch of
know
innocent
of.
people.
Like he took the only avenue he had to have fun
Exactly.
in his life.
Yeah.
Like that's all he had.
And the
And
the
he didn't have to
beautiful part is
destroy
he
people
didn't hurt-
to do
He didn't.
it.
He didn't
Yeah,
hurt
exactly.
anybody.
Yeah,
in
he didn't
doing
wanna
it.
hurt anybody.
Exactly. He didn't hurt anybody to do it. The only person that he hurt was himself.
Which is
And that's
fine.
the
There's
point.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's nothing
Yeah,
wrong with
it's
it.
great.
too.
No,
It's
as
just sad.
as a Catholic, I will say I am against suicide, but I mean,
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I'm
it
just
is
saying.
I'm
normally,
against.
you
I'm
know,
against.
But he wasn't
I'm
doing it to
against
kill himself. He was
self-annihilation.
doing it to live his life.
Yes, exactly. I'm against
So-
self-annihilation. There's a difference
Exactly.
between that.
Yeah, it wasn't
and going
suicide.
out
It was
on
just
an
him being
affirmative
retarded.
act,
But like,
right?
that's fine.
No, I disagree. It was suicide, but it wasn't about dying. It was about living. That's what I mean.
Yeah, it's
The
like,
guy
you know,
who jumped into the
Mhm.
volcano didn't do it to die. He did it to
Exactly.
live.
one of my
Sky King
favorite
didn't
quotes.
fucking hijack that plane to die, man. He did it to fucking live.
One
And
of
he
my
lived
favorite quotes.
more than most of us.
Yeah, from any
Go
piece of like media was Jurassic Park 2, where Roland Tembo, the hunter, said that he knew a guy that went up to Everest and came back half dead, and they asked him, he goes, "Why would you do that? Why would you go all the way up there to die?" He said, "No, I didn't go up there to die. I went up there to live." So yeah, there
The
you
hot
go.
take,
By the way, R.I.P. to Peter Postawith. Apparently, he passed away last year. or the
hot
year
take,
before.
Lost World is the best Jurassic Park movie.
Oh,
And it was
Is
the
that the
second
sec-
episode I
Yeah,
did for that
you're
film
right.
cast before we rebranded. So
But the
Oh,
question for
man.
me is like when you have these people who are
the new ones are just
so-
nostalgics, in my opinion. And I got the first new one came out. What's it called?
Jurassic World.
Jurassic World. I gotta admit, when T-Rex came out with the original music, I went to see it with my friends. I had a fucking tear in my eye.
I
'Cause
saw
it's
it
like a
at-
nostalgic from when I was a kid.
I
So
saw it at a
there you
press
go.
screening, and I wanted to fucking
As-
gouge my eyes
As much
out.
as I
It was
hate
so bad.
Star Wars people with their nostalgia bullshit, I got fucking conned into it because I watched Jurassic Park when I was a kid.
Well, I have
Tell
all
me
my
about it.
nostalgia for
Warhammer
Jurassic
40,000.
Park, not from the movies, but from going to Islands of Adventure and Universal so many times as a
Oh.
kid.
Yes,
So-
yes.
So I actually hadn't seen Jurassic Park really as a kid. I don't remember the first time I watched it. I was definitely older. But I went to Islands of Adventure so many times as a kid. Like Florida was always like the yearly vacation, and the music just means so much to me because I would walk into that section of Islands of Adventure and it'd be blasting, and it was just the greatest feeling
Yeah.
in the world as a kid, and it fucking ruled. And that's where all my nostalgia comes from.
Yes, I live in Florida, so I've been there quite a few times.
Wow,
Nice.
look
I
at
was
your
gonna say
cat, by the
poor
way.
you,
Your,
but
I know
your
he
cat's
does this
being
all the
very
time. My chair is
acrobatic.
completely destroyed. Look how destroyed my chair is for my
Oh
cat.
man,
And
Jesus
you want to see even
Christ.
worse? Look, watch, hold on.
Oh my
at
god. That's all from your cat?
Yeah,
Jesus.
destroys my
Menace to
chair.
society.
He's
Oh my
terrible.
God.
He's the worst.
At least he's
So.
cute.
That's an expensive chair too. Like the DX Racers, I didn't buy it. This is a hand-me-down, but it's an expensive chair. These are like $500-$600 chairs. By the way, anybody that's looking for an epic gamer chair, do not get a racer chair.
Yeah, get
It
the
is
one
a
that I have.
massive waste of money. This is the
I've
most
got an idea.
uncomfortable chair I've ever seen in my life. It's
Go to,
terrible.
go to your local consignment store and buy a Herman Miller Embody, a
This
$2,000 chair for $100.
I
Pulling
saw
my
a
bag
fucking
is sucks.
40-year-old wooden
My
chair.
chair I have is fantastic. I think it's called like the Ergo 2. Something.
Yes.
I'm gonna post it in the chat.
I have the
Um,
best chair of all, though. I have a standing desk. I have no chair whatsoever.
Me
I'm
too.
Oh
You
I
too.
want a
Standing
standing
right now.
desk. I got a
Wait a
shitty
minute.
desk
You
from
look like
IKEA.
you're sitting down. Wait, no.
Standing
You're just
desk.
pressing a button. You're just pressing a little button so that the chair goes down. So
Hero
that's,
said, "Get the
no.
Pewdie-
Try
what is the
this.
PewDiePie
Then I'll
chair?
believe you. Then I'll believe you. You got to go like
No,
this.
that's
then I'll
the
believe you.
desk.
No,
The
it's the
chair's
desk.
not
The
moving,
desk
that's
is
the
going
desk.
up. Yeah, I can see the desk. You can tell the paintings in the
Here, watch.
background or the
Okay.
pictures in the background.
Wait, Hero, what is the PewDiePie chair that we have to get?
Okay. I
Can
see
it
where
do
you're
this?
going.
It's gonna rip my monitor cords out though. It's gonna rip my display board out if I do that.
But,
Oh my
but You're
God.
not able to stand up for as long of a time. Eventually, the legs may give out, but this is a challenge that I put on myself. By the way, wait, is it leg day? You know, fuck it. I am going to do calf raises. If anybody wants to donate, I am going to do calf raises. Last time I did, how many did I do, Geo? Did I do 200? No,
yeah,
more.
100.
No.
Did you
No.
do 50 or?
You did like
500.
400.
Wait,
You did like
400.
400,
400, yes. So, okay, if I could break the record, if I could do 500, how much money are you willing to put in on that? So right there in the chat, and then I'm going to do it. But to the nature of
Oh.
evil that we talked about before, like, I see everybody's point when it comes to there being these people who jump into the volcano or do something heroic. Again, I prefer that they do it like Sky King, where they don't hurt other people. But when it comes to that same energy being applied to most people, the predator thing that was also mentioned with somebody like Richard Ramirez, how many people today would just go full predator mode? Because back in the day, again, like we had structure in certain areas, we had, you know, very painful laws for like if you stole, they chop your hand off. They still have that in the Middle East. But when it comes to these creature comforts dulling us, would the opposite of that necessarily be us finding this Faustian energy to create versus people just, you know, in certain areas abusing other people even more, you know, just like using their physical strength against other people because they can't defend themselves. Like that's the other way of looking at this whole thing where yes, things suck now as far as the weakness that humanity is showing, but at the same time, like crime rates are down, especially among the youth. I think, Noah, this is something you were talking about before as well. So how do we square that up into creating a better society?
13%.
Oh my god.
Oh god. What?
Again, if people are raised differently, then it's not going to be 13%. It's all, I think it's all a
know what
matter.
that means.
No, I'm serious about this.
I'm just gonna say I don't
serious.
understand.
I'm serious about this. It is all a matter of people actually applying the right kind of structure to society, to church groups, all that shit. All that shit helps. And we are letting people down just like people let Chris Chan down. That's what I'm trying to say.
13%, but it's because of Ronald Reagan, and it's his fault. So
No, it goes way back before Ronnie Reagan. But again, like I don't know what the fuck do we do? Education's a part of it, like we said in the beginning.
It's Kane's fault.
Keynes?
Kane's
I don't know. I don't know if it's Kane's fault.
Kane.
Kane.
No, Kane.
Keemstar?
Yes.
Oh,
As in Cain
Kane.
and Abel.
Way
Cain and
back.
Abel.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he was willing and able to kill Abel, and here we are today, unfortunately. No, I do believe that there is this primordial human entity of even before Cain and Abel and Adam and Eve. Like, I think Adam and Eve were there, but there were other humanoids also occupied. I mean, I'm fucking weird. Like, I don't know, Remus, I told you this. Geo, you know where I'm going to go. What if we flip evolution around? What if we're actually like the prototype, and then people devolve into other creatures? Like into other, you know,
man as the prototype is a very interesting idea.
Yeah.
I think there's
because there's like
I think it's very difficult to argue in the current day, but in terms of like because everybody's just like evolution, man, and it's like yeah, I understand what you mean, but the idea that we are a divine form, you know what I mean? We follow a lot of weird, arbitrary aesthetic rules for no real reason other than just like it's pretty. You know what I mean? We have, listen, from the perspective of combat, there are very few creatures on this earth that are designed to do war the way that we are. We are a fucking monster in terms of the way in which we can do damage to other creatures. Yeah, there's shit like bears and gorillas and tigers and shit, but we invent stuff also and then apply it to that same process. Like we have the form and the mind. So this, I'm sort of the mind here that
the most dangerous
if you want to
predator.
look at it,
Yeah.
exactly. We are something terrifying. Like if you were to describe humanity to another species, right, and like how we operate and how we hunt and how we fight, they would be like, that's fucking the scariest thing ever. Like, what is that? And you're like, oh, it's people.
We have
what?
nukes now.
Like,
We can
Well,
just
you
drop
see
a
what
nuke.
we do is like we kill something and then we take all the things that made it strong and then we use them against its friends.
we're literally the Tyranids.
Yes,
literally the
exactly.
Tyranids.
Exactly.
Oh,
That's
man.
what we
We'll
do. We
also
go,
have the
oh yeah,
added-
look at this bear. What if I wore the bear? What if I cut
Yeah.
off its
What if I
skin and put it
use-
on me and now I have bear skin? Like, all right, it's
Yeah,
terrifying.
And because we're like orcs, it works. That person becomes more like a bear. They
Mhm.
take on bear-like qualities. They become bear
It's
man.
becoming. It's
Bjorn
animal
himself.
becomings. to
It's
use
the
another
original
term.
furries.
Yeah.
It's the original
Yes.
furries
Yes.
before they got Hugboxed.
Yes.
Exactly.
Before they
God.
became like paused and gay, like
Oh,
back when it was like people being like, you know why I want to be a bear? Because bears are fucking cool and alpha, not because like I'm sad that my parents don't love me or whatever stupid thing. It's like I want to be a bear because bears are the shit. I want to be a wolf because wolves are fucking apex predator. You know what I mean? It's not like
Yeah.
like I don't know how to be gay, so I'm going to be a wolf instead, or like whatever. It's not the same thing. Everything now is like this weird commercialized, banal, like ultimate Kali Yuga, materialist version.
Everything's a
whatever
simulation of itself. That's really
simulacra. You want to bring in
that's third order simulation right there. You don't know the real
what's
from
the book? What's the book, Gio?
Simulacra and simulation. But it's not. But Baudrillard isn't saying that everything is fake. He's saying that everything is fake. He's saying like with third order simulation, everything is like there's always a suspicion or a hermeneutics of doubt that goes into everything. So everything is permeated with like, is it real or is it fake? That's what he means by it. It's really like
it's autistic. It's like
it's autistic. Oh my god!
Everything is autistic.
What do you mean by no? But Remus, qualify that
as pejoratives. Yeah, I'm not using these words as pejoratives. I mean it in the sense that it's like it's a constant second guessing of one's own nature. Like, am I supposed okay? You sit down. Well, how am I supposed to be sitting? Are my legs supposed to be like this? Should I open them? Should I close them? Should I sit to this way? This way? Oh, how's my head? What are my shoulders doing? What are my hands doing? That's ritual. The ritual has become like, wait, are we supposed to be standing here? Where are we standing? Or is this right? Or is this wrong? Are we doing this?
And then the other hand,
believe this?
And then the other hand, you have autist, as in autism, as in you ought to do this, you ought to do that, and it's about
you ought to subscribe.
Yeah, you ought to subscribe to break the rules.
Can I just ask a question real quick? I do not mean to sidetrack things. How the fuck have none of you peed so far?
I've been peeing the entire time.
I've pissed.
I go to the washroom before every stream.
I feel like I have to piss like every 40 minutes. I gotta piss right now.
I normally
Noah,
have
you and I are kindred spirits. We're pissers, baby. Cheers to that.
This is the difference between.
Well, you've been drinking White
and
Claw.
YouTubers.
You've been drinking beer, right? I mean,
Yep.
That'll do it. I've
I'll be
had
right back.
wine, but
Oh,
what?
and I forgot to ask.
I'm built different, but in a worse way.
Now that Noah's away
I'm built
again, I
different.
may have missed
My
it.
legs don't work.
How much money are you willing to put into me doing, what was it, Gio? 500?
Maybe
Yeah,
500 calf raises.
500 calf raises. I can do it. I promise you. And by the way, James Cunningham, for the very first time coming on the BTR stream, it is a great pleasure. I've missed you, my friend. It's been since 2016.
Missed you too, bro.
We were arguing with this Muslim guy that time. But
Wait, no, he wasn't Muslim. Wait, was he? No, he wasn't a Muslim guy.
No? Well,
no.
We were talking about something related to that, but anyway, there were good points that were approached.
I remember nothing of what was said that day.
I remember, but everything was fine. We were basically talking about just cultural clashes and having different how can you have a civilization meeting with another one so that there would be harmony as opposed to there would be discord. Like, I don't care where anybody comes from or the color of their skin, but there are certain things that would kind of get in the way when it comes to people interacting.
Oh, yeah, that would sound like something I would say in 2016. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
So now, is there a different perspective that you have on that, or has anything shifted around?
No, I don't think my opinion on that has changed much.
I mean, mine neither, honestly. Like,
yeah, it's pretty much the same. But I also think that it's kind of an irrelevant point now because people are kind of congregating into their own little microcosms on the internet. So I don't think there is a consistent culture anymore. So it's a completely mute point now.
It's really. Oh, sorry, did I cut you off, James?
I had nothing to add, honestly.
No, I was going to say that's an interesting point. In that there's this really great book by this art critic. It's called Deculturation, where now we've entered a global monoculture that's really an anti-culture. And then the art critic, he I have to look it up, but Lev, you could throw up the title if you find it. He's got a really weird last name, Borenstein something. Talks about how he uses how kitsch has become everyday life, like everything from politics to mass media to culture becomes kitchified because they don't have there's just a pantomime of sentiment, and there is no past and future to any cultural production. There's no longer a genealogy of, for example, interacting with the genealogy of the work of art. So no, Lev, it's not a post. It's just the book. If you could find a picture of the book.
What's the book called?
It's called Deculture. If you look up deculturation, so there's no past or future to any media that we consume, because it's not commenting on a greater cultural narrative that has typically sustained people. And I know, like, we can get into debates about, like, what is the Western canon? Is it not serving, like, people nowadays, right? That's like the Howard Bloom, like, is the Western canon still relevant to our lives, right? But it's true that we're entering a monoculture that's really an anti-culture, because it's designed to destroy local expressions of culture itself to replace it with this, like, weird late capitalist monstrosity that's through, like, predominantly North American culture industry, like Hollywood and so forth. So we're seeing the death of local cultures, and we're seeing the death of even monocultures, like you said, James, that has typically sustained people, especially younger people. And now that we're just basically in these micro bubbles of expression, we're like, you know, we live in the age of foam, to quote Slaughterdick. We live like little bubbles upon little bubbles. So now every artist and every creator and every streamer has to be like a brand world product. So it's like, you know how Chris Chan has a world. Now every creator has to have a world unto itself. And that doesn't create a universal culture that people can latch onto. That creates, in some ways, this like weird stagnation where, like, we don't even know what the term culture means anymore. So it's just
it's kind of a pathological desire to deconstruct things that even in a small community, maybe they have a way of doing things that just works for them. Even that cannot survive anymore, because they will be exposed to narratives that just kind of take them out of they're no longer immersed in their own culture as a result of this. They're taking too much information in. They eventually just give up on what they were doing before. It's very strange, because I don't know what the purpose of it is. I don't know what function that serves by deharmonizing small communities like that. Whereas it just seems like through the internet we're trying to sort of triangulate the perfect culture and way of doing things, and it's doing is making people confused and angry, and it's just
like we've said with video game devs, we've seen this with YouTube, like we were talking about before. It's like YouTube's a perfect example, because even that expression of microculture can no longer survive when, like, this like corporatized model. And there are some creators who have managed to grift themselves to positions of power, right? But that's besides the point, because I know I can't help myself. I can't help myself.
I had to bite my tongue right there, right? And you said it. Sorry, go ahead.
About creators grifting themselves into the halls of power. Well, we have to stop, or else Mossad might cut down our feed. But anyways, it's
Mossad, mo problems. Is that
Mossad, mo? Well, you said before in one stream, you said Moloch, mo problems, but now Mossad, mo problems. But
and by the way, I gave up. Okay, I gave up doing the cat phrases for one reason only, because I remembered that tomorrow is P90X plyometrics, and you're gonna do plenty of that stuff during plyometrics.
Yeah, don't do that.
So I'm gonna save my strength.
Both of those things. Yes.
Yeah, and today I did the P90X chest and back, the entire fucking thing. So, Jules, I hope you're proud of me. Hope you're proud of your boy. I did all of it from the top to the bottom, and it feels fucking good. And by the way, that is a cute cat Forever Young posted. I think it's a GIF. Let me click on it to make it.
It says GIF.
Oh, look at that.
That is adorable.
Oh, another thing I wanted to ask about, where do you think maybe we could just, like, in YouTube, where do you guys think, like, when did it really kick off in terms of, like, the transition from one model of YouTube to the other? Because YouTube really has become, like, the world platform for so many different reasons, right? So is it just that, like for instance, like when reaction channels became really big, right? Like just people like looking at content. Like where do you think it really kicked off? So maybe James, you go first, and then
I completely. I lived through that shit because animators and
you guys got fucking ruined. You got fucking destroyed.
Yeah,
sorry,
we got completely fucked.
But, Jesus.
But I was thinking about this earlier when you brought up where am I going with this? But basically, YouTube used to reward high quality content. It didn't matter how long it was. Like you all know this already. And there used to be a time where this was back when the internet still had a standard of what was considered worthy content and what isn't.
Yeah. And there were a lot of superficial barriers to entry.
Yeah, exactly. Like if someone 10 years ago made a video of them just watching a video and reacting to it, you would have got fucking made fun of, you would have got bullied off the internet. Right. And I think that the state of content creation is pushing the boundaries on the internet has now become getting away with the lowest amount of effort possible, and the further you can push that is the new metric. So it's essentially there was a time where animators made the most money on YouTube, all this shit, and reply girls started making reaction videos to our cartoons, and animators got pissed off. And then there was Psychic Pebbles who made an animation making fun of reply girls, and this is what triggered the YouTube algorithm shift, where they changed it from a model of views to minutes watched, which basically which completely fucked animators out of the platform. Like we can't really make money on YouTube anymore, so none of us do it. But I think that after that point, like we went from making fun of people making reaction videos to now people just watching like an hour-long video of someone just browsing Reddit and laughing at memes. Like it went that far, and that made me realize, like just that experience alone made me realize anything that can be automated will be automated. People don't even want to browse the internet themselves; they want to watch someone else browse the fucking internet.
Yeah.
So,
and also I want to hit on something real quick. Is what you just said right there? Is it's also that entire thing existing, the whole you can't be bullied off the internet for doing low effort shit anymore, is enforced by the content creators, because I've seen this firsthand. Where if you do not take part in their cult of toxic positivity,
I love that phrase.
They'll just call you racist for no reason.
Now we have influencer houses and shit.
If you want to know what the next big thing on YouTube is going to be, just think of something that you do online on a daily basis, and then think about screen recording it.
Yep.
So eventually you're going to see people who are like, oh, so let's look at my Twitter feed for today, guys, and they're just
full confession, I have done that on my YouTube channel, scrolling through Twitter.
Exactly.
Gio, you're patient zero.
But to be fair, I do very high quality commentary. So tomorrow I'm going to release a video.
That's how it starts. Yes.
Where I scroll through this thread by Egg Report. I'm going to do a thread by 0HP Lovecraft where I comment on it. So I'm very sorry. I've done this cheap ass fucking Zoom recording content.
Gio, we need a final solution for Gio, folks.
I've done this one video where I comment on this lunatic that's talking about, like, right after the election, you saw that one, Lev, where this guy's the most condescending motherfucker in the world. I just, like, rip him apart in this fucking YouTube video. And this, like, I'm screen capping his Twitter video, and I'm commenting on with my condescending fucking reactionary nobody's done that. Nobody's browsed through Twitter. It's always Reddit. Like, how?
It's still even
funny.
bizarre to me that,
I know a
people...
guy whose entire YouTube channel is just him reading tweets.
Oh, really?
Bublax.
Man, I gotta start doing that because my timeline is fucking amazing.
That is going to be the next big thing. That's going to be the next big thing. I guarantee you.
He's almost at 250K subs.
Yep.
The thing is, on being a Twitter veteran, it's like, when you are involved in certain spheres, like for example, 4chan is like if you go to Paul it's basically just the Twitter clip show, right? It's like Twitter screen cap time. So I think like I'm one of the, hopefully I'll be like on a wave of YouTubers that are like from these weird like reactionary spheres on Twitter to like colonize YouTube by like basically using like cheap ass technology like Zoom to fucking screen share.
Should you have that screen sharing poll? Would you screen share poll?
Oh my god, no,
I
I
don't
think
think
you
you
get
could.
banned
I don't
right
think you
away.
It's
could.
really
Not
weird
live
because there
anyway.
have been like three, I think about like three, to my knowledge,
There's green
videos
text.
I've seen from big YouTubers that have made just videos on women posting L's. I'm like, this is content.
Which YouTubers? Quentin Reviews did one or no?
Oh wait, no. One was bad
Quinn
film take.
reviews. Can I
Two
tell a
were,
quick Quinn
uh,
review
women
story
posting
one?
L's.
Yes,
Yes.
please,
Yes.
please.
Okay.
Dude.
Look,
Please
I
do.
only met Quentin Reviews in the company of the guy who I was in a YouTube group with, who was a fucking creep, which made sense. I met Quentin Reviews at VidCon one time.
Oh
Everyone's
god.
like, oh, Quentin. I'm like, I have no idea who the fuck this is. And he's there, and I'm like, oh, Quentin, like, nice to meet you, man. And like, I put my hand out. I have no idea who this fucking guy is. And he looks at me, and I swear to God, he goes,
Is that Hugbox?
at me?
Yeah.
No, he had no idea who I was. Is what I'm saying. He's just like,
He just stares at you.
Oh my
he
god.
just starts
Fucking
breathing,
freak.
and I shit you not, turns around, and just walks away.
What the
And I'm
fuck?
I
sitting
could
there,
imagine him
and
doing
I'm like
that.
this, and I'm just like, who the fuck was that? And nobody told me who that was until like literally years later. Literally
That's
2 years
amazing.
later, I'm on Twitter and I saw something about him being creepy to some girl in her DMs. And I was like, that's the guy!
All of them,
I was
man.
like, that's the fucking guy! I was like, holy shit.
The male
The fa-
feminist thing
the
is
face you
proven every
pulled,
single
dude, was
time.
so good. I feel like you just polymorphed into Quentin then. Like completely
Yeah.
just saw Quentin's face when you did that.
Oh my god, he does look like him. Oh my god.
Disgusting.
I feel, you know
Oh my
what's
God.
funny? Fucking Lindsay Ellis, although she blocked me on Twitter. Lindsay Ellis said that someone creeped.
Yeah.
Someone was creeping on her, and people had a bet. What it was either Quentin Reviews or Movie Blob, and it was probably like I know
Movie
it's
Blob.
Quentin Reviews, Movie Blob. Like, but
was
Movie
Movie
Blob
Blob.
has a thing where he like had a selfie with Lindsay Ellis. What's her name on the fucking channel? Awesome.
Said that they were friends. And she
Dude.
was like,
Nostalgia
please
check.
don't
Nostalgia check.
She
I mean,
eviscerated
she
him
has done some good content.
so bad.
Yeah,
I
like
liked her video about Aladdin, but that one was really
Yeah.
informative. But other than that, I can't really watch her content that much because all I can like all of this channel awesome people, it's like copy and paste of like the same person.
yeah,
You know, and I
you
just
were
can't
into that
stand
back
that
in the day.
humor. But I did like a couple of her videos are a little bit like
Every time I
informative.
see that dude with the tie, I start sweating.
Doug Walker.
Is
I
that
have
his
a-
name?
I had a friend who went to one of these cons, and Doug Walker was like walking to a panel, and they asked him, "Was like, hey Doug, how's it going? Can you like?" It was about Channel Awesome, and he basically like cussed them out for like a few minutes. You know, you could go to the fucking panel, and it was just like really awkward moment. So, yeah. But yeah, you're right. They do have a style.
Was
of
that
comedy.
dude with the tie
Yeah.
on purpose, by the way, considering he's called that guy with the glasses, or was
guy
that
with the
just
glasses.
fucking
That
coincidence?
was.
Dude with the
I don't know
tie.
anything about those people. I like. That's not my area of expertise on YouTube. I watch gun
Yeah.
reviews. I watch
Used
Paul
to
Harrell.
unironically like Nostalgia Critic back in the day. Like
Angry-
when I say back
If
in the
you were
day,
a part of it, then it was
2013.
yeah.
AVGN is still nice though. Like I think he's got a good vibe. A friend of mine knows him.
Oh,
I
he's
never
still
watched
going strong
any
in
of
your
these
video.
I love
Yeah.
AVGN. He's such classic
I never
YouTube.
watched any of these channels.
I never
Any of
watched it, but you could tell that
Zero.
AGVN, like he's got an
Yeah,
authenticity.
he seemed more
to his stuff.
again. He means
Yeah.
he seemed more
Yeah.
sincere.
He's the guy that
than the
started.
rest of them. The rest
Although I
of them
would
felt like they were
argue,
grifting.
like I would argue, the political reaction channel started with Sam Hyde. He did the Tumblr one, and he did the IMG something where he like invented the term golden retriever girls. It was like the 30 under 30 one. That was pretty awesome. So I would argue that Sam Hyde did invent the reaction channel as we know it today.
But,
Well, wait, is
is-
Golden
I was
Retriever Girls, is that like Butter Dogs?
I get no, it's like the like I guess you could call them awfuls now, like affluent white liberal females, but like
oh,
that was like
okay.
the proto term for golden retriever, like basically like upper like middle to upper middle class like white girls that like are very
Karens.
fashionable. Karen, yeah, kind of. But like, imagine if Karens
Karen
were
Stacy fusion.
Karen in the making.
Karen.
Karen,
Stacey
yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
imagine if millennials were
Proto Karen.
Karens. Yeah, proto Karen.
fusion. Yeah, Karen's.
Proto
Karen's
Karen.
If Karens were like
Seed of
millennial
Karen.
and Zoomer women, that would be like, yeah.
Karen
I
in
mean,
Marvel
millennials are
form.
getting to Karen
I
territory
don't know
now.
if
We're
I
not
could
that
say,
young
yeah,
anymore.
Yeah,
millennials-
right, we aren't
millennials
that
are
young anymore.
Karens. But
We're
as
Karens.
for Zoomers, the Zoomer, I consider myself like the oldest Zoomer. I consider myself a Boomer Zoomer. That's what I call
Boomer
myself.
Zoomer.
Because I was born in '96, and depending on which
Oh, there you
website
go.
you look at, it's like right on the cusp. It's
I was
like
just saying, is
in
that a
between.
Zoomer?
It's in between, yeah. Depending on
'Cause
which place you ask,
yeah.
researchers do consider
I've
the
heard
mid
96
'90s
is
to
Zoomer.
be starting Zoomer.
They
yeah.
consider 96
So,
to be the
yeah,
the first like
cutoff.
Zoomer, yeah.
So
Dude,
I call
feel
myself
like a
a
fucking boomer Zoomer. I'm from '99. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm from
the same age as my
92,
little
man. I'm
sister.
I was
Fuck, I'm
born
from
in
95.
1991. Yeah,
Yeah,
1991, dog.
And
Wait,
So I
Hugbox,
consider
do you
myself
remember-
a Boomer Zoomer.
Do you
I
remember
think
anything
Lev is
about-
the oldest guy in here. Lev is like
Yeah.
32
I know,
years
I'm
old.
fucking old. Yet, okay, if I look at Noah's face right now in comparison to my face, like if you were to see us, who would you think would be older?
I think
I mean, no, I mean,
Same
look,
age.
much
Yeah.
respect.
You look young,
the
Lev.
same
Are
age.
you in your 30s?
I'm 32.
I'm older than you,
Oh,
Noah.
yeah,
Damn.
How does
I
that
wouldn't guess
work?
that. Yeah, I'm older than Noah.
I
as
think I
well.
am like Jules is almost as old as me, but he's still younger. So I am officially the oldest motherfucker here.
Jules looks young as well. He doesn't look like he's close
Yeah.
to 30
That's
either.
because Jules is a model, though.
Yeah,
That's
Jules
My
Yes.
problem
like
is I'm gonna
the
look like
fat
I'm
shit.
50 when I'm like 30, though. Like it's kind of like it's kind of my issue.
No,
Yeah,
I
so
think,
it's
I
like
think
we'll
you're-
be
If I
the new
shave the
30.
beard, I look like a little kid.
Yeah,
there
that's
we
the
go.
power
See,
of
you
it.
always have a backup plan with the shaving.
I did
beard.
Exactly.
want to say something about the whole YouTube environment thing, though. I think a lot of this shit started unironically with Machinima. Not
Yeah.
a joke.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Machinima was like the proto TikTok house.
Yeah.
Like they took a bunch of
Influencer
Call of Duty-
house. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
They
quick
took a bunch
quick
of Call
thing.
of Duty.
No, go on.
No, go
on.
ahead.
Well, I would just want to say.
Okay, so
go on. Here we go.
okay, they took a bunch of Call of Duty YouTubers, put them in a like warehouse in California, made them make content, and then like didn't pay them and shit. And they like put together all of this sort of like a million videos a day, three minutes long. They're all Call of Duty content creation videos, so they're all the fucking same. It's like they started the sort of like industrialization of YouTube and like meta, at least in the gaming sphere, from what I saw. And to me, gaming was the biggest thing on YouTube for a while there, and might still
It
be.
was like literally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like literally the Call of Duty content creators like Hutch and Blame Truth and
Only Use Me
Scanners
Blade.
and all of them.
Yeah.
Only Use Me Blade,
Scanners.
Redemption. They were making the most money, man. They were making so
Oh,
much
yeah.
money. I honestly
And they
think
pissed it
that
all
Machinima-
away. Who's the guy that
Yeah,
bought a
Machinima-
mansion? Jaws? Ex-Jaws?
Oh,
He fucking bought
yo,
a mansion.
true story. When I was like 11 years old, I got into a lobby with X-Jaws and I owned his fucking ass. And I have lived with that
Nice.
memory with no opportunity to
A lot
talk
of-
about it until this day.
A
It
lot
was
of
an
those
M-Dub tier
guys were
lobby.
studio gamers. Let's face it,
Yeah.
they were fucking studio gamers, man.
Now, what about
This
somebody
is
like
the-
what was Spaz Kid? So Spaz Kid, who I also met, as you met also James at the Newgrounds meetup in 2016, he was also working for Machinima, but he made a whole cartoon about it where he was like this
yeah, that was-
obese naked guy chained up, and how they were paying him with bags of sugar, and he had this pigeon who he named Lunch, and he had all these pigs that were living in his messy attic. So he took one of the porkers, put them into a suitcase, and like the nose was still hanging off, and then he just ran out. Like he took his chain off and he ran out, and he just like fell probably to his death. But it was a better life than having to live under the Machinima thumb. And
It's
I
just
think
like the
that-
volcano.
Yeah, exactly. It
Exactly.
is just like the
Yeah.
volcano. But there was like some
That
shitty
book out hella
contract
long, man.
that he was under, and I'm not sure. Like I guess he didn't catch the high wave of the Machinima.
Most of them made jack shit.
Yeah. so
Yeah,
that's understandable.
everyone that was like sort of it evaporated in thin air, all of those riches. Like gaming is so different nowadays, I guess, like let's plays and shit. Like there's only very few that have managed to like ascend to the level of like, I don't know, PewDiePie or whatever. Like there's, I don't know, it's totally different. Like Zoomers will never know what it was like to play with a fucking capture card and play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and call each other F slurs and N words on Xbox Live. Zoomers will never know the pleasure of staying up at 3 a.m. on a weeknight and calling people across the world N words on Xbox
Modern
Live.
Warfare 2 was so raw, dude. That's like the
Oh,
best
man,
online
The way I
Some of my
see
favorite
it is
video
if you
game
didn't play
memories.
Halo 3, I can't get along with you.
Oh no, Halo 3.
I would never
I
owned
played
an
that
Xbox,
shit today.
so I never played
Halo
Halo.
3
Sorry.
lobbies, man.
We can't be friends.
Quake 3 Arena.
Were
All
you
right, I'll
old
block
enough,
you.
you know what, to play
1.6.
Halo 3 in its prime?
Yeah, but Halo 3, even then, that's Zoomer shit.
When are
Even
we?
Really?
No
Halo
fucking
3 is
way,
not
dude.
Zoomer
I was
That-
playing
that's
Halo
what-
2 on
Look,
the
I
original
remember
Xbox for
people
quite a
like
long
you saying
time.
that Quake was the only good FPS. It's not true, man. Halo 3 fucking rocked. It was
It
so
was the
fucking
only
good.
Yeah, I never ever had an
Halo 3
Xbox.
So I
No,
was
I'm
13
not saying that. I'm not
when
saying
I was
that.
13
What
when
I'm
Halo
saying is
3
that
was
it's
coming
later
out. So
gen.
Noah, what you were? What
I was
year were
like
you born,
7
Noah?
or 8.
Damn.
And I got that shit. I remember this is a funny story. I remember I was a linebacker in football, and my parents were like, "You get a game-changing tackle today, you're getting an Xbox." And I went out there. I went out there.
Okay,
and
that's
I was
so
I was
base.
like, "You're all gonna die." I was like,
That's
I was like, I
insanely
gotta
big.
find out what happens in Halo 3, and I got that fucking Xbox. I was like, I gotta see what happens to the Arbiter.
What
Get
is
outta
the
here.
having not played Halo? I think I played like Halo Reach with my best friend in real life.
Same.
He like fucking like his whole like thing is Halo. Like he like from day one, from the very first release, he's like been obsessed, right?
It was my
So
first
I tr-
game, yeah.
And so I tried to like ask him like what is the appeal, like almost like this mythological aura to Halo, like what is the whole thing? And it's almost like he couldn't even like put it into words. Like what do you guys like having played Halo?
Let me try.
What is the thing
Let me try
about
real
it?
quick.
Dude,
Yeah.
Halo 3 was
feels-
just a ton of fun, man. And at the time, it was
That's
like
it.
the perfect FPS. I mean,
Like you could say it was the perfect. Yeah.
coming back to Halo 3 with the Master Chief Collection on PC, it definitely feels aged, but it's still a ton of fun now, what, 13, 14 years later? But I will definitely say the only thing that came close for that console generation for me was Bad Company 2, which I still do.
Yes.
Bad Company
that
2
game
is one of the
rocked,
greatest
dude.
FPSs of
Bad
all
Company,
time.
I
Holy
was never
shit.
good at Halo 3, but I had a ton of fun with it. Bad Company 2, I was legitimately great at, and I played that on 360. And
I
the
played
majority of
BC2
matches, I would get
competitively.
top 3 on the leaderboard every time, and I felt like a fucking god.
There was
That
this
game-
is gonna be a dumb story. I don't mean to cut you off real quick, but I
No,
need
I'm
to have
done.
an
Go for it.
opportunity to publicly share this. When we were kids, right? There was somebody who was having like a fucking birthday party or some shit. It might have been like a bar mitzvah or something like that, right? Somebody was having one of these, and they had like a game truck, right?
Oh,
They bring this
God.
truck, it's like a LAN, right?
A LAN game truck. Yeah.
And we
Never
played
seen one.
Halo 3
Never
on
seen
LAN, and I remember it was Sand Trap. 212 kills, 0 deaths.
holy.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Amazing.
like
212
like
kills.
Bang
Right.
Bus for gamers.
And
like
when I see this kid to this day whose party it was, I saw him, I shit you not, 3 weeks ago, and he goes, "You remember that time that you went 212-0 on Sand Trap?" And I go, "Oh, do I remember that time I went
One-
212-0
one
on
time-
do
Sand
that?
Trap?"
Were they-
That's
Do I?
amazing.
Like,
One
How,
time in
how
high
bad were
school-
they, and how good were you that you managed to do that?
funny story. They were pretty bad. Then the game truck employees were like, "All right,
you have
we're
to
gonna
stop.
put this kid in his place," and I kicked their ass too. And I was
Oh
like,
my god!
All right,
That fucking rules.
It
One
was a good
time,
It's hilarious.
one time in high school, this was like before summer. It was film class, but like we were in the computer labs. So we just decided to like someone had like a modded Counter-Strike, like the first one in the like they combined everyone to like have the
1.6.
LAN. Yeah, in the computer
Mhm.
lab. It was like a giant LAN. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I
CS
was-
1.6, yo.
I never fucking
Amazing.
played like Counter-Strike in my life. I like was destroying everyone. And you know my big like loud Italian voice. They started trolling me by changing their gamer name, like the name tags to like Geo is like in love with this person. Geo is a fat F slur. And I was like yelling, like I was owning people and like yelling. And the fucking film teacher came back and he's like, "Geo, I could literally hear you screaming your head off down the hallway." And I was just destroying everyone. I don't know how. It was just like
The only games
so
I got
similar-
away with playing in school were cool math games.
Yeah.
Number
Rita
Mushroom.
Rabbit.
Was
Wait,
that still around?
before we switch to that real quick,
What was that
I remember
one
there was a
map game?
birthday party that I
Oh.
went to of a friend's back. It had to be like early elementary school, like second, third grade, something like that. And he had outside set up multiple CRTs lined up in a row for us all to fucking play games and LAN together. And that was one of the coolest things I can vaguely remember from my childhood.
What was the one like computer lab math game everyone played?
Number
back in the day?
Muncher. I think you're talking about Number Muncher. At least
It
this
was
is the
like
one that I
Math
played.
Circus something.
Here, I don't
Math
know who
Circus.
Pussy Muncher?
Yeah.
Was it just
This-
Math Circus?
this
It
one
was
over
Math
here.
Circus.
Oh my
Okay.
God, Math Circus! Holy
Yes!
shit!
Yeah.
I don't
This-
know Math Circus. This is the only
was
one that I
Math
know.
Circus.
I don't know
Different,
what that is.
different
This
generation.
is must have been
I
a
always-
Canadian thing.
Yeah, it was Canadian.
I always liked the blocks game, Blocksters on cool math games. Like a little block, and you have to get the block into the hole.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you guys ever play that one? There's also one where you had to run a lemonade stand and not run out of money, and that's when I learned that capitalism is hard.
That's
If
the
you
one.
were a Canadian, if you're a Canadian millennial, you remember fucking Cross Country Canada, man, with the trucking thing. That was like hard. Hey, Remus, remember Cross Country Canada?
What? Yes, I remember cross country.
Yeah, if you're a millennial from Canada, like you know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, I feel
No,
like
my-
we're just
my-
going down nostalgia lane.
My
right here.
favorite one.
No,
well,
wait,
before we
I'm-
stop the nostalgia, this one over here, Ski Free. Again, different generation, so you
Oh
you might
my.
not get it.
Why do I?
that looks
Why do
Is that the-
I know that?
Is that the
Oh
one with
yeah, I
the Yeti?
remember Ski Free.
Yes,
That
that's
looks-
the one.
Oh
That
with
God,
Yeti.
looks
this
bad.
one.
Yes.
So I had
It
a computer
reminds-
class, and to keep like I actually had a dream last night that I discovered an old typewriter that I used to have because back in the day, my parents they didn't buy me a computer, so I had to learn how to type on the
God.
computer with an old-fashioned typewriter.
Conscious
It's amazing.
Conscious Moss remembers that game. Press X to doubt. I don't think Conscious Moss was like alive when Lev was playing that game. Ski games.
I have no
Her
idea
and
how
Lev
I
are the
know what
same
that
thing.
is. Like I feel so fucking old right now by extension.
I know, man. Oh my God.
I know it's like I'm making you old just by talking about it. I'm infecting you with my elderliness.
It's
But,
like the,
here-
it's
Sapping my youth.
yes,
the-
exactly. Here,
the old
this is the
Prince of
Yeti.
Persia games.
This is the motherfucker that always caught you
Yeah.
at the end.
You will catch and eat your ass.
What was
No,
your
my-
favorite? What was your favorite Flash games growing up? My favorite was September 12th. That was like my favorite Flash game. I would play for hours. I don't know why.
Madness Combat.
My
The
favorite
Madness
game.
Combat game.
Bloody Day. Bloody Day. That was another good.
My
There was
favorite
this
was
game on. Go ahead.
Domo Kun's Angry Smash Fest. In fact, I want to get the iMockery
I remember
guy
that game.
to come in here to BTR if anybody has the hookup with him.
There was this game I used to play on addictinggames.com.
Yeah.
And it was this like car game. Like you could make this little car and like add different tires and like spikes and stuff to it. And you had to battle other people's cars. And I was like addicted to this game. I could not tell you what the game was called for the life of me. And it's not on Addicting Games anymore. But I would play the game, I'm saying, for hours. And it was
Shit.
like not even that fun. Like looking back on it, you literally just made your car and like you didn't have to earn any kind of currency to get like you could just build the car however you want and you just drove into other people and destroyed their car. But it was like I spent so much time playing that game.
That
remember-
actually comes to the essence of what I was gonna talk about. Like that puts it right there. You just like were like I didn't have to earn any XP or any fucking there's no RPG elements, there's no nothing. You could make a car however you want and just hit other people with a car. That's the whole game. But it's fun. And that's the point. That's the reason that like new Halo sucks compared to old Halo, because old Halo was just like about jumping around and throwing grenades at aliens and killing them, and it was fun. And that's it. It's not about like being competitive and like meta and like fuck. I gotta fucking make sure that I know the strat, dude, before I go.
I gotta pay for the
I should just be able
skin.
to pick up the stupid, like I should just be able to just pick up the stupid controller and play the game and have fun, and that's it, right?
And we have a
Exactly.
comment over
Games
here from
become-
Wong Kar-wai, superfan XOXOXO,
XOXOXO.
who says, I used to play hentai dating games. I thought No, the favorite part is down here. I thought I
Dating
needed
games.
it. I thought I needed it to prep for dating. I love it.
Oh no!
Powerful Wong Kar-wai.
Powerful. Can you imagine if you grew up like as a millennial playing hentai dating games from
Frank's
fucking
Adventure. Do you remember
You'd
Frank's
be
Yeah,
Adventure?
fucked.
from Newgrounds. You'd be totally fucked. You'd be a serial killer by now. I swear to God.
You would just be one of these
Dead
PUA
ass.
Twitter accounts.
Did
You
you guys ever
You'd be
play
a
the game?
PUA Twitter. Like
That's what it would
Rivolo,
be.
whatever your guy's name is. My dick
guy
is
with the
towards the
lines.
world.
You guys ever play the game Oligarchy on Addicting Games?
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, that was the one for me when I was
Oh,
a kid.
man.
I loved deforesting the Amazon and initiating World War III.
That was like the pirate game we played on the school computers. That was yeah, and it's like everyone would just buy rum, and like the crew would die of scurvy. That was amazing.
Yep.
And
You know
this
what's
game
funny?
over
Someone
here- this game, just real quick, this game Nights into Dreams, this is my favorite game of all time. It's
Really?
old. It's like from 1996 for the Sega Saturn, but
Whoa.
you can
Yeah, man,
also
I
get it
remember-
on
I remember
Steam.
My
Yeah.
friend had that game growing up, and I remember playing it over his house like all the time. Like that old one. There was one for the Wii too, but the old one was way better.
Oh, definitely.
There's
No,
one
it's such a
on the
such a
Saturn,
beautiful
I think
game.
there's
It's a
one
work
on
of art.
Dreamcast as well.
You know, that game's actually like a work of art, but it's still playable. Not like when these pseuds attempt to make works of art today with these games, and they just all end up looking ugly and hideous, and just
Yes.
the graphics don't help.
It takes
And it's like
skill
that.
to make something that's actually beautiful.
Yeah,
You know
absolutely.
what I mean? Like that's why it's not about the graphics. That's what the problem with these stupid motherfuckers. They're just like, yo, if I make it so that you can see inside this motherfucker's pores, then my game is good.
Well, I
It's
said
like,
that.
no, actually, if
yeah.
I fully animate the horse's balls while it's walking around like an RDR2,
Yeah.
it's a good game. Not that RDR is bad, but what I'm saying is that like you.
I compared it to, like,
Battlefront-
people
Noah
that-
did a video about this. Noah did a video about this. Battlefront
Yeah.
2, the new ones are shit. They're shit games. But the old
Mm.
ones are fucking amazing. If you go right now and go on
Yeah.
Steam and play Battlefront 2, the old Battlefront 2 games, you'll find more people playing and have more fun than you would on these dog shit EA DICE created. They're like, yo, what if we make Call of Duty, but we put the skin of Star Wars on it? It's like,
Hot
who
take,
fucking
hot
wanted
take,
that?
right?
Just
Battlefield,
make Star Wars.
Battlefield
Star Wars.
2142,
Yes.
best Battlefield
Yeah.
game.
Well, Bad Company
Yeah.
2 is.
Well,
but-
Bad Company
Well,
2
yeah, no,
for the
I-
gunplay
I
and
was-
for the actual gameplay, but for the team
I'll take
shit,
Bad Company 2.
2142 for the
Wait,
team
you-
shit
you
was
wanna know what's one of the mo-
ridiculous.
You know what's one of the best recent Battlefields?
Mm.
Cold
Oh.
War. Call of Duty Cold War. Dude, the
I
fucking
love,
big-
I
Yeah.
love playing Battlefield Cold War with the tanks. Yes,
dude,
absolutely.
it's so good.
It
There
is.
was- I
It's-
went like
that's
fucking
because-
like there was one match I went like fucking 50 something and like 2 or 3 and I was like and it was mostly from just me killing people in the tank and sniping. It was amazing.
That's
was
how
on
it's
that,
supposed to be.
Players do not
Yeah, it
know
was
how
on
to
that
deal with
snow map.
vehicles.
Yes, that's the one. If
Yeah.
you can hide around that little like radar station with your tank in that lake area, and you will just kill like 100 people. Like,
It's so
amazing.
good. Dude, I gotta get back to playing because I haven't played it since they've updated with like more maps and shit.
I've just been playing Warzone lately.
My,
I can't do battle royales,
Yeah.
man.
I just play it with the
I
boys.
just-
it's not
yeah.
too great,
The
but
one
that's just
battle
been what I've been
royale that
doing.
I really, really liked was what's it called? It was one. Oh my goodness! It was only big
Descri-
for like a little bit.
Apex?
No. You had like there
Describe
was
it.
the little. Oh man, why am
If
I
you
not
say
able to think
hyperspace,
about
I'm gonna
it?
leave right now.
No,
Hyperscape or whatever it was.
Fuck! It was on Steam.
What's the one that Hassan
What is
Piker
it? Realm
played?
Royale. Realm Royale. Thank you, my love.
Oh,
Realm Royale.
Realm
I was
Royale.
obsessed with Realm Royale.
I
I was
never
really
played
good at
that.
Realm Royale. Another hot take. Thank you for having me here. But my fiance is very hungry and he's been waiting for me to make dinner.
Oh,
Good
trash.
trash!
fiance and
Here.
cooking some
That's
goddamn
all.
food.
Matt,
I'm
you
gonna
are
go make
checking
him
all
dinner.
you are checking all the
Yes.
points on on
Yes.
this stream today. Everybody's
Well,
Well,
he
going
Found
offered
nuts.
to cook,
sweating.
but I didn't know how long we were gonna be here. I was like, I'll cook for us later. And then we've been here for a while, which has been
The
really
stream doesn't
enjoyable. I don't want to
actually
leave.
end.
I do. I do have
Jessix,
to.
I want to show the fuck out of you. Where
Oh.
could people find you?
Well, this I have it on my little camera here, but yeah, I'm just kind of Jessix everywhere. Jessix TV. If you just look up Jessix on Google, I should come up. Because I don't know, but yeah, on Twitter, Jessix_TV. I don't really stream on Twitch anymore, but I still have it. It's where I have like the most followers. Twitch. Jessix TV, and then on YouTube, I'm just youtube.com/c/Jessix. That's where I've been streaming recently. I actually just got monetization recently on YouTube, and I just put in my information for channel membership, so I should have a join button soon on YouTube. So that's exciting.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Jessix.
Yeah,
I
that's
like this drawing. I like.
Thank you.
Visual it
It's
is.
my friend Hee Silly. I don't know if any of you have heard of her, but she does
Oh,
art.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
She drew it. It's because I wear high pants. So I mean, obviously I don't keep them up this high all the time, but I always have my pants up high. And then there's one picture I took like this, and then she turned it into she turned it into a little drawing. It's like my favorite little avatar.
Well,
so.
the one thing that we should definitely get into next time, and Jessix, I would love for you to come back. We're gonna have to definitely set something up in the next couple of weeks. I would love to find out more about why you are a Vegeta stan. So,
Oh man, yeah.
I mean, I'll answer the question right now for
Vegeta's
her.
the
because
worst.
He's the best character.
best.
So.
Vegeta
It's
sucks,
objectively, yes. I don't know if you've seen, but I have
in the show.
my pinned tweet on Twitter for all of my fellow Vegeta stans. I've made some Vegeta fan cams, so feel free to post them in replies to people that you don't like.
Base.
So screw
that what you do
K-pop
with fan cams?
stans.
Is that
We
how it
are a Vegeta stan, and we
Vegeta fucking
put
squad, baby.
Vegeta fan cams under people we disagree with.
Before you leave, real quick, my thesis for Vegeta being the best character in all of anime is the Buu Saga, and that is why the Buu Saga is also the best arc of Dragon Ball because of his redemption at the end. And every time I watch it, when Vegeta admits that that Goku's better than him, I fucking just cry like a little bitch, and it's beautiful.
You know what's weird? Okay, I know I said I was gonna leave, but one more story. The episode in Buu Saga. Spoiler, by the way, if you haven't seen Dragon Ball Z,
If you're
it's been out
getting
for
spoiled
20
for Dragon
years.
Ball Z, that's
Spoiler,
your
by the
fault.
way. No, but when he listen. So literally the night before my dad just died in September, the night before my dad died, we watched the episode where Vegeta hugs Trunks for the first time. And I bawled my eyes out because I missed my dad so much. He lived in the Virgin Islands before he passed, and then literally like the next day, my dad died. So it's like anytime I think of that episode, I get like 3 times as emotional.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
That's another episode that's just so
Before, I
hard.
was like, I was bawling my eyes out. I was like, oh, I miss my dad. Oh, I was like crying because I watched that episode. Yeah.
Condolences. That's very hard.
Oh, that's my
Yeah,
fan
sorry to
channel.
hear.
It's in the Discord. Yeah, it's pretty lit. It's Short Kings by Tiny Meat Gang.
Oh man,
Right,
I still
thank you
feel
for
bad about
having
the.
me.
Thank you, Jessix, so much for coming in.
No
Definitely
problem.
looking forward to
It
having
was a
you
pleasure.
on.
Yeah.
Pleasure being you,
Thank
Jessica.
you.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was nice
Take care,
talking to
Jess.
everybody. I will see you guys again.
Nice to meet you. See you soon.
See you soon. So guys, we are I think gonna be ending the stream pretty soon, but I wanted to get the word on the street from Jules. How's everything going, buddy? How's everything going in New York City?
Well, we just had the snowstorm. Everything's good, you know. It's just a new vibe. It's everything's completely different, and it keeps changing. I think people are kind of settling into a new normal while hoping it's not a new normal. I think people are a lot less stressed from the media. I feel like the media has kind of taken the anxiety pressure off the button, which is just sort of like allowing just the weather to kind of even out, and hopefully there's a productive responses to these severe stressors, because I think there's a lot of stuff that's not really easy to identify just because you don't see it. So, I mean, we are technically in a Great Depression right now, and you wouldn't really know it based on if you just like watch the news. I don't know.
All right,
Andrew
Jules, how many
Meyer-
little kids did you fucking pelt with a snowball today? That's the real question.
None.
That sucks.
You
And
gotta
Jemire-
bully these little shits while they're young.
I feel
Julian.
like New York in the winter is just like a gauntlet of like people pelting snowballs at each other.
Well, and
It's
and
you ever
Jemire
play the
says,
division? That's what it is.
By the way, Noah, do you know that whole "Don't Tase Me, Bro" thing?
Yes.
Remember "Don't Tase"?
Yes, I remember
so
that.
the Don't Tase Me, Bro guy, Andrew Meyer, he is in our chat right now. He is a friend of the show, and he wrote "NYC is dirty Hoboville."
It's true.
Look,
Agree.
you're not wrong,
It's true,
Andrew,
I've been
but
there.
it's my dirty little Hoboville, okay?
I was just
You
there,
can
and I remember I
fucking
was
keep it.
walking around and everything was boarded up, and I was trying to find a bar to drink at with my friend, and I was like, "This is awful." Then we went into this Irish pub, and they were like, "Yeah, we got outside seating in the top floor," and I was like, "All right." And by outside seating, they meant we went up into a room on the top floor, and they had the window cracked this much, and I was like,
Noah,
It's like, that's
you're
beautiful.
welcome anytime to come drink in my apartment and with Jules if you're back in New York City. So and
"Oh,
everything's still boarded
surely,
up.
I will be
Nice.
back. I will be back anytime
Nice.
soon." honestly.
Also, little tip, Italy, which is pretty well known, which is a giant Italian grocery store and multiple restaurants. They have their
Ooh.
rooftop open, which is literally indoor dining with the ceiling cracked open, and
Yep.
it fucking rocked.
Nice.
It was great. Yeah.
I went there with my producer and his friend when he was in town last like a couple weeks ago, and it literally felt like indoor dining. I'm like, this rules.
That's what I was like. I like this. It's warm in here.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like
Also,
20
there's a
degrees
Korean
outside
restaurant I
now.
went to in Brooklyn that I went food to get takeout for before going to my friend's house to watch shitty Sundance movies all day, and they let me drink indoors, and it rocked.
We were
$4
ordering
Yes,
beers
it
outside.
probably
I
feels
was trying
normal.
to pay for them, and my hands were so cold I couldn't even like get into my wallet. I was like, they were just completely locked up. I was like, "Give me a second. I'm trying to count the bills," and I'm like, "One."
It's been
It was
so
like,
cold.
it was great.
It's been so. Wait, Hugbox. I know I've been kind of on and off. You live in New York with the.
I'm from New Jersey.
Okay, yeah, it's the same. It's the whole
Same shit.
tri-state. Yeah, yeah.
he lives
it's
in
been
California now.
freezing. Oh shit, man! What
I
are you
live
doing in
here, but I'm
California?
back in New Jersey like all the time though.
Dude,
what are
hit
you
us
doing
up.
in California? What are you doing?
Yeah,
over there?
everybody's
are
going
you
to
gonna
Texas
leave?
from California.
Paying all of my money that I earn towards the government is how it's been lately. It is what it is.
But what is even there to do now in California? Tim Dillon, who wanted there to be a presence for him in California, he's leaving. Joe Rogan left. Like Elon Musk left. I mean, they're all going
Is
to
it
Texas.
true? Is it true?
It's a
about
scene. There's still a scene out there, you know. And if unless you can create your own scene, or you're already established and you can just bring your scene with you, there's something about. It's the same as like I was talking with my girlfriend, and we were talking hypotheticals about, you know, how would you even educate kids in the future? And I talked about, oh well, you can homeschool and you can do an a la carte thing. And I went to the private schools, my dad went to the private schools, you know, my girlfriend went to these private schools, and I don't think the quality of the education is necessarily so impressive. In a lot of cases, I think it seems kind of poor, but it's the network that you get from the school network.
Yeah, that's what
and
it is. Really.
and then the network generally is like, all those kids generally have very educated parents. So even if the education in the school is garbage, you're around kids who, like, I mean, if you're talking about like the New York City elite private schools, like you're kind of talking about some of the most intelligent people in the world, and all their kids like in the same classroom. So like your teachers can be totally out to lunch, but
It doesn't really matter at that point.
You're getting multiple educations from multiple different angles.
But no,
Absolutely.
is it true? It is true creating a network. I mean, I've had some, like in my grad school, I had like really great professors, but it's just that the fact that it's a smaller university, it's like you can't really network with like bigger other opportunities. Like if I decided to like go from the master's to the PhD level, that was difficult. But no, is it true? There was a Sallow forums thread by the way, shout out to Nicolo Salo on Twitter, where it was about like how California has this, like, especially Los Angeles has like this air of like oppression to it. Like you can almost feel it. Like it's got almost like this metaphysical, like indigenous burial ground, like cursed vibes to it. Is it true you feel that?
Yes.
Holy
I felt it from the moment that I got here. I was just
my God, wow.
Like it literally, like there's a great thing in an old Werner Herzog documentary where he says whatever the trees are in misery here, and that's how I feel when I walk around in California. It literally feels like it's like, you know, and that old fucking Zelda game, it might have been Ocarina of Time, you know, the moon with that really weird face.
That's Majora's Mask.
Majora's Mask. Yeah.
How dare you? What the fuck?
I'm unanointed. I never played Nintendo, but I feel like that moon is just over the entirety of Southern California at all times. It feels like there's something just grinning at you in the sky.
Yeah.
Well, you have one good thing about California, and it's this shit. She took them.
Well,
I had bags of cookies all over my desk recently.
Well,
have you had these specifically, Noah, the Camino gummies?
Yes. I use the Camino sleep ones sometimes when I can't fall asleep.
Those are great.
Yeah, the Camino gummies are fucking awesome because my friend turned me on to those when I was in LA last year, and he'll mail me that shit, and it's so good.
It works.
It's better than any other edibles I've ever had in my whole life.
And that's I want to segue. I don't mean to talk about this too much, but like the only thing that I've noticed in my life is that smoking weed definitely does not make me feel good mentally or physically, but edibles, for some reason, I feel like if I eat edibles because I can't sleep and then I wake up the next day, I feel great. Like I feel fine. You know what I mean? Like they don't haze me too much.
It's
I
a different
hate
drug,
smoking weed.
I
I love eating edibles.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a different thing. They're different drugs.
I don't even
same
do like
substance,
edibles as
different
like a social thing for the most part. I really just do it like when it gets between like 10 to 12 o'clock at night, and I'll just have that to just feel good and then just go to bed.
Yep. Exactly. That's what I mean. It's like I'm not even like awake high. Like I'll take them, they hit, and I go to bed. You know?
Yeah,
it's like,
that's what I think. That's the best way to do it. When I remember the last February of last year when I was cutting out drinking because I was going to the gym and working out and eating healthy and losing weight before all this happened.
Before they closed everything. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What I would do would be I would go to when I was going to parties during that month, I would take edibles, wait for them to kick in, and then just drink a Bang Energy, and I was fucking good to go.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Edibles and Bang Energy is like an amazing combination if you don't want to drink.
Yep. It's honestly better to me. I'm fine.
It's like the speedball of alcohol and
yes, that's exactly how I describe it. I go,
you have to wait for the edibles to kick in first, because if you eat the edibles and then take the Bang, it sometimes will fuck up the high. I've realized, but yeah,
Bang Energy is out of control. It really is.
I drink Bang when I really need to be awake for a while or I want to fucking party hard.
Yeah,
it's cocaine in a can.
It is really really is a drug. Like you kind of get a euphoric kick from Bang Energy. Rain as well. They're both similar. They put an amino acid in it. I don't know why. It's yeah. There's like a warning label on the back of it.
Yeah.
You guys still go to parties? My God,
like the old.
I feel like I'm so bored, man.
No,
I chill this all the time. Which I drink every day, which is Runa, which is an all natural energy drink. There's no chemicals in it. It's all tea based. It fucking works. It's better than Red Bull. It's 10 calories. There's really nothing bad in it for you. And because I don't like coffee, and so I drink that, and it has more caffeine than a cup of coffee, and I buy it by the case on Amazon. But yeah, free shilling for them for that, because I really love that brand a lot, and I don't have to feel guilty about drinking it compared to like every other energy drink.
So nice. Maybe we can get them as a sponsor for BTR.
I know. I would kill to have them as a sponsor, because I drink more of that than like probably the majority of their customers.
Oh, the narrator, $4.99 US. Ask Mr. John Bartholdi Hugbox.
Hold Dolly.
I know the narrator. Yes.
Hall Dolly.
Hall Dolly. About Ham's beer, please.
Okay, I gotta shill this real quick, right?
Okay.
So narrator came down to our place out here in California recently, and they turned me on to this beer called Hams that I had never heard of before. It's apparently the cheapest beer in America. It's from Michigan. And it's like $12 for a 30 pack. And I was like, this is going to be shit. And the narrator looks at me and they're like, no, you don't understand. Try it. And I tried it.
It probably
I
uses the
instantly-
Michigan water.
That's what they say from the land of sky blue waters. And so I crack one of these things open. I sipped it and I was like, this is my new beer. And it is my new beer. Cheapest beer in America. It's great. I went back
where do
home
you get
actually. You can get it at a bunch of places. It's probably around you. It's some like big company distributes it now. But I was back home and my friend's dad, my friend that I've been friends with since like first grade, his dad comes downstairs and he looks at the case of hams that I have and he goes, hams? And I go, yeah. And he goes, I haven't had one of those since the 80s. And I go, I go, have one. And he drinks and he goes, it's not that bad. He was like, that's pretty good. And he goes, that brings me right back to big hair and leg warmers. And I was like, hell yeah, it does.
What's
a great
what's the
beer,
alcohol
honestly.
content on it? What's the ABV?
It's like, I think it's like 5%. It might be like 4.8 or something like that. Yeah.
That's great.
If we're talking about the 80s, you mean Big Bush and leg warmer. No, wait, that's the 70s.
I got the
70s.
Is that a
greatest
mango
deal.
monster?
I got the
Mango.
greatest deal that I've ever seen in New York City grocery store on beer, which is these Bell's Oberon, which is a 16-ounce, a 4-pack of them at the Key Foods by me for $3 for the 4-pack. I think they just bought way too many of them and just couldn't get rid of them. But literally, I stocked up on that beer, and that has been like all I've been giving my friends to drink because it's so cheap and it's 5.8% also.
Easy. Yeah.
It's just
I'm a
like
big
an
Guinness
easy
extra
buy.
stout guy too, because that gets your shit done.
Yeah, they'll probably sold out by now, but if they don't next time I go there, I'm gonna clean them out of their stock.
Hell yeah. I like asking them how much for a pallet. And then they give me this look every time. They're like, are you okay?
Have you guys tried back when it used to be around Four Loco?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
my god.
Oh,
Yeah, I
God.
drink Four Loco.
Millennial right
Oh.
there.
Yeah.
I tried that shit.
I don't think I've ever had a
I had a
full
Four Loco
can.
last year because I'm retarded and I tried their seltzer. And it was one of the most disgusting things I've ever had, which was completely on brand for them.
When we were at
Yeah,
PAX East,
pretty much.
we had a Four Loco that was like this big. And we split that between like 3 people. And I'm pretty sure that we stayed up like for like 2 days or something like that. After that, we were just like in a haze the entire time. And then I
I
puked
need
to my
to,
friend
I
actually
need to
shortly
throw a
thereafter.
party and make jungle juice out of Four Loco and not tell anyone. Jules, we can do that for your party that you're gonna throw. We'll make Four Loco jungle juice and not tell anyone.
Oh my god.
We'll just throw enough juice into it that people won't
We
realize
get
it.
swatted instantly. We would just.
I feel like I have to like go to NYC. All my friends are there. I don't know.
Yeah.
You have to, Geo. Geo,
I'm in Niagara.
have
I'm
to
only
come
like
down
6
here.
hours away.
Yeah, it's
not-
nothing.
You have to come down
Nothing.
here.
Geo, move into my apartment with me. And
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
there's
Noah-
still like a
Noah, move
50-50
into
James's
chance Jules
apartment.
is moving in.
Honestly, the way
Yeah.
things are going, we'll see.
We can have a whole
I
BTR
gotta
apartment.
admit, like everything in Canada is boring
Beats-
as fuck. I gotta admit.
I'm doing a party up here soon. I got board games. This is home field, so I'm not sure if it'll be as Pokemon trading card game.
You gotta
Yeah.
get
The
Secret
the last
Hitler.
few times Jules has came over to my apartment, it's just been me and him and my other friends just playing fucking Pokemon TCG and this Pokemon drinking board game, which rocks. It's no skill involved. It's all dice rolls, and it's a ton of fun and gets you. The more people that play, the drunker you get.
In the regular TCG, who won most of the time? Was it you, James, or your friend, or Jules?
I mean, Jules was only still
That's
learning
me.
how to play.
Yeah, it was Terrence and James, they both have like a ton of different decks. They've got it down, and they know
me
the
and
cards
Terrence
so
are pretty
well.
equal in skill.
They know the cards so well that they have cards in the deck with like Sharpie marker on them. So it'll
'cause
it'll be like a picture of Diglett, and they'll be drawing like the Sharpie marker note, like this is Mewtwo, and they like know the whole stats of the card, and it's just
Yeah, because
like,
we have so many decks, and there's
Such
just some
nerd
card.
shit. Such
For
nerd
example, there's this one card, Quick Ball, and like every single deck right now plays 4 of them. So it's like when you have like 8 decks or so, you kind of run out, and so you just kind of write it on the card, and like you know what it does because you're constantly using it. So
The narrator, $4.99 USD. Don't let this tiny little man trick you. He is an evil man. He thinks In-N-Out is better than Culver's. You Midwest heathen.
Is In-N-Out better than Culver's? I don't know.
In-N-Out is way better than Culver's. In-N-Out's fire. I eat that
In-N-Out
shit on
never
the daily.
freezes the meat. They never freeze the meat.
Exactly.
Oh, is In-N-Out the one with the smash burgers? Is that what they do?
That's
Whataburger, no.
yes, that's Whataburger.
In-N-Out's
the one
fries
that's
See,
are
where I
so,
live, we have like the
locally
biggest
sourced.
chains. It's pretty much
In-N-Out's fries are so
Whataburger
bad
is-
that I remember the first time I had them, I was high, and even when I was high, I was like, "Wow, these fucking suck."
That was the first time I ever had In-N-Out. I only had their fries, and I was like, "This is shit." I was like, "Why are you making this huge?" And then I had a fucking quadruple cheeseburger wrapped in lettuce, and I was like, "Oh no, I get it now."
Yeah, I mean,
was
I'm
like,
a
this is
picky eater,
different.
so I only eat chicken because I'm a fucking retard like that. But
Hey, it's good
I
for you.
had their fries because I
There
was
you
high. I'm
go.
like, well, at least let me try the fries. And I'm like, wow, the fries fucking suck. But
I wish
believe
we
the
had
burgers are
Chick-fil-A
good.
here, man.
The
I hear
burgers smack.
good
Yeah.
stories.
I really
don't know,
want to
Chick-fil-A is
try.
alright.
Fuck, there's a. I can't remember the name right now. There's a chicken brand down. Zaxby's. I really
I've
wanna
heard
try.
so much. I've heard
My
so much.
parents say Zaxby's is better than Chick-fil-A, and I'm really curious to fucking try it.
Jules, do you remember my old apartment on 14th Street? The coffin-like box apartment that I used to have with the Murphy bed.
I
That
do.
was
I
like-
had to think for a moment, but I do. You had the corner shelf that was all built in.
Yes, I had a built-in quarter shelf which extended out into a Murphy bed, and that was narrator $1.99 US. Lose my number, Noah. I can't believe we are friends. So, when I lived there, right next door to me,
You had like a bong. You had like a bong. Like
Oh, I had several
with
bongs.
Quick access. You had several bongs.
Wait, could we get
Yes,
that
that's-
again, Lev? You had several bombs.
Yeah, bongs. Yes,
Hold
I had
on.
several.
I want to. I just talking about 14th Street and with the slip James just said. My
Yeah.
friend, who was the editor of the Michael Jordan documentary, when we were in school, he was in Union Square and he goes into his backpack. He's wearing like a tie-dye shirt. He's got like short hair, sunglasses, and he goes to his backpack to pack a bowl. And all of a sudden, a van just like rushes in front of him. Like these muscle cops come out, they like pin him to the ground. They're like,
Jesus.
"What's in your bag? What's in your bag?" And they're like, and he's like, I'm just smoking weed. It's just packing a bowl. And they like go through his bag and stuff. It's like a bomb squad. And they're like, "Why are you being so sketchy? Like, why are you being so sketchy?" And they just like give him the weed back. They all get back in the van and they drive away.
What the fuck? Why did that happen?
Because
That's
he
one
was
of
going
those
out
things
to the
that totally
subway. He was,
happened
like,
because there was
about
like
That's
some
America
sort of
right
threat.
there.
Yeah, like that's amazing.
Yeah.
They're like, "That's
Yeah.
our guy," and they take him down. They're like, "Oh, that's weed. Never
That's
mind."
such like a
Just shoot
good
him 100
analogy
times.
for just like America and the government and in
Yeah.
general. Jesus Christ.
So this thing
They're like,
over
why are you
here-
acting so suspicious? Like, well, because you do this shit to me. Like, why
So
would
guys,
I not be
Yeah.
suspicious?
What do you think of this sandwich? So this was in Bauhaus. This was right next door to my
oh,
apartment.
Bauhaus rocks.
Yeah.
That looks
And
so
this
good.
this was the coffin chicken sandwich with like peanut, and it was gooey and it was nice. So back when I used to get high,
Peanut? Wow.
when I used to have like several bongs, like we said, and I used to work out, so I gained muscle mass during that time. But also like the best part was going into that
Eating
Bauhaus.
afterward.
Yes, and just
Mhm.
getting this amazing coffin bow. And that was, again, I had the munchies and it was pleasant. But that was my pleasant New York experience, going on Tinder, meeting a Japanese girl on Tinder during Christmas Eve. And so-
AXA.
Exactly. And that was, it's a love holiday in Japan, by the way, so it definitely made sense. And she used to make desserts for me afterwards. That was nice. But that was like, that was a period of your life. You have that great New York experience. Now, I don't know what's going to happen to New York. Final verdicts on New York, Jules. Do you think it's going to bounce back?
I mean, it's definitely gonna bounce back. It's just a matter
When?
of time.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time. And also, I think a lot of people are gonna leave, and
They've been
the
leaving,
people that
dude.
stay will have a big influence in kind of how it rebuilds, right?
To quote the Wolf of Wall Street, I'm not fucking leaving.
Yeah, I don't want to.
You guys have so many.
I might have to. I hope I don't have to.
I'm not fucking
but
leaving.
If I left, I would go back and forth. I would try to go back and forth. But it's
Where
time
would
will
you
tell.
go to?
Well, Andrew Yang, that's gonna
Florida,
be his,
maybe.
That's the
Florida?
future right
I
there.
don't
Andrew
know.
Yang.
Texas.
Yeah.
Andrew
Well, right
Yang is
now,
gonna give us
Goldman
$600
Sachs might
a
move
month.
to Florida. I've been planning a lot with Olivia. She's thinking about us being in Florida and then coming back here all the time.
Fuck that. Florida's gay. Florida's
Yeah.
where all people go to die.
Logo
No,
to
but isn't
Alice,
Miami,
Texas.
isn't Miami supposed to be like the next tech hub right now? And look, Jules, if you're right
Texas.
about the whole world freezing thing, with the like that NASA guy wrote about the Great Solar Minimum, Florida may not be that bad of a deal. As far as being a place that's not going to get
Well,
that cold. No, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Well, I would just always want a base here. I really don't want to leave. The only reason I would leave is really if someone that I was with, needed to be somewhere else. And then I'd have to figure out how to make that work.
And I think it should be like the decade. So after the decade, it should go back, but we may be going into a Game of Thrones Winter is Coming mode in New York, where New York is going to be like Winterfell, and I don't know. It's going to be a very exciting... This is why we're doing the Wim Hof method, by the way. Like, Noah, beyond all the other stuff, like you said, you are going to withstand the cold, and I'm going to withstand the cold, and we are going to make it, and we're going to be tougher, and we're going to rebuild this fucking city. I mean, you're in California right now, so please come back to New York. I would love to have you as a special guest at the National Arts Club. I think that would be a great thing to happen.
Lev is going to have me as a special guest at the National Arts Club, and I'm just going to get
Hell
up
yeah.
on stage and say a slur and then get dragged out by my feet.
Oh god.
I've stocked up my coats. I should be around for a while. I've got quite a few parkas in the closet.
Base.
And with that, I think we're winding down.
Yes, we are, Gio.
I have to
this
go
is
eat.
it.
So
Guys, I just want to say once
Gio,
again...
that's why you order Chinese food during the stream. And when your guy comes and brings you the food instead
Man,
of paying
you guys-
him, you point at him and
these-
scream, you're Chinese. Even though he was Mexican, but that's
fucking, are
besides the
you
point.
doing a Nick Mullen bit? You're Chinese.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Where did that come from? What clip of Cumtown did that come
It
from?
wasn't. It was him doing a TikTok in an Uber.
Oh. Wow.
Well, guys,
And
this,
the
this
best
is
like he's pointing like you're Chinese.
You're Chinese.
This
Nick
is it.
Mullen,
This
man.
is the end. This is the end of the stream. I love you all very much.
This is
Thank
the
you, and thank
This-
you, Noah.
this-
Thank you for
coming.
having me.
Damn, guys.
James,
my friends. the
Remus,
end.
Metaphor Man.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Jessix.
I always
And
appreciate
for-
being on.
And for any last minute chilling over here, let me just open up the link. So, Gio, you have your own channel, and
Yes.
it is a wonderful channel that I want to. Oh, I completely forgot. Here are all the super chats that I did
Yeah,
not
subscribe
talk
to
about.
Giant Art Productions. And
Yes.
I'm gonna start focusing on building my market website so you don't have to just DM me like personally for my art. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, so here it is. Here is the Geo site.
Look at
Fuck
James.
Dota.
Fuck Dota. Fuck
Fuck
Dota.
Dota.
Dota is gay.
Dota's good.
Wait,
Dota's so
not to
good.
completely dox
Dota
my friend real
is
quick,
better
but one of my
than
IRL friends,
Pokemon
his
trading
license
card
plate
game.
is literally Dota.
Amazing.
Literally Dota. No,
There
nothing
needs
else.
to be an
Just
intervention.
Dota, all caps.
Yeah.
All right,
Defense of the Ancients.
here are the super chats. Here we go. Okay, so Forever Young, $10. Whoa, holy shit! This was 5 hours ago. I did not see this. This was before the stream. Forever Young, $10 via Patreon. This is amazing.
He already
Thank you
killed
so
himself because he
Thank
took too long
you.
to read it.
Much. So much Forever Young. And by
that
the way,
was
this
a
is
long
Young-
time, dude.
This is
It's
Mr.
young-
Medicare level of waiting for super chats to be read.
Yes, this is okay. I mean, no, there is a point to reading them as it goes on. I think it's a good balance to achieve here.
By the way,
Anyway,
this
here.
whole stream I've been listening to White Pony by Deftones on repeat. So
Nice.
Excellent album.
in the background.
Excellent album.
Super Iron Bob, $10. Fuck you, Geo. Everyone should pay attention to me, the great Super Iron Bob. Indeed. Okay, Pixel
Come on the
Ghost.
stream, bitch. No.
Pixel Ghost. I don't know what this integer is. Is this a Frank? I don't know. Two squiggly F-looking thing through Super Chat. Dreams Propaganda is just all the underage fan art. Peter Faust, $5. Someone, and we already did this, but I'm going to read it again. Someone please say nya. I cannot bear to remain in the world without nyas. Is there anything to dream of except nya? No, there is not. Gabe, $5.
Fucking cat girls, man.
Dream is the human.
Hey, Gio, you want to become a cat boy?
No, no. No,
You gotta
unless
get the
I could
cat
get,
ears.
unless I
Nick
could get
Fuentes?
the lemon, unless I could get
Jules.
the lemons that Nick Fuentes gets, I will not become a cat boy. for
Jules,
any-
hit up your boy with cat ears. So, Gabe, $5. Dream is the
If we
human.
Lev, if you get,
I
we
gotta
could probably
get
get
this-
Nick on because my friend Beardson's best friends with him.
Yeah,
oh
I mean,
God,
no, I mean, let's see what happens. Let's see. It's all an interesting.
I would
journey.
dead
Okay.
ass own fucking Nick Fuentes in a debate. No, I'm
Good.
not gonna make that.
No,
I'm not
good,
gonna
good,
make
good,
claims
good,
my
good.
ass can't catch.
Bring him
I'm
in.
not.
Bring
I
him on.
take that back.
Okay. Okay, Gabe,
Wish you
$5
fucking
super
would.
chat. Dream is the human equivalent of the traditional Boston dish ziti parmesan. Pixel Ghost, $2.
That is an in joke.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
Piss with force, shard with grace. Conscious Moss, $5. $5 for Lev's betrayal to me. Yes, when I revealed she was also one of the people who was Fat Nala posting. Super Iron Bob, $5. Here, let me move this up over here so I could actually. Okay. Super Iron Bob, $5. You've heard of FU money, but have you noticed FU poverty yet? We talked about that before. Conscious Moss, $5. Where is that Naruto rug from? I need it, please. Yeah, we're gonna have to ask her about that.
I already
Naruto
covered that
rug.
for her. I got
Oh,
that. We
thank
covered
you,
that
buddy.
ages ago.
I appreciate that. Then
You're
okay, so
welcome.
we did the narrator, everything with the narrator that is done, and those are all the super chats. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. And
Mwah.
anything else to plug over here, James? Let's plug your stuff over here. So
Look,
you
I
have
see a lot of
wonderful-
super chats tonight, but I don't see any of you guys subscribing to the MK Ultra podcast.
That's right.
Patreon.
What's going on?
So we
What's wrong
have,
with you?
of course, the MK Ultra Money Twitter account, which is my personal Twitter account, which a lot of you are probably already following. We have MK Ultra Money Podcast, which, if you haven't listened to it already, season 1 is all on Spotify, Apple, and Google. Some of it's on most of it's on YouTube as well. And you can catch all the
Right.
premium episodes on patreon.com/MKUltraMoney. You can catch the first 2 episodes of season 2 on the Patreon as well. And we are launching season 2 tentatively on February 17th, as long as FODCorp gets me the art in time, which I believe he will. So
And FODCorp also
Nice.
did the thumbnail for our art as well. Let's see.
yes.
Why is
Oh,
it?
highlight that fucking that Hero made.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Check
love
check
that.
this out. Look at Hero, great friend of the show. Look at that.
Friend
Whoa,
Money,
Sick.
nice.
Hero.
Season 2.
Sick.
Here we go. I really want the Spotify link to work, which is, guys,
Yeah.
go into the Spotify link and you will get where you need to go. So that is pretty much. James, you are an amazing animator. I want to plug your stuff right now. So where do people go to?
I was about
see
to
your
be like,
wonderful
dude, I'm not an
animation?
animator, and I keep forgetting there's another guy named James in here.
You can find me on everything at Glasscake. I make cartoons. Follow, watch them, or don't. Fuck you. If you want to watch them, fuck you. But if you don't
They're
watch
brilliant.
them, also fuck you.
They,
I hope
they
you
are
like
absolutely
'em.
brilliant.
Classic.
And James, I would love to have you back for an England stream where we could talk about the Nons Hunters. I'm noticing that that's a.
Oh my
Yes!
god.
Yes.
You know,
No more
I
nonsense!
actually have. I know a few people
No
that
more
got involved
nonsense.
in a couple of those non-hunter groups. It's such a huge thing in this country.
The best is like the fucking.
You guys got a lot of nonsense.
I know a guy. I know a guy that
They
got
always
his
have like the
starts.
fucking Manchester accent. Like,
Yeah, I know a guy who got his start
Fucking
in
nuts.
content creation, where he started off griefing people in Modern Warfare 2, and then he got bored of that and he became a nonce hunter.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And I like the name Shane Brannigan because I like to imagine what it would be like if it wasn't Shane Brannigan but Zap Brannigan from
Zap
Futurama,
Brannigan, there you
who
go.
was hunting the nonces, that with Kiff along
I'll
with him.
send waves and waves of men against the nonsense.
And
was-
one last thing, by the way, before we go, of course, Noah Hugbox.
In the future, they'll have transhuman robot nonsense. By the way, just to
That's-
let you know.
It's such a weird British phenomenon. nonsenses.
Nonsense.
So here we go.
No,
This is-
they do
In
that-
Canada,
Catch a
in Canada,
Predator.
we have this one guy. His name is Justin Payne. Does God's work. Look up Justin Payne. His stuff is amazing. He
Alright.
hunts nonsense like no one else.
So over here,
The ultimate
okay, you have
non-thunder.
Noah's Hugbox, of course, the man of the hour, and this is what's going down on Thursday. We are having the 3 creators of Cyanide and Happiness joining us live on Thursday. Chris Wilson, Bob Den Blaker, and Dave
You mean Rob?
McElfatrick. Yes, thank you. Rob Den Blaker and Dave McElfatrick. They are joining us. All of you guys are welcome to come in to that stream, and we are also going to have Cream of Dog. He is going to be joining us. aka
Whoa!
I will be in
Swag
chat for that one.
Studios.
I will be in
Excellent.
chat for that.
Nice.
Excellent. Yes, I love
Cream of
Yolo
Dog,
Swag
excellent.
Studios. He is an excellent fella. So that's it, guys. This is all the shilling.
Oh, and one more thing.
One more thing.
We're gonna do a sewing discourse about yours truly.
That's
and the
right.
podcast.
Yes,
So,
MK Ultra Money coming at you. Sewing discourse. It is happening very soon.
we're gonna get
We're
Terrence
talking about
on,
women
we're gonna get
posting
Matt
their Ls.
on. We'll hopefully get some of my favorite posters on and
Where's Arson? Are you gonna get Arson?
Arsene. Yeah, we'll get Arsene
Arsene?
on. Arsene's a madman. Maybe I can contact some of my cool guests I've had on in the past and see if they're around. I
We're
wish
going
John
to
McAfee
also-
wasn't in jail because I would get him on, but
We're also going to get some women that he screen capped for L's. So we're going to get Amanda Marcotte on. Amanda Marcotte on with James. So it's going to be quite amazing. No, I'm kidding. That'd be amazing.
We got more
though.
super chats. We got more super chats before we go. The narrator,
Oh my
$2 US.
God.
15
See,
notes.
see,
What
James,
the hell is that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for holding him accountable to Ham's beer. You're welcome. And 50 NOK. What the fuck is that?
Is that like 50 shares of Nokia?
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me translate this. Let me transmute this. So 50 NOK to dollar. So this is Nordic
Norwegian
money.
krona.
Okay, 5 US 5.82
5 real
US
money.
dollars.
That's got to be Martin, man. That's got to be
5 money.
Yeah, no, but that's still great. I really appreciate it, Martin. Martin is our friend who lives in Norway. Powerful Martin, love you.
And we have next week the Cyberpunk stream too.
Well,
Do
is
we?
it? Yes, that's right. Is it? Well, okay, hold
Oh.
on.
Are we
I'm
doing
gonna
that?
tell you exactly. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you exactly what is going down when, because I have to open this up and take a look at the schedule. Okay, so we have Cyanide and Happiness, Thursdays, February 4th. By the way, guys, let me paste that link in again. Don't fucking forget to get in there and to sign up. So all the people who are watching this stream right now, make sure to sign up for Thursday's stream so that you get an update about it when it's going to go live. So let me post this once again. But anyway,
And subscribe to Breakthroughs. Press
Yes,
the notification
fucking
bell.
subscribe
We
right
never
now.
say that. Press that fucking notification
bell.
Bang that
Because
bell with your
YouTube's algorithm
fucking
is
cock.
fucked up.
Bang
Just
that
fucking
bell.
the
press
bell
it.
to
It takes
death.
like no effort.
Or-
Just fucking click that shit.
bang that
Uh,
bell, or James is going to ring your bell. You know, and you don't want to have your bell
And it's
rung.
not
Look,
gonna
I'm
be in
not gay,
Minecraft.
but I'll do what has to be done.
Yeah, well, he's gonna ring it with
I
his
feel
bell
like
end.
I
I'm
don't know
mad,
why
but
I
I'm
did a
just mad
Jewish
at
voice there, but I
myself.
went with it.
Okay,
He's gonna
here's what's
ring
coming
it
up.
with his
Okay,
style end.
feudalism. Tuesday, February 9th. Thursday, February 11th. Guess who we have back? Owen fucking Cyclops. He is coming back for a stream about psychedelics.
Booyah.
So that is what we're up to on Thursday,
Interesting.
February 11th. Free for all Friday, February 12th. I cannot do a free for all Friday.
Yes.
This time we are going to have one February 12th. Tuesday, February 16th. Cyberpunk. That is what's going down. I also have Asian Andy written there because I wanted to get him on. That his name is just
Oh,
there
fuck, that
for
would
the
be
sake
sick.
of people like everybody who's listening to this shit. If you know Asian Andy, try to get him on. Try to get him on the stream.
Anyone excited for the Cyberpunk stream? I was the one that told Lev to do
I-
it.
Hell yeah.
I would
Hell
love
yeah.
like to be on
Yeah,
that.
we
Okay,
also-
and speaking of Asian, Thursday, February 18th, China stream. We're gonna be talking about China, and I want to find some.
China.
I want to find some Falun Gong motherfuckers. I want to find some like mainland Chinese spies to bring
Some
on the
Epoch
stream.
Times writers left.
Yes, exactly. I think it's
Han
going to be a lot of
nationalists.
fun. Yes. And we are going to
Yeah.
have, I believe this is still a work in progress, Tuesday, February 23, a Sonic the Hedgehog stream. So
we got to make sure
Oh my
Terrence is
God.
around
For
for
the
that one.
China,
Lev, you literally cannot do the Sonic one without Terrence. So
okay.
Left for the
have to have
China one,
one.
you got to get my friend Chinglican.
I mean,
on Twitter.
Terrence literally sold Sonic Shoe art to Chris Chan. So like, I will not let you have that stream without Terrence on.
Oh, and in the future, we are going to have Geno Samuel on.
Yes, we
so-
are. Yes,
Also,
that's
I feel like
happening.
one of these dates this month we gotta we gotta get or at least soon at least do the Pokemon episode as well.
Oh, holy shit. Well, look, I'm gonna try. No
wanna be-
promises. No promises. But I'm gonna try to get my friend from back in the day from school, Sarah, to come on, who is the voice of Ash Ketchum. Now,
Yes.
no promises, but
What?
we'll see what happens.
You
I
know
went to,
Ash Ketchum.
Yeah, I know Ash Ketchum. I went to Lee Strasberg Theater Institute. She was one of my classmates back in the day,
Oh,
and now she does the voice of
Fucking
Ash.
nutty.
And yeah, so she went.
Yeah, we
from
definitely
Ash-
gotta do it when she's on.
I hope she
Yeah.
comes on so I can just be like, I hate Ash, and I've always hated Ash. He's the worst protagonist ever, but also
Yeah.
Pikachu's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I like Pokemon.
Sarah's
go.
great.
All
Though.
right.
Anyway, guys, this is it.
Yes.
This is the official end of the stream. I love everybody here.
God
You guys are
bless
the
and
best.
goodbye.
Subscribe, and subscribe.
I'm
Subscribe.
outside your
Ah.
house, non-subscribers.
Subscribe. I am ending the stream. Goodbye.